Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your patience this morning, and good morning to everyone out there in Kistamässan, the world, and everyone else watching the THOR Open League of Legends stream. I'm the fourcourtjester. With me today, gonna be insigmatheory. How you doing, brother?
I'm doing fantastic. How are you, Jester?
Awake. 5:45 in the morning here in Canada. Yeah. Had to really make a big concerted effort out to this, but then FNATIC missed their train. But either way, they're all good. They are here ready to roll, and we do have game number 1 almost ready to be started here on the live patch client of Season 3.
I'm actually really excited for this. I mean, not to mention that it's on the live patch, and it's kind of the first we're seeing of this live patch in a major tournament sense. But not just that, but come on, Copenhagen Wolves versus FNATIC Raid Call. I mean, looking at the two teams themselves, it just blows my mind. I mean, we just saw FNATIC back at IPL 5 doing absolutely fantastic. Cyanide is on his game. Rekkles is I hate to say it, but he's probably one of the best AD carries that I've seen most recently, and sOAZ with his top lane, oh, it's just beautiful.
It's beautiful work indeed. Getting a nice second place finish in IPL 5, but more importantly, winning the DreamHack Winter 2012 over CLG EU, no less. It really is the return of FNATIC these last few months. They've done such amazing work in all their tournaments, and, you know, there was a little bit of a rocky patch, though, you know. They were the Season 1 champions from DreamHack, and then they kind of just faded out a little bit, but now they are returning in strong form. I just gotta say though, it's a little unfortunate there for Rekkles, because coming into Season 3, he would not be able to participate.
Yeah, it's a little disheartening knowing that there is that age restriction. So when you find out, you know, Rekkles, that he's 16, is he 16? Is he 15?
He's
either way,
how's that?
Yeah, either way, he's just not old enough, and he's not going to be, at least until, you know, halfway through the season. So it's a little disheartening, but that does kind of open up the other end of it. What is FNATIC Raid Call gonna do for an AD carry? I mean, could we see something a little bit different, a little bit better?
Well, we might be privileged enough to see that today. Of course, their opponents, Copenhagen Wolves. Some people saying in the chat they don't actually know who these guys are. Others, you know, very, very much aware of who the Wolves are. I gotta say, I've been following the Svenskeren ever since he got kicked off of Team SK. Seriously, best Lee Sin. Well, maybe not anymore because of Froggen, but best Lee Sin world back in the day. But, you know, Copenhagen Wolves there at the DreamHack Winter 2012 as well. They did get themselves 4th place or 3rd place against CLG EU. So, you know, both of these teams, pretty decent standings as of the last few tournaments, and we're going to get all the bans out of the way. Who do we got here in Sigma?
Alright, so it looked like FNATIC banned out a total of Twisted Fate, Lulu, Rengar, pretty standard bans from that. Twisted Fate, obviously a very, very strong, just in general, both support and entire support carry, but on the line, I mean, he's really, really good. When it comes down to it, Lulu, that looks like a target ban specifically. I mean, obviously Lulu is a very, very strong support, but knowing Wolves, Lulu is actually really good. And then over on the Wolves side, we have Vayne, Blitzcrank, and Katarina. Obviously, the Vayne and Blitzcrank are a complete target ban versus nRated and Rekkles. That combo that they had was just so deadly. And then the Katarina, specifically for xPeke, is a very, very strong pick.
Man, no Katarina today. I'm a little saddened about that, but we do got some of those first picks coming out. It looks like Zyra is going to be first up here for FNATIC. Now, support Zyra has been now, you know, becoming a thing, but at the same time, could see her go mid. And man, we were just talking about this, how you were saying that Elise in this new Season 3 patch that we are playing on, has a little bit of a tendency of being a bit broken, but FNATIC sOAZ might be running that Lee Sin. Oh man, we're in for such a treat today.
Whew. Yeah, I have to say, and a lot of people don't kind of seem to be picking up on this, and it could just be me, but in general, Elise just feels really, really just, I almost want to say overpowered, and a lot of people that main at least have been telling me too, she's so good. Between the total of percentage of health damage that her Q does in both forms, and there's no mana in her ultimate, it's just a very, very strong kit. Yeah, the Lee Sin most likely is going to be a top lane, but when they did switch out the Mundo for Diana, which was, I'm actually a little bit surprised Diana was left open that long. When they switch out Mundo for Diana, we could see Lee Sin jungle as of yet, but it's pretty clear that it's going to be a Diana mid with the support Zyra. I mean, of course, Diana could still go top. We have seen that in the past, but assuming that things are going the way they have been going, I would have to say that it's most likely going to be a Diana mid with how strong she is.
Yeah, a lot of changes have come down to all how lanes play out. So yeah, Diana mid, I'm all for it. Looking at a LeBlanc to counter out Diana, however, Svenskeren going to be picking that one up for the Wolves. And at the same time, we have now locked in a Sona and Ezreal lane, very long-range aggression. So maybe they're going to be trying to outrange just the damage that support Zyra can bring out, because she is one of the more heavy-hitting supports in that bottom lane. You know, throw people down with the roots and get those plants going, and all of a sudden it's just like half your health bar is missing.
Yeah, Zyra actually, a lot of times when you see her be built, when it comes to runes and masteries and support lane, you'll actually see her end up being built like an AP carry. That burst she has plus her really long range is it's huge. I believe it's actually longer than Sona when it comes down to it. So it looks like FNATIC with the pickup of Olaf and Caitlyn, their bot lane is going to have just a wee bit more poke when it comes down to it. But, I mean, with the Wolves having both Ezreal and Sona, it's going to be a very back and forth lane, just from looking at the picks. Olaf and Lee Sin, yeah, definitely. They could still either, they really could switch out. Olaf looking to be a stronger laner these days with his base, the base stats that he has, plus the ratios that he has. He's just a really strong lane, but he could definitely go in the jungle. So that one's going to come down to which they switch out at the last second. The LeBlanc pick, originally it kind of throws me for a loop. I mean, LeBlanc does do very strong against Diana, but it kind of goes the both way. It's really going to be a skill matchup. And then with that last with that last pick of the Malphite, definitely I got to say, just from looking at the teams, it's a pretty even team. No team has a very clear advantage when it comes to picks. I'm really looking forward to this game.
All right, so don't really know what that was about, but apparently something went wrong somewhere, so now we're gonna have the joke bands come out. But we did see the team compositions now completed. I'm very curious because Rekkles, he's gonna be playing that Caitlyn bottom lane, and ever since the new patch, I have seen more of a resurgence of Caitlyn simply because of Static Shiv. It can just really start bringing out a lot of just hidden... Oh, are they gonna do TSM? TSM. They are going to do TSM, but unfortunately the Wolves CP something, I don't know, CPH.
Is there a W? Is there? Oh, Copenhagen Wolves. Look at that.
Copenhagen. Okay, well, fair enough. Either way, Caitlyn Season 3 with the Static Shiv, and now that Phantom Dancer does ignore unit collision, I have been seeing more of a rise of Caitlyn, and, you know, Caitlyn doesn't quite have that, you know, attack steroid in that late game, but it seems to be something that Static Shiv, you know, replacing that Ionic Spark, seems to be bringing more and more of. So I'm very interested to see what Rekkles is actually going to build out of this, and it does look like, yeah, sOAZ will be on that Lee Sin.
Even when it comes down to it, we're seeing a lot more of that Runon's Hurricane too. That goes really well on Caitlyn, being able to stack those headshots very quickly.
That's just a blanket AD carry must have these days. My goodness.
It's so good.
It's just I was reading a Leaguecraft guide about Kayle, the Angel of Death. When she goes Rekkles Fire and she has a Hurricane, 3 AoE fire pits. Just think of that. Just think of that for a moment.
Oof, that's so much AoE. You know what? I actually have to ask because I know like GP's parlay it works with the Tiamat for the new.
Tiamat's melee only now though.
Yeah, but his parlay works for it. Does Kale's E work for it?
For Tiamat?
Yeah. Does it count as a ranged spell?
All about that hurricane, man. All about that hurricane.
Oh, that's a beautiful thing.
Yeah, the hurricane, Runan's hurricane, like best item season 3. Actually, no, I'm gonna take that back. The Sightstone now with season 3, best item season 3. It's just wards everywhere. It's literally chickenpox on the minimap.
It really is, and I was talking to a couple of people about it. Like from a jungler standpoint, every time I see that Sightstone, something just drops in the middle of my stomach. I'm just like, you know what? That lane is now pretty much ungankable. I mean, even with that 5-minute oracles, and you could get a pink ward to go against that, but that whole idea of free wards for a lane, it kind of sits in the back of your mind. Man, I gotta farm more.
Wow. So I'm taking a quick look here at the runes and masteries of FNATIC. Rekkles running with just a little bit under 1% crit chance. So maybe banking on a 1% early game crit to kind of turn the tides, but armor, physical damage, magic and magic regen on top of things. In terms of his masteries, wow, the servers are being extremely slow this morning. Mastery is 22, 3, and 5, so pretty much just everything attack damage. He's just pure offense. Tough skin on top of things as well, and a little bit of mana regen. So he's not looking to go in that bottom lane. I want to take a quick look here at FNATIC Cyanide. His runes and masteries, armor, magic, resist, and the physical damage helps him clear that jungle just that much quicker. Masteries, ...
I would kind of have to point something out. I mean, last I heard, tough skin, the reduces damage taken from monsters. Last I heard, that doesn't actually affect lane minions.
Nope, monsters are not minions. Minions
That's right.
Are not monsters. Bladed armor, however, minion or monster. You can check that out. And it's a 0.219 there for Olaf, so not really too surprising, going right down to the runic affinity. Not a problem. So, yeah, there you go, 1% crit for Rekkles. Now, on the other opposite side, I mean, we did have that Malphite come out. Looks like he will be at that top, and the Mundo in the mid. I'm assuming it's going to be Elise mid, but actually, now that I think about it, it could be a Malphite mid.
It could very well be. I mean,
Wait, didn't we have LeBlanc earlier?
That's a very good question. Didn't we? Yeah, because I thought we did. Maybe that's what the
that's why we remade, right?
Yeah,
because
it wasn't actually meant to be.
That's a Mundo. Got it.
Okay, that makes more sense, because that's why I was originally a little bit confused. Yeah, that makes more sense now. It could very well still be an Elise top lane with a Malphite mid. I mean, there is always that option. I gotta say, I would assume Elise would go mid, but the fact that she doesn't really need strictly ability power, and she goes from cooldown reduction and magic pen. I mean, she's a very, very good top lane pick. But that Malphite would just work really well against the Lee Sin, so that would kind of make more sense to me when it comes down to it. But you know what? We could always see another lane swap of a Malphite 1v2 lane. We could see, at least not even go mid. We could see a 2v1 mid. It could just be anything when it comes down to it.
It could, and that is why we're going to start up the game here, ladies and gentlemen. So once again, apologies for the delays, but FNATIC in the house in Kistamässan. I am terrible at pronouncing Europe, but I'm hoping that's the right place in Stockholm, up against the Copenhagen Wolves, and this will be the best of one round robin first game of the day for the THOR Open. And look at that, already in, ready to go. Load up that scoreboard, and brilliant. Team Blue here, Team FNATIC. Rekkles not actually having that FNATIC take, but that's okay. Everyone else going to be starting off. And Team Red, your Wolves. Give it up, guys. Place your bets. Who is going to take this best of one?
Something I kind of want to point out a lot. If we just look at the items on FNATIC's side, look at how many people have bought wards and added that crystalline flask.
Mm-hmm. Yep. That crystalline flask is just so popular these days.
We've completely moved away from the everyone has to start boots and potions. Even supports even started boots and potions. This is almost a completely different game when we really think about it.
If you really think about it, yeah. I mean, the game is in a state right now where you can actually start with a full inventory, level 1. The Total Biscuit of Rejuvenation, the Explorer Wards, the extra gold that you get just from starting with those utility masteries can afford you these crystalline flasks, can afford you extra potions, extra wards. And yeah, we do have a lot of vision, including a pink ward here on nRated, that Jree. So you saw FNATIC here. They're trying to put up a little bit of vision. In fact, I don't sure they actually got any of those wards down, but we did have a ward in the bush here from the wolves, and it saw them come in, thus defeating the level 1 invade.
Yeah. To be straight up though, that's so much vision. I mean, I know I keep pointing that out, but that's going to be an extremely safe, not even just a bottom lane, but the entire team is just going to be extremely safe. Looking down at it, looks like FNATIC starting off with that double golem. With their bot lane. So it's a pretty standard setup so far. Yeah, it looks like Malphite would be going to top. They're kind of tossing that one back and forth. Yeah, with the jungle being so much tankier, it's really a risk now for bottom lane to actually take the double golems.
It did not look like it went over that smooth. I mean, they're extremely late to lane. We already got the wolves pretty much just getting their experience and just pushing up. Rekkles, he did use that potion, but that again is why you have those crystalline flasks. A lot of damage coming down onto Rekkles right there. A little bit of harass from Sona, and once again, like the Ezreal and the Sona lane gels so nicely in terms of just that long range harass, and that is. I really do think that is really in a response to nRated picking up that Jree, and I think Rekkles might have been maybe a bit more pigeonholed into going into that longer range AD carry just to kind of compensate for that, and that's why he has Caitlyn.
Yeah, that would make a lot of sense, especially since he couldn't have Vayne. But mid lane, we do have xPeke getting dived down on top of Mundo. And Elise taking quite a bit of damage. xPeke had you burn a flash to get out of this one. So that did look like a successful gank.
Yeah, but
when it came down to it,
Svenskeren, I think, is going to get red out here. Cyanide waiting for him. Oh, but they do have that ward. They know he's there, but he didn't hit there with the cleaver, and that is going to be enough of a bait for Cyanide to get in there, forcing out the flash from Sens, and the axe grabs the first blood there for Cyanide and refreshes both of those buffs in the mid. Now, Bjergsen here didn't really respond to that, and he kind of just kept farming, so that is going to be a big loss for the Wolves.
Yeah, having a Mundo lose both of those buffs really early. I mean, between the mana buff and the red for the slow and the damage, I mean, it's not really huge, but it's really going to put Mundo pretty far behind. So he's going to have to actually kind of decide whether or not he wants to just straight up farm and try to outfarm his opponent at this point, or go all out and try to make that up in kills. So that's going to be an interesting choice here. Godbro and sOAZ actually kind of duking it out back and forth, just trading it as much as they can. xPeke in mid, up against Bjergsen. Both of them trying to trade back and forth, and both of them actually get taken out by each other.
Gotta love killing each other there in the mid. nRated looking to make that power play bottom lane against the TheTess, but unfortunately has to use that flash to get out of dodge. Does have Ignite. Something to note here, we are running the Ignite on the bottom lane, and we're running Cleanse on Rekkles. Now, in response to that, I mean, XL winner here on the Wolves. That Sona is going that more typical exhaust, but we, as you saw, that Flash Ignite looking for that kill on top of Ezreal, but in fact, not going to be grabbing it. Rekkles still just really trying to push the TheTess out of lane, and in fact, is going to be taking a little bit of a creep lead in front of this. So, kills on the board, 2-1 right now. FNATIC is doing some work here early game, and now again, every member of FNATIC has wards right now.
Yeah, with all of that vision, Mundo kind of has to farm to try to get himself back into this game. But it looks like Cyanide wanting to set up for a tower dive here. Mundo throwing that cleaver into the bush, so they both do know of that happening.
Oh, I think it's going to be happening. Cyanide just really trying to figure out what he wants to do. Eats another cleaver on top of things. A little bit of poke coming down on top of Winner as well. And the reason they want to do this is because they know that Ezreal had to go back to town. He was just so low. And that, in fact, might have been the whole target here, just to see if they could punish him even further. But now he is about 9 creeps behind. But because he has gone back to town, he's picked up himself the new Vampiric Scepter. So not exactly a cheap purchase, but now it also does give 10 attack damage on top of the lifesteal.
With the nerf to boots, I mean, we're seeing a lot of people not actually buy boots. Even level 1 boots can take quite a while to get to, and they don't actually do that much. xPeke right now, getting set up onto from a gank of Mundo, turning around from Cyanide. Cyanide throwing that Ragnarok down, and gets taken out.
Boom.
Wow. That these trades have been going back and forth. I mean, no lane is really being passive at this point. Top has been just trading constantly. Lee Sin is ahead by 29 CS. Mid lane has been set up on ganks both back and forth. This game is action-packed.
Action-packed. Yeah, 3-1. We're only 6.5 minutes into the game, but you can already see the gold lead coming out here from FNATIC, looking at about 1,500, just a little under 1,500 gold. But the rate that we're CSing here on top of FNATIC, as you said, 20 creeps ahead in that top lane. Bot lane has kind of come back out to parity, but we're 2 kills up for Diana. I mean, the farm is starting to really just hit home. At the same time, it does look like Rekkles did head home, and he's not looking for a Vampiric at all. He has those double Dorans, and the new passive on the Dorans blades restores 5 health each time. They do stack. Those are not unique whatsoever, so I do kind of like the new spin on the sustained early metagame with those Dorans. I mean, it's not percentage, it's just flat, which means it's as good as it's ever going to get.
Yeah, that change from the Doran specifically, that really changed the whole way that the bottom lane now trades. It's no longer about, who can keep up the damage. It's more or less who can keep away from it at this point. It doesn't sound like it kind of changes, but when you get down to the dynamic of it, it's a lot different.
This is something I haven't quite seen yet, but we have Ninja Tabby on sOAZ with Home Guard. So, does he have a teleport? He does have teleport. Oh my goodness, I saw this on Reddit the other day, the Malphite Home Guard teleport trick. When you're in town, you have Home Guard buff, and when you teleport, you get a 200% speed boost that decays. But enough about that. Svenskeren drops to xPeke. Unfortunately, did not get the blue buff. That did go to Bjergsen there. But, a really great raid. And again, those wards, that ward right there was enough to get them that kill. Down south again, coming in for that gank. Winner going to be dropping. No ace in the hole, but there goes the True Shot Barrage. Not really going to be making too much of a difference, as TheTess is going to be dropping once again. So bottom lane is the place to be for FNATIC as they take a 6-1 lead early game.
Those, I gotta point out, those traps were in optimal placement. Those traps alone completely controlled the flow of that fight. I mean, when you saw it back to it, Ezreal he couldn't go anywhere, especially Sona. She couldn't go anywhere without getting stunned and locked between both the Caitlyn trap, the Zyra root, and then on top of that, you do have the Diana, that area of effect pull in.
The moonfall.
Yeah. It's just, there's so much control going out of FNATIC. It's this 3,000 or the 2,400 gold lead. It really makes a lot of sense as to why they're getting that lead. I mean, not just from the farm standpoint and the kill standpoint, but just the way that their lanes have been controlled alone makes a lot of sense.
xPeke picking up both blue and red, is using that crystalline flask, is going to get himself a little bit here of CS, as Cyanide is going to be holding down the mid. But 3 of the 4 buffs right now being controlled by FNATIC. No dragon attempts quite yet here, about to hit the 10-minute mark. But other things to note is just look at some of the item pickups that we have. We got that Home Guard trick that's going to be coming out of FNATIC sOAZ in the top lane. The Spirit Stones coming out for our junglers. I mean, we really are trying to make use of some of these new items. And bot lane, what do we see first on Zyra? A Cage's lucky pick.
Yeah, Zyra coming out, you want a lot of ability power. You need that burst, but it looks like mid lane right now. Bjergsen getting dived onto by xPeke and Cyanide, turning it around, taking Diana out. Cyanide finishing it off right behind it.
Yeah, so as you know, as you said, top lane has been fairly quiet, but they have been trading back and forth. We're still up about 20 CS for sOAZ. I'm really kind of wondering when he's going to show us that neat teleport trick, but he does have to go home if he wants that home guard bonus. And right now he is going to be just really punishing this Malphite around. But Malphite, you know, top lane, he does have that Dorn Shield and a Giant Spell. So I'm curious to see if we're going to see a Sunfire from him. But the thing I wanted to point out for Jree is that she has the Cage's lucky pick. We don't see Philosopher's Stones anywhere on this map, and that would have not nearly been the case, you know, a month ago.
No, definitely not. I mean, we did start to see everyone migrate towards getting your Heart of Gold first. Even if you get the components of a Philosopher's Stone, the Heart of Gold just it kind of made a lot of sense to build first, getting that health. But you would never see a support not get a Philo Stone. With that ambient gold increase, it's actually making a lot more sense for supports to start to get their items quicker. And the Cage's lucky pick just falls directly into that. Not to mention the last breath item, or that the ice shard item that gives you that gold pretend increased permanently. But the ability power that's going to come out from Jree specifically burst things down. It's huge.
We're looking for that engaged bottom lane crescendo coming out. Not actually going to grab anyone. Really good counterplay from Jree. We're desperately trying to hold on to this bottom tower. It has been chipped away down to 91 hit points. Rekkles doing some amazing work down here with nRated. 107 creeps to the 93 and a kill and an assist above counterpart there to the Ezreal. And Ezreal has a pickaxe first. Usually we would see more of a Trinity Force build, something with a phage, but we're not seeing any of that today.
No, I think Ezreal at this point is just kind of like, I need damage. I need something consensual to this lane that he really just needs, so that when he went back to the shop, you know what? The first thing I can buy is a pickaxe. I gotta get myself back into this. And it's honestly, it's not a terribly bad idea. Wolves TheTess getting kind of engaged on, had a root there, but Rekkles wasn't close enough, or Rekkles wasn't close enough. But yeah, that bottom turret, anybody just breathes and that thing falls down.
Boom. The big bad wolf blew your house down. Yeah, top lane, however, sOAZ getting 2v1, and this is going to be only great for FNATIC, because it looks like he's going to be okay for now. Out goes that Dragon Kick. Did not hit knee Godbro, but we are kind of running a bit low on mana, and yeah, he will be able to walk out of this one. But because it was 2 versus 1 top lane, that means the Dragon did die for FNATIC. So not only are they taking the first tower, they're also adding a lot of global gold on top of that with that Dragon. Should see the next one around the 19-20 minute mark, and it's just kind of snowballing at this point. We're about 13.5 minutes in, 5k up for FNATIC. I don't want to say the game's over, but it's looking to be a little bit of a tough road ahead here for the Wolves.
Yeah, FNATIC is actually doing something really specific. They're not going for any really huge lead at any point in time. They're noticing, hey, we can get this safely, or hey, we can get that kill safely, or we can get that dragon safely, and they're just stacking small advantages on top of everything. Because when it comes down to it, I mean, the teams are very close. I mean, even with that 5,000 gold lead, they're still not so far ahead that a team fight is immediately going to go in their favor. So FNATIC is playing this one extremely well when it comes down to just this poke and stay safe game. xPeke right now engaging onto Bjergsen. Bjergsen volleying up into the air. He flashes back out, but a crescent strike finishes off under the turret. That was fantastic.
That was well
say
played.
So myself.
A little bit of a support clash in the jungle, looking for that Stranglethorns. Is going to get Jree, going to go for the kill, but nRated does drop. Ace in the hole, however, will be able to finish it off, and the Jree passive able to land some damage here on top of the TheTess, and he does drop to, was that the teleport gank? Yeah, that was the teleport gank. sOAZ coming in on top of that one. Maybe going to look for the Sonic Wave on top of Sven's, but at the same time, just going to be taking those wolves. So now we do got Cyanide here with the Oracles, and Oracles did get a little bit of a nerf in terms of Season 3. It does now have a set duration on it. You can't exactly have it the whole game, but either way, does not notice any wards. In fact, the only person with wards in the inventory right now is Mundo. Not even our support, but we do got the Ruby Sightstone now finished off for just Sona, actually not Jree. Jree not even close to one, although she does have the Philo now.
Yeah, at this point, it's a good idea to get that Philo. She could even build into Eliza's Miracle and it still be worth it. But it looks like right now, FNATIC trying to engage on something mid lane. The THETess starting to get caught out. Rekkles and sOAZ doing a ton of damage. Finishes him off. And just continuing to push the mid lane. Meanwhile, we have Godbro right now just pushing top. sOAZ just sitting down in the front. Bjergsen almost getting taken out. Diana ulting in. Sona gets taken out as well. And Mundo getting cleaned up underneath that turret. Every time we get closer to just one of those very little advantages, I mean, you can clearly see it come up onto the map. FNATIC is just taking such a strong lead as it is.
Oh! The true shot.
Coming down and finishing off Diana. That one almost hit. That would almost take out Cyanide and nRated too.
Poor sOAZ. He didn't get that home guard. He wasted the whole thing. He had rockets on his feet and he didn't use them. But no, a little bit of a great pickup kill from the THETess. A little bit of a consolation, but still, the kills are just so massively in favor of FNATIC. I mean, we dived past the tier 1 turret and even past the inhibitor turret, and we did not get a single thing except for that true shot barrage from the Wolves. So 14-4 now, ballooning their lead up to a 7,000 gold lead. And as you said, Godbro, he was up top pushing that top lane, so they do have a tower to the Wolves' name, but because he was not at that team fight, they did drop it 4-0. What kind of difference would a Malphite with a Sunfire and that unstoppable force would have made on a 2-tower dive?
It played right, he maybe could have turned it around, but it's a very iffy situation. I mean, it's not something you don't specifically want to avoid when it comes down to it. But in that situation, I honestly feel like the way their team has been running this game, that tower pickup up top is still a little bit safer. But obviously, a Malphite ult at just the right time under the right turret could have turned things around completely, especially when Diana was going down on top of Bjergsen. He could have taken it out.
Well, top lane, I mean, this is the time to shine. We do got that flash, but a great jump over the wall there from Bjergsen coming here on top of sOAZ. There is no tower for him to go to, but he is going to be able to throw down that ward safeguard to it. He has now built a little bit of distance between him, so they are going to trade out 1 for 1, but bottom lane does look like FNATIC was able to 3-man push down the tower with the help of Cyanide. Cyanide does have himself the Spirit of the Ancient Golems. He has upgraded his stone. Other than that, just the tier 2 boots. But still, I mean, I was looking for that Malphite Unstoppable Force top, and they were finally able to take down xPeke. He is going to be sitting at a 6-4 scale. He has a Rabadon's at 18 minutes in. That's just so ridiculous. But yeah, FNATIC, I still think they got the better of that trade.
Yeah, I would definitely agree to that. And one of the things I actually wanted to point out, Cyanide picking up that Spirit of the Ancient Golem, that provides tenacity. So on top of Olaf having the tenacity from that, he can actually pick up that Ninja Tabby and not have to worry about crowd control at all. So that extra reduced damage from physical sources, it's pretty huge.
Yeah, because they did remove all those extra tenacity items out of the game. To be honest, though, like, whoever used them, it was very few and far between that you really ever saw, like a Moonflare, for example. But either way, 19 minutes in, both of our AD carries are going to be picking up the Infinity Edges, and again, something to note, not a Triforce for the THETess. He did go straight into the Infinity Edge. He does have that Vamp Scepter and 1 Doran's Blade, and it basically the idea is here that 403 Rekkles has an extra Doran's on top of that, and the Brawler's Gloves have been started. So are we going to see more of a Phantom Dancer, or are we going to see more of a Static Shiv, I wonder?
Ooh, that could actually go... I guess it could go either way. I would assume at this point a Phantom Dancer, with the way it's been going, but it could very well be a Shiv. One thing I wanted to point out is, that Ezreal was just a little bit too early. FNATIC picking up that Dragon...
Yep.
Wolves almost getting that one. But the one thing I wanted to point out, with the Ezreal getting the Infinity Edge, it only means that he wants to commit to him being in a fight, rather than sticking to the pokes from a fight. So that's pretty much the only reason we didn't see a Trinity Force coming out of him. Even with Sona and Ezreal, the poke from a Zyra Caitlyn is it's almost they almost want you to try to poke them down. They almost want you to set you up. So having that Infinity Edge really allows him to just sort of get into a fight and commit to a fight rather than trying to poke something down and trying to get a small advantage when it comes to it.
We finally got to see sOAZ get that home guard going off. Nice rockets coming out of your feet there, but again, 15-5, 20 minutes in. Looks like a little bit of a dragon attempt going to be going down here in the mid. Do we actually have any vision? We have no vision of this Baron for the Copenhagen Wolves, and they do see Diana mid, so xPeke doing a really good job of just throwing them off their senses. Does not matter. This thing is dying really, really quickly. 1,000 hit points, 500, and it is down. A good smite coming out of Cyanide, and now the time is upon us to have the team fight of the century, 15-5, and it does look overwhelming for FNATIC with a Baron buff. I mean, they haven't lost a team fight to date.
No, they've been just absolutely fantastic. And it may not just be the Rekkles pickup. When it comes down to it, FNATIC's team just meshes. And it's not something we're seeing a lot of teams really do. Especially even European and North American teams. They're not meshing. They don't expect their team members to do exactly what they're going to do at the exact right times. And FNATIC is just all over it. They know exactly, like Lee Sin can expect, or sOAZ can expect what Cyanide's going to do when he comes to top lane, and he just naturally feels it. And we can clearly see how their team works in this play.
Apparently I called that Baron attempt a dragon attempt, so I do apologize to the fans out there. Top lane, though, I mean, sOAZ just split pushing. We got Caitlyn down south as well. The three-man pressure from FNATIC in the mid, just keeping four of the Wolves at bay. And, this kind of split pressure, we don't really seem to have too much of an answer from the Wolves about this. I mean, they're kind of just swarming at this mid, and this is not going to be good. If Rekkles can just keep pushing right in and we engage in the mid, I mean, he might be able to just win the game uncontested.
Yeah, at this point, Wolves needs all 5 of their members for a team fight, especially with the Baron buff, but even without it, they absolutely need all 5 members. FNATIC is taking advantage of this. They know that if Rekkles keeps pushing bot, if the pressure is on top, and sOAZ right now popping in right into the middle of the team, gets taken down by the Sona, xPeke right behind it as well. A nice crescendo going down on top of him. Bjergsen and Svenskeren actually making it out. Israel flashing over, or popping over to that wall. xPeke still really low. That team fight actually went in Wolves' favor almost. It looked like sOAZ was just a little bit too eager to get into that fight. But FNATIC was able to take down that bottom lane turret. All of them are low as well, so they almost get down that inhibitor. But that inhibitor is a very big threat as it stands to it. But a nice pickup there by nRated.
Yeah, the support Jree.
Yeah, you really do not build her like a support. It's almost like another AP carry.
Oh my goodness, we're going right here on top of Rekkles, not going to get it. In fact, turning it around on top of Elise, not looking so healthy, but Cyanide there as well. xPeke looking for that crescent slash. In fact, just jumps right into Svenskeren. It looks like they're going to be trying to go for him. The Unstoppable Force going out for that counter initiation, but it will be Rekkles and that Piltover picking up that kill. And now Godbro running for his life, has to get out with that flash. And it does look like that will be enough, but still damage is done. Tower is down. Inhibitor also dropping. sOAZ is going to be pushing out that top lane, but still doesn't matter. They didn't have Lee Sin. They were still able to get, 2 kills at Tower and an inhibitor? Yeah, FNATIC is just on a roll this game.
Yeah, no kidding. I mean, even outside of the game, just the way things have been going, and ooh, that Ezreal ult almost again. TheTess, I gotta give him something, because his Ezreal ults they're so close, and they're almost blind when it comes down to it too. So I really see a lot of potential coming out. I mean, when it comes down to it, Wolves is a very strong team. They do have a lot of potential, but FNATIC is just they're on a ball when it comes to it. They're all 5 of them are just balancing on this little sort of like kickball. They're all 5 of them on top of it and in perfect synchronization. So it's really hard to beat 5 people that can balance on a single ball.
Yeah, a little bit. A little bit. But you do got that Zeal now coming. Does look like it will be a Phantom Dancer for Rekkles, and he picks up that red. He's sitting at 5-0-4, so 9 of 17 kills. He has been there, and unfortunately, you know, for the Wolves, 0-5-2 on Armando, and just 4s across the death counter on everyone. The only person that actually hasn't really died, we got 3 people without deaths. Olaf, Caitlyn, as well as Malphite. I gotta give props to Malphite for that.
Godbro's top lane is very respectable. I mean, even along the lines of sOAZ, he's just his basic feel of the way top lane works is it just works so well for him. It's just so natural for him.
You can see just so much FNATIC poke going into this mid lane, just trying to get them into a state where they're all going to fall over because this inhibitor is going to be on the line. But the longer we keep the Wolves here mid, that just means, you know, better and better things for this right-hand side, because that inhibitor side is going to be pushing. So we are going to have to force someone to peel, and it will be Ezreal. So now that he has been noticed as going over there, it does not matter. It's going to be that top lane. sOAZ just, again, split pushing this. So Wolves really don't seem to have a defense against this. They can't decide what lane to go defend, and now sOAZ just able to land some free damage on the top tower on top of things.
Yeah, usually what will happen is, and especially on the last patches during the Season 2 patches, what will happen is just a stalemate will happen. You know, both teams don't really want to specifically fight. You know, neither really has a very, very clear advantage when it comes to a team fight. And especially right now, I mean, Wolves extremely far behind, they can still fight as a team and do really well. I mean, they have the ability between Elise's just straight up damage, Ezreal's constant use, and then the unstoppable force right on top of FNATIC. Godbro gets taken down, a nice Soda ult, kind of keeping the flow of the fight, but the TheTess just getting focused out on, and FNATIC clearly coming out on top of that one.
That's a surrender vote, yeah, 5-0. Even with that unstoppable force initiation, could not take anyone, losing 3 team members. And that means that FNATIC is going to take the game in the round robin series here of the THOR Open League of Legends stream. Very respectable win, 20-6. The DreamHack 2012 champions looking in strong form for the first game of the morning.
Yeah, without a doubt, FNATIC is just, I can't say it enough. They're super strong, just as a team and in general. They've been doing absolutely everything right. They've been responding to situations exactly correct. They've been picking exactly what they need to pick, and they've been doing everything that they absolutely need to do.
There's the scoreboard for you guys. Just take a quick gander at that. We are going to talk to the admins, figure out what the next game is going to be, because now we are running a little bit late. I'm very curious to see if we will keep to the schedule. But guys, you are watching the THOR Open League of Legends stream, first annual. If things go well, of course, we will be more tournaments from the THOR. $87,000 across all the games being played today. StarCraft 2, CSGO. I think we even had some fighters on top of that. League of Legends, Dota. I mean, there's a lot of esports being played right now in Stockholm. So we will be right back with updates on the next game. I've been the fourcourtjester, with me insigmatheory, and we'll catch you guys in a few moments. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the THOR Open League of Legends first annual tournament. Oh my goodness, that game, man. FNATIC really coming out strong at game number 1, but it will not matter because we got Wolves versus Team Alternate here for game number 2. I'm the fourcourtjester, with me insigmatheory. You got, you been playing in traffic or something, Insigma?
I am not. But I think I know what that is. Hold on.
But we got the picks and bans ready to roll. Team Red, Team Blue, ready to go here in beautiful, I can't say it, but Kistamässan? It's in Stockholm. It's in Stockholm.
Is that what it is? Kistamässan. We should make a game out of this.
How many times can these casters get the name of the city wrong? Yeah, probably a lot. Either way, on your left-hand side, Copenhagen Wolves coming out 0-1 so far in the round-robin play, but this is their chance to shine up against Team Alternate, better known as ForellenLord's team, the Trout Lord, the 3000 Elo. Yeah, he's really up there.
He was really good. I mean, I haven't seen him much lately, but that's mostly because I haven't been paying that much attention. But when it comes down to it, he's really good.
When you come down to it, I mean, all these guys are that upper echelon of the League of Legends. I mean, pretty much everyone here is Diamond, and Diamond is, what, less than 1% of the entire population? So yeah, I'm going to go with they're really good. Now,
oh, definitely.
Last game, Wolves pretty much just got trod all over by FNATIC. It was pretty heartbreaking. 20-6. Some really, really powerful team fighting coming out of FNATIC. So this round, I mean, we see that Katarina ban once more coming out of the Wolves.
Katarina right now is just, as a pick in general, she's very strong. I don't know that it's a very specific ban against ForellenLord, but just in general, the way the game goes when you have a Katarina in the game, it's almost like pre-nerf Eve. You have to play extremely safe all of the time, no matter what.
You know what? Orianna, Diana, Katarina. Yeah, they're pretty much just pure banning ForellenLord.
Yeah, Orianna still very, very strong. I haven't changed anything that she does lately. Diana, especially right now, very strong champion at the moment. I mean, nothing really beats Diana mid lane. At least no hard counters. And I think that's something that Riot's especially going for. But we did see Wolves pick up Eve as their first pick. So that's definitely going to be an Eve mid. I mean, I highly doubt they would take Eve to the jungle. I mean, it very well could, but I'd be willing to bet on the Eve mid. And then we see Alternate picking up a Zyra and an Olaf.
Yep, Zyra apparently going to be thrown down into that support role with Jree, but Olaf, I mean, we just saw an Olaf last game, pretty decent, strong support. I mean, he got that first blood with that counter gank, and he was able to really hold himself up very well in the jungle. So, is this going to be a mirror match of what we just saw from the ADCs? We got TheTess on Ezreal yet again, and Metalx might be locking in a Caitlyn. But at the same time, Bjergsen, he took away, again, another one of those big played champions from ForellenLord. So not only do we got the 3 bans, but the first pick, again, just aimed at that ForellenLord.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, you really want to shut down like the star member of the team. And even if you don't have someone specifically you want to ban out, just banning out one person and then turning around and shutting everyone else down really opens the door to how you can control the game. So we see Wolves picking up Elise and Ezreal after the first 2 from Alternate. Elise definitely going for that top lane as she runs, Magic Pen and cooldown reduction, and she just absolutely dominates who she's against. Kind of doesn't really too much matter who they are. Lux and then Caitlyn being picked up on the other side for Alternate. So we're seeing that Caitlyn Zyra bottom lane and a Lux mid lane. I have seen ForellenLord play Lux. I'm not gonna lie, I would be very scared of it.
Quick note for everyone there at home: this is Season 3 patch. It's not the tournament realm, and Nami is auto-banned, so that is why we don't see any bans or picks coming out from the newly released champion. But you do make a point. I mean, Lux mid, Communist Puppy, I know, likes to run that Lux mid, and of course Froggen, world-class Lux mid. My goodness, lasers just spot on. But with the Lux, you do have a lot of long-range control. Combo that with Caitlyn, again, really big long range on her auto attacks and her Piltover, and of course the Ace in the Hole. So we could see a lot of poke coming out of these guys, especially with Jree, if he is going to be on that Zyra. I mean, that's a lot of sustained poke that you can have for these team fights.
Yeah, most definitely. Cho'Gath being picked up on the side of Wolves and Blitzcrank as their last pick, so it's definitely going to be a Blitzcrank Ezreal bottom lane with a Cho'Gath jungle, Eve mid, and Elise top. Whereas alternate picking up that last being Warwick. So we're going to see actually a Warwick jungle. Out of the new Season 3, the single target junglers actually being slightly buffed when it comes down to clear time and just outside of farming. So we do see that Olaf top lane, and he very well could be again, 1v2. They could definitely actually switch and have the Olaf go against a Blitzcrank. I would still feel really uncomfortable putting an Olaf versus a Blitzcrank. Blitzcrank kind of shuts down a 2v1 lane. Olaf using those axes, getting an early blue buff can kind of, farm out that bottom lane and just kind of stay safe while the top lane, moving their AD carry and the support up to top, would kind of shut down the Elise in that event. But having the Blitzcrank, having to pull, even just getting close enough to axe is a very scary thing for Olaf to do.
Well, we are going to see what they do want to run, but Cho'Gath in the jungle, and as you said, Warwick, those single targets coming back. It's almost like we're being thrown back to the beginning of Season 2. When you mentioned Evelyn jungle, I was like, wow, this really could be the beginning of Season 2 once again, but no, she's just too solidified in her role as a mage there in the mid, especially since her remake.
Yeah, the burst from her ult alone just kind of it really just screams mid lane champion. It really just screams mid lane AP carry. Now again, we could also see Elise go mid lane, and the Eve go top, but assuming that Eve wants to roam and assuming that Eve wants to control the flow of the entire map, I would very much assume that we're going to see very standard play out of both of these teams.
Well, nothing really too weird there on Metalx, although he is running heal. And we do got that cleanse once again on the TheTess. Jree, however, that bottom lane Zyra will be rocking that ignite, and it's still going to be that exhaust for the Wolves. So the Wolves not really embracing this support ignite philosophy that we've now seen 2 games in a row with their opponents.
A lot of what we're seeing lately is a lot of teams moving away from having an exhaust, which exhaust is used mainly to shut down a champion during a team fight. You put an exhaust on whatever carry right now that is on the enemy is really doing good, and you've completely changed the flow of that fight. So when you see something like alternate not give that exhaust, they're really saying we're not going to focus on shutting down one person. We're not going to focus on doing one thing. They're planning to go even across the board. They're planning to control everything as it goes.
I'm looking at Godbro and his runes. He actually has physical damage and attack speed on his Elise, but all of his masteries, at least the ones in the offensive tree, are all ability power based. And he does have a nice spread. It is mostly defense. Godbro did fairly decent up top. I mean, he did not win against sOAZ in terms of just the kills or the farming, but at the same time I think his was the last lane to go down, and he himself only sustained I think 1 death the entire game. So we're gonna have to see if we can start bringing some more oomph here to the Wolves' lineup. 20 seconds to go here as we do start round robin number 2, THOR Open in beautiful Stockholm. I hear it's snowy and now bright, so I hope it is quite the dazzling sight, but we're playing League of Legends. Who cares about the outside world right now?
I don't know, man. I live in Arizona. I live in the middle of a giant desert. What is snow like? Can you tell me that?
It's like sand, but tastier.
Really?
And it falls from the skies. Yeah.
Well, we get sand falling from the sky here, but that's an entirely different story. Dust storms are not fun.
No, I can't imagine that they are. So Team Alternate, I do recall there was a little bit of drama with them in the ESL EPS League. In fact, I do believe that they actually got banned out for just general tardiness. Thankfully, though, it was not them being tardy today. That was all FNATIC. Oh, FNATIC.
Yeah. A lot of tournament organizers nowadays are starting to they're really kind of laying down that law, and they're saying, you know what, guys, this is what we're doing. You got to follow it, and making an example. I mean, it sucks, but at the same time, I'm really happy to start seeing that.
All right, so guys, we are now into the game. Your blue corner, the Copenhagen Wolves, currently down 0-1. Going to be trying their luck here against Team Alternate. But man, oh man, that Trout Lord, ForellenLord, he's still 2400 rated even after the soft elo reset. So that's still pretty amazing to me. Wonder if he'll hit 3000 elo once again. But him and Alternate are going to be here. First game of the day for them. A little bit delayed because we did start off a little bit later. But in terms of level 1, nobody is really beelining it anywhere. I would expect the Wolves to invade, though. They do have a Blitzcrank.
Yeah, between having the Blitzcrank on top of the Cho'Gath for a Rupture, that level 1 team just seems really strong. I mean, it obviously is, but it just feels very strong, especially when you're up against a Warwick. Having that early jungle being shut down, I mean, it's almost a key moment. So with them not invading, I'm wondering if they have something else planned.
Well, I'm just taking a quick look here at the items, and once again you see multiple crystalline flasks on the Wolves, but a lot of wards yet again as well. Explorer wards, sight wards. I'm looking at Jree though. Has a vision ward, 2 sight wards, the Explorer ward, and the Total Biscuit. I mean, 5 items start. Pretty terrible stuff.
Yeah, 5 items, OP, we win.
Yeah, pretty much. So yeah, no level 1 going to be going down. It's going to be starting off Wolves. Hopefully Warwick does not mind massacring his cousins, but at the same time we're going to be starting off nice simple blue here for Cho'Gath as well.
Yeah, very standard start out. And looking at the way things are setting up, Wolves this time no one going for those double golems bot lane. As we were talking about, it's now a very
hard,
risky thing to do. You have to decide right away whether something's going down. Blitzcrank landing a grab onto Jree. Jree actually landing the ignite onto TheTess. Kind of trading back and forth.
Yes, hit points for hit points, but at the same time, neither team really has those sustains, so they're going to have to be chugging those pots, get those health points back. But also, I mean, Jree throwing down that ignite really early means it's not going to be there for that next, 2-minute window or so. So we might have an opportunity here to be able to grab that first blood if it does not go down on top of Godbro top lane. His Elise is getting stomped on.
Yeah, Kerp at this point knows that he just has to toss those axes. I mean, if he lets Godbro use those Qs, and oh my gosh, first blood goes down on top of Metalx.
As I said, you got that window. They did not have that ignite to count anything there from Jree, and they don't really have enough to stop both of the Wolves. I mean, we didn't even have to use Flash really on either of them. At the same time, we already now use Flash and heal and the first blood going down on top of Caitlyn. Yeah, bottom lane is going to be in really good shape.
Without a doubt. And especially when you see both of them start that long sword, they're looking to get their items right away. They're not going for a kind of a safer route. They're building into something.
Already. Wow, this Ezreal. Svenskeren going to come into the mid. Lots of ignites going down, as well as the flash. Looking for the kill on top of ForellenLord, but it just will not work. And look at that double buff on both the jungler as well as the mid here for Alternate. This is going to be a pretty powerful mid lane if they do just kind of stick it out. But either way, all 4 buffs right now being controlled by Alternate. That is something to behold for an early game advantage.
Yeah, without a doubt. When you have that double buff on the mid lane from that first kill or the kill off of the jungler, I mean, not only are you dealing with a gold lead, now you're dealing with an enemy that has almost unlimited mana.
Yep. That's the point of the blue. Unlimited mana, extra cooldown reduction, just spam, spam, spam. Keep shoving that lane so as to deny you that creep farm. So Kottenx is going to be coming up here. Bjergsen on that Eve just going to be able to run away. Pretty easy stuff. Yeah, he's going to be able to be okay on that one. In terms of the gold, still pretty even. 1 kill a piece. And in terms of the creeps, I mean, look at that top. Kerp almost doubling Elise this early.
Yeah, when you're up against an Elise, the best route to do is to really try to harass them out. If you have a champion like Olaf that can just toss those axes back and forth and try to force her out of lane, even if you might burn your ignite early, it's still a better idea than to let the Elise get to that level 3 moment where her Q does so much damage to you that you really can't even stay in the lane to deal with it. That's pretty much first priority when it comes down to it.
I'm looking at ForellenLord actually taking out the Wolves in what looks like to be a pretty healthy manner, and he does have that red and the blue, so he has the mana to spare for it, and that's just going to help him start getting more and more ahead. Now, he does have Chalice, and he also has that Doran's Ring. No boots to start off for him.
No, in situations like this, I mean, obviously with the boots nerf and then the move speed buff to all champions, I mean, as we were saying, it's not exactly... It makes more sense now to not have to. Kerp actually getting dived on and a paw's going down.
You can see her just dangling at the top, just like, oh. And yeah, apparently we have a sound issue here on Ezreal. Yeah, I'm going to say Kerp is going to go down.
Ooh, actually, yeah. Should we make a bet on this one, whether or not he actually makes it away?
He doesn't have Flash or Ignite, and he's under his own tower. She has enough hit points to tank 1 or 2 turret shots. I don't see Kerp coming out of this one alive.
Oh, that's gotta feel really bad. I mean, when you're sitting there, you have it paused, and you're just watching that Elise just fall from the sky. That would probably... I don't know how I'd feel about that one.
Sound issue. Top lane issue. Oh, ForellenLord. You are too cute. Kerp, big playing. Yeah. I'm calling cheats. All right, well, we'll see what they want to do. Svenskeren did drop in that mid lane, did give away those buffs, but when he went back to town, again, no boots for him, went for that ruby crystal. Is he going to be looking to upgrade the Hunter's Machete first, or is he just opting to get the ruby crystal over anything else at this point, just for increased ganking pressure?
I would assume that he's actually not looking to upgrade that Hunter's Machete really early. It's actually not a bad idea to just sort of sit on a Hunter's Machete. I mean, the amount of damage that it gives, it's pretty big, but having that extra health to not only sort of tank things out and last trades a little bit longer, it's kind of a big deal.
In the words of Ron Burgundy, I'm kind of a big deal. Yeah, for sure. Again, I'm also looking around. Like, we don't have boots on Kerp up top.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe he's wishing he did, but he has rejuvenation beads at this point. Elise doesn't have him either. We don't have him on Ezreal or bot lane. I mean, this is just emerging as more and more, as you said. Like, the level 1, you just don't go boots. The only person... In fact, we only got 3 people in the game with boots. 3 out of 7. 30%.
Yeah, I mean, we're obviously seeing the Caitlyn pick up boots against Ezreal, so you want to dodge those skill shots. Having a Lux, having boots against a Eve, who doesn't really have necessarily, I mean, skill shots. She has one, but it's not so much an aimed one as it is an indirect one. So she doesn't really need the boots on it as well. The only one I'm really looking at here is Warwick. He needs those boots to get to lanes faster. I mean, he's still not level 6 yet, but I mean, having that is kind of important.
He's getting there. He's level 5 in a little bit, but yep, down goes Kerp. Godbro just gonna able to walk out of that one. Only took 1 turret shot, so yeah, Kerp in the dust. Now this should be a good chance for some CSing top lane. What a great hook that bottom lane though. Using that net, Metalx is going to be okay, and it is going to be a Philosopher's Stone, and there's the boots coming out for Olaf as well. Now we are going to be shoving this top lane. Godbro knows exactly what to do. We do got a Warwick coming up just to kind of babysit it a little bit. He's also going to receive a nice experience boost in terms of that, but nope, business as normal. 2-1, a little bit of a gold lead here for the Wolves. What a great blitz down south, grabbing that minion.
I'm just so captivated by this blitzcrank that I want to make sure that I'm there when he gets a grab. I want to be the one to go, yeah, you got a grab.
Well, I
No,
will.
most
I will leave
definitely.
that to you then, sir.
No. All right. So, yeah, I mean, we did see actually kind of one of the bigger things I wanted to point out. Elise actually started the lane without buying any items in particular. The only real item she bought was that crystalline flask. She just started that crystalline flask, potions, and wards. She didn't even so much as buy boots or any actual physical item when it came to the lane. So, I mean, we're kind of seeing that same thing as you know, Mordekaiser mid lane running 13 health potions.
Dyrus, oh man, that takes me back. 13 health potion more. I think I was watching Scar's stream, and he went up against an AP mid with cloth armor and 5 potions. He just kind of freaked out. Metalx, once again, getting hit by that grab. There goes that exhaust as well, and TheTess were able to solidify another kill in this bottom lane against this Caitlyn. So Caitlyn with boots does not matter against a Blitzcrank whatsoever, as he's able to just really start landing some of these hooks. I gotta say, you know, XO winner, landing those hooks has really done a good amount of work for TheTess bottom lane. 60 creeps to 37, 2 kills to 2 deaths. It's pretty obvious who's winning that bot lane.
Yeah, without a doubt. It's the boots, the nerf from the boots altogether really made it kind of an issue of whether or not. I mean, I was really excited to see that the boots were getting nerfed, because I was thinking, yes, we can go back to the days where not everyone starts the same item. We can go back to the days where mid lane starts amplifying tome, or even a jungler starts amplifying tome. You know, we go back to the really core piece of League of Legends and strategy.
Yeah, and in Season 3, I mean, again, like, a lot of theory crafters are going to be very interested in this patch simply because it's a big tournament. It's the first tournament on this new patch. Godbro up top, however, is going to be able to steal out those golems. Kerp, for whatever reason, deciding to try his luck at them. Did get off his axe on top of knee Godbro. In fact, he's kind of doing a pretty decent chase here, but it is going to force that spider's web to go on up. Kerp still chasing over. We do got Kottenx coming in with that flash. Forces out the flash from knee Godbro. There goes the suppress, but not too sure it's going to be enough. So flashes aside. Really good attempt here from Team Alternate. Almost called him Team ForellenLord. Wow.
It's close enough as it seems. FLord almost missing that binding onto the Eve, just barely hitting it though. Eve, yeah, was starting to turn around and trying to cut off the Lux there. But you saw, especially when Koten was going up there to land his ult onto Godbro, ForellenLord was about there with that laser to sort of just seal the deal. But he didn't quite get there in time.
Yeah. Flashes have a tendency of just moving out of your range. That's the whole point of the spell. But, you know, lives to see another day. That's all right. I do think we actually have the blue on ForellenLord right now. Yes, we do. So about a quarter left on that. Eve actually starting to roam. Come in bottom lane. She does have her blue as well. Could we see a dive? Yes, it was a grab onto Metalx. There goes the Stranglethorn and the True Shot Barrage. And Bjergsen actually able to pick up the kill from afar with that ultimate. With the Ignite, is able to solidify that double kill. Really good roaming out of him. And what happened to ForellenLord? Yeah, he went to town. He went shopping.
Double kill onto Eve it's a very scary moment. When you turn around and think, well, there could be an invisible woman with a lot of burst right behind me, and I have no idea.
It's a scary thought. I'm not going to lie. A lot of people do have trouble just kind of dealing with the stealth aspect of this game. Twitch, Evelyn, others. Shaco, the scourge of solo queue. Once again, top lane getting just pounced upon. Is going to go up with that Elise. Comes back down. They're just kind of waiting for it. Yeah, and she does drop to this gank. Did not have a flash to get out of that one. Flash cooldown, not exactly as short as the suppress coming out of Warwick. So really good capitalization on the top. But still, they dropped that bottom again. And 0-3-0 on Caitlyn. She's just getting farther and farther behind as time goes on.
Yeah, that bottom lane from Wolves is just, it's the goal that they're getting from it is just insane. Top lane right now, Alternate solidifying that tower, getting taken down. Warwick spent the time up there. Bjergsen and Cho'Gath heading up towards from that river. Both teams kind of trying to stay safe.
Yeah, they're pinging on the wrong bush, unfortunate for them. I'm a little curious as to, I mean, they killed off the bottom, and then they knew there was 2 top. They did not go for a dragon. Just making sure, yeah, it's totally still there. Would have been a really nice time to grab that dragon. I mean, you had no bottom lane support, and you knew where the other 2 were. That would only leave Lux. I guess Lux could be a bit dangerous in terms of being able to take it out from afar, but still would have been a really nice opportunity to solidify some global gold. But as it stands, first tower down, top lane, about 11 minutes in, and not going to Wolves.
No, right now, Warwick and Olaf headed towards the mid lane. Lux Laser did go off, getting some damage on Bjergsen with that ignite. And it looks like Alternate starting to set up for the Dragon.
Yeah, I mean, hey, if we did not take advantage of it here for the Wolves, might as well. A really good grab here on Jree. Gets turned around by that blitz with the silence and the true shot barrage, so maybe we're not going to have quite the presence that we wanted here. We also got the Lux Laser down, the final spark, not ready to go, so it is going to be a 5-on-4 if we do this. And yeah, we're just going to be forcing Alternate right out, and that means that we do have an opportunity for the Wolves to pick up the Dragon as is.
Alternate had to back out from that Dragon the minute Jree went down. They just said, no, we can't absolutely handle this. Wolves actually picking that up. A Blitzcrank hook going down onto Kotten. Kotten almost getting taken down. He actually almost makes it out alive. TheTess picks that up with another auto attack. Kerp almost trying to make it out of this one. The Ragnarok coming down, and it was not enough. TheTess picking up that one as well.
Nice double pickup for the Wolves. Plus, the Dragon did not get Smite stolen, but it was Kerp. He was trying to grab a kill. He did use his flash to just try to get off that final attack, but, you know, flash for a flash, and he's just kind of left out in the open. And once again, I mean, we have 5 kills, 2 assists on an Ezreal, and we only have 8 kills in the game for the Wolves. So 5-0-2. He's been there 7/8 of every kill, and I just don't want to hit this gold button, but he's at 5,600 gold compared to Caitlyn at 3K. We have an infinity edge at 13 minutes 40 seconds.
I really think Wolves wants to seal the deal when it comes to the Ezreal. I mean, they're focusing a lot on their bottom lane and showing it out and saying, hey, you know, we're controlling this. We're going to make this go our way. And I mean, with the Blitzcrank, he still doesn't even have boots as it stands, but he's almost getting the Ruby Sightstone. I mean, he has the Ruby Crystal, he has the Philo Stone. They're just controlling the map. I mean, when it comes down to it. They did lose that top lane turret, so the gold from that Dragon is still a little bit even. Obviously, Alternate still has a slight advantage from the Dragon gold, but it's not gonna be that close if it's continuing to go the way it is.
ForellenLord just making use of the laser to poke down Svenskeren. Bottom lane, though, an infinity edge against only a pickaxe. Like, look at the creep difference there as well. 35 creeps up. Ezreal's just doing some amazing work. And 006 on that blitz. Yeah, he has been there 6 out of 8. And that, I mean, we were just talking about this back at the pause. I mean, boots, you know, does not seem to be super important to get that first must-have item anymore. And, you know, we do have that overdrive ready to go on winner just in case anything does go wrong. But with the test there, like, who does he need to run from?
Right now, Bjergsen actually getting set up on mid lane. ForellenLord taking quite a bit of damage. Bjergsen actually getting finished off. All 3 members. Binding almost hitting down onto Cho'Gath. Cho'Gath making it down the mid lane. They're just continuing to put the pressure onto it. There's the laser going down, finishing off of Cho'Gath. And ForellenLord actually picks up 2 kills off of that engagement.
Nice double. The double seems to be the theme of today. We got that True Shot Barrage going out. It will interrupt ForellenLord. He is not going to be able to go back to town quite yet. So now, is he going to suicide? I think he's just going to give it up.
I think he is too. I mean, you can't really go back through that to try to deal with it. Yeah, you're just gonna have to say, you know what, I'm not gonna make it out alive. I'd rather just die and not give them the money.
Yep.
But it looks like Godbro up top, split pushing, trying to take down that top lane turret and even that gold gap just a little bit more. The gold gap actually isn't as far as it seemed like it would be. I mean, with that pickup of a top lane turret, that's still only, you know, it's a 3,000 lead. Most of it's on Ezreal, so it's a very scary lead. But it's not all that big of one. I mean, you could definitely come back from that.
Yeah, I mean, a nice ace on either side could really start solidifying who is going to be coming out in terms of the money. But we also got, you know, some other items coming out. Haunting Guy is now purchased on both Zyra as well as Lux. And Eve Mid already has that Haunting Guys as well. So we have 3 Haunting Guises in the game. When was the last time you could have said that?
It would have been before my time, to be completely honest. I'm actually wondering which one of them is going to upgrade to that Liandry's Torment item first.
But we are seeing, very similar build here for the Jree that we saw FNATIC run last round, because they did have a very offensive-minded Jree. No more just stacking all the gold pretends, no more just sitting back with that support role. No, she is going very offensive. So is Bjergsen in the mid, trying to defend that tower. Ace in the hole coming out, not going to grab the bind from Jree, but Kerp, I don't think, actually cares about tower damage at this point. He just dives right in. They pick up another kill on top of this Eve, and we do have 5 mid now for alternate, just putting the pressure, putting the hurt on into this tower, and Ezreal is just still nowhere to be found.
No, at this point, I mean, Ezreal wasn't going to make it mid in time for that 3-man push. So we just decided, you know what? I'm gonna just take this bot lane turret, and we're just going to have to, have one of us die for that global gold.
So they traded out 1 turret and a kill for 1 turret. I mean, not the best of trades, but at least they got something out of it.
All right.
Okay, so that'll put us at 8-5, about 3,000 gold difference. And in terms of the Liandry's Torment, I mean, I fully expect the mids to be able to pick them up first, simply because they're farming, quote unquote, lots of money coming their way. But just look at the pressure the TheTess can put up just in bot lane, just with the boots 1. Like, with his arcane shift and the damage he's pumping, Metalx has to go back to town already. And should be his time to farm. I mean, the lane is pushed right up to the tower.
Yeah, Caitlyn at this point is kind of shut out. I mean, you really can't turn around and say, okay, just safely farm for the next 10 minutes and then we'll get us back into the game. But a nice pull coming down on top of ForellenLord. ForellenLord almost getting taken down by the True Shot Barrage. Jree turning around with that Stranglethorn ult. The TheTess having to cleanse out of that one. And it looks like Jree might get taken down by Eve. Eve lands that Q onto Jree, getting taken down, but a bind holds him into place and having to turn that one around. Kerp, though, coming in from the mid lane, flashing forward. Warwick ulting onto the TheTess. TheTess getting taken down. Bjergsen getting focused down right now. A Blitzcrank hook coming in off onto Olaf. Eve actually makes it out alive going through the purple side jungle. Kerp turning around, throwing an axe onto Cho'Gath. Cho'Gath getting finished off. XL winner. Looks like he's going to make it out alive. Elise turns it around onto Olaf, and Koten might be in some trouble. Stun lands down onto Warwick. Neo Godbro still pushing into it. A nice turnaround there by Wolves. And ForellenLord actually looks like he might get taken down as well. But a heal coming out from Caitlyn, sealing that life. Just saving it and saying, you know what? We've been through too much. You're just gonna stay. Just stay.
11-7, a little bit of an extended fight out of that one. I'm more impressed that Bjergsen actually got out of that one. The flash across into the jungle and just able to pop that speed boost, saving his life. Skin of his teeth. I think he had something like 40 hit points left, but wow, what a turnaround. That all started with the Blitzcrank hook on top of ForellenLord, and he didn't even go down. Just a little bit of a testament to how these guys know their classes, and they're just able to keep up with their positioning. So we have an invade coming in. The Wolves, there's just so many wards being thrown down, so many pink wards as well. They really want to contest this blue, and they might be in a good position to actually do it. It is going to get reset. We are going to throw up Kottenx, Kerp as well, but goodbye, Ezreal. That luck, so much damage. We're coming out with the Kottenx, the suppress as well. Axe actually going to be landing here on top of Svenskeren. Could seal the deal on top of him. Another one landing as well, but we do got that hook coming on ForellenLord. No flash this time. And that Silence will be able to take him down with the help of Bjergsen. But Bjergsen without that flash as well. Not looking in the best of positions. Ace in the hole coming out, and Metalx will be able to grab that kill. So all of a sudden, we have this really close game in terms of kills. 12-10 over the last 2 team fights. I think we've had, what, 9 kills? And now Jree getting hit by that Blitzcrank and does drop immediately to Neo Godbro. Did get off that passive as well as the Stranglethorns, but are we going to go for the steal? No. No, I don't think we are.
Kerp is really low. But no, it looks like, the true damage coming out from Kerp was enough to seal it, and seeing as how Blitzcrank was the only one in range to really get that one out, they were able to say, you know what, yeah, we absolutely have this, without a doubt.
He tried his best. Did not get it, but that's okay. But still, I mean, that beginning of that fight, the TheTess just absolutely destroyed ForellenLord picked up that kill. ForellenLord is sitting at 4-2-4, and as I said, you know, since he's quote farming, Liandry's Torment comes out of him pretty easily. So that unique passive of burning people, couple that with all the Lux burst on top of things, and I wonder if we're going to start seeing some one-shot combos.
Yeah, Liandry's Torment, I mean, with that burn, it's so strong. And it's, I almost think that it needs to be almost toned down a little bit. Because what we've been seeing from it is it's turning around fights too early. It's turning around fights too quickly. Because with the passive of the total health, it's almost like, you know, Elise's Q. It's almost like the damage from, you know, Darius's ult and stuff. It's so much of a chunk that it's huge, and having it early on really makes a difference when it comes to, I mean, stacking AP rather than having a percentage of total health. But Jree actually getting grabbed here by XL Winner, a knock-up from Cho'Gath, and a silence coming down on top of it.
Yeah,
Godbro getting zoned out on, repelling off on behind Metalx. Actually, almost might make it out alive. Metalx getting pulled down by Blitzcrank. Warwick finishing off that Elise, and flashing back over that wall from Metalx.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't think the net can actually go right through that, but look at the binding coming down here onto Sven's with the ace in the hole as well. Another grab coming down onto ForellenLord. Has to use that flash to get on out of dodge, but Bjergsen does get grabbed there by Jree. We got Kottenx in the mix of things as well. The suppress coming down. They really want this Eve kill, and ForellenLord will be able to claim that life once more. 5-2-5 on ForellenLord, pretty much on tap with everything. But what happened up here? The TheTess able to take down Olaf as he's split pushing, and I don't think they can actually stop him going back to town. Oh, the laser's so close.
That almost turned around really quickly. But yeah, I mean, the team fights now, look at the gold lead, where it's 34,600 for Wolves to 33,500 for Alternate. Those team fights really sealed, really just sort of closed that gap, and they said, you know, clearly it's not as one-sided as it almost seemed in the laning phase.
Well, that early domination from the Ezreal is kind of getting mitigated by the fact that, you know, he's not there for some of these team fights where he gets insta-gibbed in the beginning, and when you take out an Ezreal out of the equation, I mean, 6-2-3 Ezreal, when you knock that out, it's really, you know, your star player is just gone, and now it's a 5-on-4, and a lot of that farm has been just removed out of the equation. So yeah, we have been able to hold up really well here for Alternate, and yeah, I gotta say, just the long range slows, the long range damages coming out, just really working out well. I mean, look at the damage coming out on top of Winner with that ForellenLord combo, but you know, Jree does drop, is going to be depending on that passive, it will not matter. Bjergsen able to help kill off ForellenLord finally. It is going to be TheTess actually picking that one up, blocking the ace in the hole. Bjergsen is going to be alive, and another great grab on top of Kottenx as he does drop. So yeah, if you don't take out anyone big in these equations, it does not look good for Alternate, as now they've pretty much used every single summoner you can think of just to try to get out of all that. My god, that was what, a 3-for-0?
You know what? The biggest player in this one has got to be those Blitzcrank pulls. I to be honest, I haven't seen, I think I've maybe seen one miss, and it's not even like a hard one to miss. It was just, he's really turning these tides. He's not going for the Olaf. He's not going for he's really just going for Jree, who's the only one that really controls the flow of that fight with the Stranglethorns.
That, and she keeps walking out in front of everything. Yeah.
This is true. I mean, when you turn out a support, your job is kind of a, hey, do I want to be in the front there?
Now,
this is where I'm gonna be.
One thing to note: Winner actually rocking that Oracles, has been doing some pretty decent counter warding, been throwing down a lot of pinks as well. But he does have that Ruby Sightstone, whereas we have nothing of the sort coming out for Jree. So in terms of just ward coverage, I mean, we have one ward for Team Alternate. One ward. In fact, actually, that's probably better than we have for Wolves right now. But that Sightstone alone by itself means we can have that vision on demand, whereas we keep buying these wards from Alternate. It feels very Season 2 style. I mean, even the item builds coming out, like, we don't really see too many of those new items coming out. Really, it's just, what, Liandry's Torment. We have the upgraded Aegis now on Warwick, and, you know, everything else seems to be pretty standard.
Right now, Wolves getting into the red side, or the top side jungle. ForellenLord getting bursted down by the Cho'Gath. Kerp almost getting taken out as well, popping the Ragnarok, trying to get out of the fight. Koten coming up from behind, actually gets an ult off on top of XL Winner. XL Winner gets taken down. Koten gets taken out right behind it, and Zyra and Caitlyn are still the only ones alive. So there was a 3-for-1 trade for Wolves.
Oh my god, look at those crits. TheTess easily taking down Caitlyn, looking for that extra kill, and that is going to be an ace for Team Copenhagen Wolves. 22-13, ace, fairly decent health remaining on everyone. Does not look like a Baron is going to be in the works, but it will be at least a tower, if not two. ForellenLord is back up. Not too sure he can actually snipe off anyone here, and the lifesteal coming out from TheTess just keeping him healthy.
Yeah, Wolves kind of staying safe in this situation, thinking, you know what, maybe we could get another turret, but they're back up in a couple of seconds. We'll just back out here, we'll clear out their jungle, and then, yeah, they're all going to go back to heal and look to set up either something for Baron right now. Nobody even wants to touch that bottom lane. Even though it's being pushed up, I mean, Caitlyn you're seeing is the only one that's kind of reluctant to go down there. If you show any one person down there, an alternate, or Wolves is just going to easily pick up this Baron without contest.
Taking out that pink ward. Winner actually throwing down his silence before he goes into the Baron pit, making sure not to aggro that Baron. Really smart move from him. Sometimes, yeah, low reloads, you forget to do that. Unfortunately, Baron then aggroes and you die, and people call you a blamer. But 22-13, these Wolves are doing some fantastic work. I mean, they did lose against FNATIC 20-6 in game number 1, but they seem to be very much in command against Team Alternate. 22-13, 10-2 on that Ezreal. Does have that Infinity Edge as well as that Phantom Dancer, and now, curiously enough, he has himself a Giant's Belt.
Interesting. Are we actually going to see AD carries go for the survivability rather than straight up glass cannon builds with the new Season 2 items? He just finished his Warbox. So he's clearly not worried about finishing off enough damage. He's just knowing he's got to stay alive in a fight now.
Well, let's compare 10-2 to 1-4. Yeah, I'm not too sure he's actually that worried about it. In terms of like armor across the board, like what we have it on Kottenx, and really that's it. That's the only person actually building armor. So the armor penetration maybe not. We got True Shot barrages as well as the Evelyn AoE going down. Jree throwing down that Stranglethorn's just going to try to reset this fight. He is extremely low hit points. Is going to get a shield there from ForellenLord, so no kills there, but still the damage. Oh, this could be terrible for TheTess. Oh, he does drop to that binding combo from ForellenLord, and God, again, ForellenLord on point with everything. We're going to get that suppress on top of Winner. Does throw out the silence. Will not be enough. Jree actually going to be picking up that kill. Kind of expected Metalx to be able to solidify that. But now with 2 of the Wolves down for 0, are we going to see a Baron?
You know what? I mean, obviously Alternate's going to want to force the Baron at this point. But with how low some of them are, and the Eve still being alive, it's kind of an issue whether or not they should. Eve actually taking out that Zyra who's just alive, and he gets finished off by ForellenLord's ult. Sver's gonna actually just try to make it away. Cho'Gath getting ace into the hole, and a double kill going down onto Kerp, so they're gonna turn around and just start to finish off this Baron, but Godbro is still alive.
Baron still dropping 4,000 hit points, but it's a slow burn, so to speak. Godbro's going to get in there, is able to take out that Caitlyn. Not going for ForellenLord. Okay, he is going to go for ForellenLord, but just like it's playing Ring Around the Rosie, or Ring Around the Baron at this point. Baron, however, has been landing some pretty decent damage. The True Shot barrage does go out, and it will be the Baron going to alternate. Only 3 members. Only 4 members, not Caitlyn. Caitlyn is unfortunately dead, and she will not be getting that Baron, but still, some really good kiting coming out from Team Alternate, and, you know, again, that's just really keeping them here in the game. They might be down in kills, might be down in towers, but, you know, the gold difference is not that heavy.
No, these team fights are actually, they're so close from both teams. I mean, every time something happens, they start to split up, and then they say, you know what, we gotta go back into this, and we see these extended team fights of people turning around and thinking, can I get a kill? Can I stay alive? Can this turn around? And the gold difference now is 700 gold away. I mean, there's 24 kills on Wolves' side to 18 on Alternate, but with And we even see the 5 towers down for Wolves. The difference is coming down to the last hitting. It's coming down to the creep score.
I was wondering when we were just going to see this, but the Black Cleaver has now been finally bought, ladies and gentlemen. Olaf on Kerp, no less. Has a Hex Drinker and then a Frozen Mallet, and now he's going to start shredding away some of this armor with that Black Cleaver. Now, this has been something of a debate, but the Black Cleaver passive is not unique. Doesn't matter to Metalx. He's going to drop. Bam!
Oh, that looked horrible for him to sit on. Godbro engaging on top of ForellenLord. Bjergsen coming down with that Eve ult, but his Stranglethorn's going to keep him and turn around. And Kerp almost actually getting taken down. XL Winner still alive. The laser coming down, just barely missing it. But it looks like Wolves here are going to turn around this team fight. And they say, you know what? We do not care that you have Baron. We're just going to engage on one of you, pick one of you off, and then it's just going to go smooth sailing from there.
A lot of poke here from the Wolves, and I mean, we still got Baron here on Team Alternate, but 3 on 5, I'm not really too sure they can actually defend this out. They are going to land a little bit of damage on top of Winner. Zyra is going to throw out her plants, but down goes the tower. TheTess has absolutely no regard for anything. He's just going to go straight for that inhibitor. ForellenLord taking a little bit of poke as well, and that Arcane Shift really just saving the bacon there of TheTess. Now, Kottenx is going to be speed buffed because of the low hit points there of TheTess. Actually just lost it because of the lifesteal. And they're still in pursuit.
Yeah, I mean, he still has it from Winner, so he's just barely in range, so Warwick still has that speed buff. I mean, he clearly has his ult, and he could kind of turn something around here, but we've got to wait for the entire team to come back up. True Shot Barrage going down the mid lane, clearing things out. A Lux ult coming in, trying to pick off Winner. Makes it out of that one just alive, but a nice grab going down on top of ForellenLord. ForellenLord actually flashing out of this one. Ace in the hole coming in from Caitlyn. And Alternate might actually turn this one around on top of the tower.
Yeah, rubber banding to the extreme here. Down goes the mid inhibitor, but now Alternate able to counter out with that tower. We've already got that flash down for ForellenLord. One more grab on top of him could end his Baron buff. But they don't have any creeps to push into, so if they're going to be into here, they have to tank it. I mean, Kerp could probably tank it well enough, but with 5 members of the Wolves just beating down on you, probably would not last that long.
Yeah, I definitely would not want to sit on a mid lane turret and have an Elise right there just waiting for my health to go down. That alone kind of discourages them from trying to pull something, you know, really risky and trying to get a risky play out from on top of it. So they're just going to turn around, play safe, go back, get the jungle buffs, and heal up and try to turn this one around that way.
Yeah, everyone's actually picking up jungle buffs. At least 3 of the 4 were just picked up. I don't think the red is actually alive right now for the Wolves. So yeah, 3 of the 4 buffs there. Baron should be ending fairly soon as well, which means the respawn timer is going to be coming up fairly soon. But still, we were able to push down at least to the inhibitor tower, if not any past that. But we have 1 inhibitor down for Alternate. That's something they're going to have to keep in mind. That's something that the Wolves need to kind of punish, you know, by pushing out other lanes, because the longer that they can keep Alternate away from that mid lane, just the longer it's going to be pushing by default. And this top lane is looking to be the next target.
Yeah, this is another one of those situations where, you know, having the big bad wolf on your team you want to make sure your towers are made out of bricks. You don't want them to be made out of straw. Just have someone just sort of blow them away, and you know, it's a tower. We're just gonna huff and puff, and it's gonna fall right on down.
Well, Tess does have himself some armor penetration now with that last whisper. Could easily take it out. They're just looking to poke him down. You know, the Wolves want a nice clean ace so that they can just finish up the game, but oh, they're taking their time. Finally, there we go.
Yeah, Alternate had to pull back. They had to have somebody go back and clear out the super minions from their Nexus tower. So Wolves were just kind of banking, waiting on that one to turn into a 45, and then just push straight onto it.
Nice laser coming out from ForellenLord, hitting 3 people, burning them down a little bit, but it's not the biggest of damages. Kerp, however, is going to go in and land his lightning bolt on top of Bjergsen, so he's not looking so hot right now. Ace in the hole on top of things does get blocked out, so maybe the Wolves are going to rethink this one, just kind of go back, do a little bit of shopping. But yeah, because that mid lane was just self-pushing, all they have to do is just bide their time, and these team fights will go in their favor.
Yeah, at this point, I mean, obviously you have to look at it from Alternate's point of view. They can't really go anywhere and solidify anything. They have to wait for their inhibitor to come back up, and even then, it's still iffy. You still have to say, okay, well, we got to make sure mid lane is controlled and exactly the way we want it to be. So Wolves at this point, I mean, even without like vision wards all over the map, I mean, it's not really a revealed map from this point. There's not that much out on it, but I mean, they control the entire map just with having those towers down and just with having an inhibitor down. So at this point, controlling the flow of the game, Wolves has it down.
Wow, we actually have Home Guard on the Sorcerer shoes here for our Evelyn players. So Home Guard plus a little bit of a speed increase on top of that. She could probably rock out to the 600 move speeds. You know, in terms of just those boot enchants, we don't really see too many boot enchants coming out. We have Distortion for our Lux, you know, a little bit of cooldown reduction for Teleport, Flash, and Ghost. That's why she's able to flash so often. But at the same time, I mean, we saw Home Guard last game with the Lee Sin, and now we're seeing it this game with our mid Elise. So a lot of choices out there, but we're not really seeing them explored, really.
No, I mean, the boot enchantments, it's really a better idea to wait towards the end game. I actually wouldn't be surprised to see Alternate start to build the Home Guard a lot on many of their team members, because they're stuck at their base most of the time. So having that instant heal would kind of turn things around really quickly. But it looks like Wolves here, pushing down on top of Baron. Cho'Gath finishing that one off with an ult. A hook comes out over the wall, but ForellenLord actually able to dodge that one. But with that Baron, Wolves is looking to seal something here. They're looking to say, you know what, we got to make sure we win now. Well, we can't push this off any longer.
Inhibs are back up, but we have no towers on either the bottom or the mid lane, so either is really just a viable option at this point. Now, I'm looking at Warwick, and Warwick went for an Iceborne Gauntlet on top of everything, so a little bit of ability power. I haven't seen an AP Warwick in a while. Winner, however, getting chunked extremely low. And that was maybe a little bit of a misplay for him. And the True Shot Barrage, I don't actually think hit anyone.
It didn't look like it. But having that Iceborne Gauntlet on the Warwick, oh, that grab almost missing. But it looks like Koten turning around, ulting on top of Eve. Eve getting shut down by the Lux ult. Winter taking a ton of damage from Metalx. Metalx actually turning around, focusing on Godbro. Godbro getting taken down as well. Cho'Gath still pushing on top of Jree, just committing to that kill. ForellenLord popping a bind out on top of it. Cho'Gath getting taken down, and Alternate right now just kind of barreling down on the Ezreal.
Yeah, and there's a Malphite behind him as well. Arcane Shift is going to pop, but did I call him Malphite? Well, Warwick. Not. Yeah. Wow.
Close enough.
I did not even know this bottom tower was still alive, but does not look like they're going to be able to commit to this. Ace in the Hole is going to go out, and nothing. Yeah, so the sole survivor going to be TheTess from the Wolves, and I think that the thing that went wrong there is you don't fight in small spaces against big AoEs. Look at Zyra, look at the laser, look at the Lux bombs. All that damage just came together so nicely on top of the Wolves that I really just got to think they were baited into that fight.
Yeah, I mean, when we were talking earlier, it's pretty clear that Wolves had to make something happen then. They had just got Baron. They're controlling the way things are going now, and if it goes on any longer, I mean, both teams are going to start to get farmed out. This is the point where everyone starts to get all of your items just naturally with that ambient gold increase. So they knew they had to force something at that point, and Alternate just kind of corralled them down that underside of that lane and just said, you know what? You're going to fight on our terms, and we're going to come out on top of this one.
Well, on top of it, they did. Gold still extremely close. 200 gold between them, despite all the differences in kills, towers, dragons, barons. It is all good. But the big important part here is that, you know, while we did miss out that inhibitor on the mid, we defended the one bottom, and Team Alternate was able to prove that they can still take down the Wolves 5-on-5.
Yeah, when it's not when it's a really close, I mean, even in gold, when it's a really close match, any team fight can just be turned around instantly. All it comes down to is positioning, and Alternate is turning this one around and having perfect positioning almost every time.
Black Cleaver, Mauve Mortius, Iceborne Gauntlets. We got a DFG now on top of the Lux. A lot of armor penetration coming out from this team, to boot. We got the Black Cleaver, we got the Last Whisper, we got another Liandry's on that Zyra now as well. And oh, this could be bad. Godbro getting just absolutely chunked. Throws down that Zhonya's, but he is going to get knocked up by the Stranglethorns. And ForellenLord once again taking the kill with that laser, and kind of a little bit odd positioning as the Wolves are in behind Alternate, but they're trying their best, trying to take down the TheTess, but the TheTess in the back able to take down and pick up that double, and now this could be bad for ForellenLord. He is going to try to flash on out of that, but despite all of that, they just committed too much on top of Godbro, and he might have died, but still 5-for-1 exchange, and this is very likely the game for the Wolves.
Yeah, I honestly cannot see anything else happening out of this one, even if Blitzcrank tanks those turrets just long enough. But I mean, the minions to get there, that was it was almost a really close fight when it started. But once Alternate got kind of grouped up and Wolves just kind of had that out and said, they really turned that fight around when it came to positioning. When Wolves came in from behind, all of Alternate was just stacked up on one point. And it cleared everything out when Wolves turned around and popped, your Evolt, your Cho'Gath knockup, your Blitzcrank silence. It was just, it was over. So huge victory going on towards Wolves. That was, without a doubt, one of the craziest team fighting games I've seen in quite a while.
Well, there's the end scoreboard for you guys. 31-23, 60 assists apiece. My goodness, 42 minutes. That was actually a pretty decently long game for Season 3, but 10-6 on that Evelynn, 14-3 on that Ezreal. Ezreal really still showing that he has it here in Season 3, despite all those buffs, and sorry, not all those buffs, all those nerfs. Yeah, he did totally not get any buffs. But again, like 2 games in a row, we've seen Ezreal not even bothering with the Trinity Force.
No, and it comes down to how they team fight. I mean, if you're spending a lot of time using your Mystic shots, if you're spending a lot of time trying to zone the way the flow of the fight works, the Trinity Force, that's when it's really used. But when you saw them fight, you saw it go completely down onto it. Blitzcrank pulling a Zyra or Metalx in would focus that team fight being really really concentrated. So having the Ezreal with the attack speed buff from his passive, and then having the crit from Infinity Edge, it turns out to be a lot more damage, just straight up, than just having the Trinity Force and spamming your spells.
Alright guys, so Wolves sitting at 1-1, FNATIC was up 1-0. I don't actually know if they won their next game, but I'm going to say yes, because they're in top form this last few months. And at the same time, Alternate going to be dropping 0-1 here in the round robin brackets, which means we're going to go talk to the admins, figure out what we're going to do next. Stay tuned, more games today from the THOR Open League of Legends tournament hosted in Stockholm. I'm the fourcourtjester, with me insigmatheory. We'll update you guys on more details when we have them. Till then, just sit tight. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the THOR Open League of Legends stream. We do have the next game ready to roll. It will be Team Alternate versus Team MOUSESports. Actually, these guys came in as the Mighty Midgets, but they were actually just recently picked up. In fact, yesterday they were announced that they would be under the MOUSESports name. So yeah, pretty good news for them, I think so, Insigma.
That was a very big pickup. I was actually really excited when I read that. I didn't even realize that they were playing today. I wasn't kind of up in the bracket there. But when I saw that, I was just like, holy cow, Mouse picked up a strong team.
And one thing to note here is that this MOUSESports lineup has SuperAZE right there. X-Curse EU.
That's right. He was their AD carry, wasn't he? I could be wrong,
support.
Though. That's okay. Why he was bot lane?
Yeah, bot lane. You're close.
I remember his name there.
All right, red team, blue team, ready to roll. Alternate versus the Mouse Esports. So yeah, not the Mighty Midgets. Actually, nobody even told me that about the Mighty Midgets first off. But good to see people getting picked up here. Now, in terms of everything, we did just see Team Alternate play up against the Copenhagen Wolves, and very even game up to about basically the end fight. That last ace pretty much sealed the deal for them and allowed the Wolves at least to put a win on the table. So this is going to be the chance for Team Alternate to try to put that first win up on their side.
That's right. Currently in the brackets, we've seen FNATIC go 2-0. They have not lost a match yet. MOUSESPORTS has only played one. We're going to see this next game. They're going to be up against Alternate. So they have one win. They won against a team called PlayZ. And then Copenhagen Wolves having that one win from the last game, and then the one loss from the FNATIC versus the Copenhagen Wolves. And then Alternate going into this next match having the one loss. So they're going in pretty heavy-handed, I would feel, but not as much as PlayZ, who is currently 0 for 2. So I gotta imagine they'd feel pretty bad at this point.
It's only 0 for 2. They got 5 games all listed today, which means they could easily go 2-2 by the end of it. But yeah, 0-2 is a terrible way to start off your day.
Yeah, but I mean, when you look at it, you've lost a game to MOUSESPORTS, and then you've lost a game to FNATIC. To be honest, I wouldn't feel all that bad about losing to FNATIC. I'd feel pretty good going up against them, just in general.
Yeah, I mean, they came back from the Season 1 championship to win DreamHack again. And then even there, they flew out all the way to Las Vegas and placed second place against World Elite in IPL 6. So they're pretty much on a very dominating roll. So coming into here, I mean, it's not too surprising they're up 2-0. And I would not be too surprised if we saw them in the finals, to be honest.
No, if it had to be any team, I mean, to just say that this team is gonna make it, FNATIC probably feels like the best team to put that money on.
Alright, so that's enough about FNATIC, guys. We are here, Alternate and MOUSESPORTS. Bans going down. Rengar, Lee Sin, Katarina. Yet again, third Katarina ban of the day. 3 for 3. Evelyn, Diana, Olaf. So 2 out of the 3 bans there, kind of looking your way, ForellenLord. But as previously noted from previous games, I mean, Lux still on the table. Ari, he's like at a 90% win rate with Ari at 15 games played. I mean, those are still things on the table. Of course, Orianna, and maybe, we even see Leona mid. ForellenLord can really do a lot of magic in that mid lane.
That's right. Orianna still hasn't been picked up, and Alternate's picking their first champion with Ezreal, so it looks like, Ezreal's getting set up for that one. So I'm kind of actually surprised they didn't kind of seal an Orianna pick first off. But, I mean, Orianna isn't completely counterable, so I wonder if Mouse is going to be forced to pick an Orianna away from ForellenLord. It's going to be interesting.
I'm just waiting to see what they do want to pick up. We actually had a Shen. I don't think we've actually had a Shen ban today, but this is our first look at a Shen here for MOUSESPORTS. And you know what? We've had 2 Ezreals and 2 Caitlyn's, and so far it's 0-2 for Caitlyn's.
That's right.
No, that's a lie. It's 1-1 for Caitlyn's. Rekkles.
Oh,
Rekkles.
okay, yeah.
Can never really deny a Rekkles. All right, 1-1 for the Caitlyn, but we saw some really good work coming out from an Ezreal last round. I wonder if we're going to see Alternate trying to work that same kind of magic with. And we don't have the ADC actually picked out yet. It will be Mundo, possibly that jungle, and Shen. What do you think of Shen in Season 3? I mean, we have no more Ionic Spark. That was kind of a fun item to roll on.
The Static Shiv still isn't completely bad. I mean, it's a little bit different from the Ionic Spark, but in the whole, I mean, it doesn't completely feel terrible on a Shen. But yeah, there it is, ForellenLord picking up that Orianna that was left to him.
He didn't even think about it. Just pick, done, locked in immediately.
Don't worry, guys. I got this.
Yeah, Jree going to be picking up that Blitzcrank as well. I mean, we saw some amazing hooks coming out from the Copenhagen Wolves last round, and it's pretty much, I mean, again, we've been seeing 2 Blitzcranks in a row, 3 Ezreals today. I mean, we're seeing these repeated patterns. So, Corki going to be making their first appearance, and maybe a Nunu, maybe not a Nunu, maybe a Sona. Look at those summoner spells on Sona. Hot.
I mean, the Sona isn't a bad pick, but I gotta feel like they'd want to pick something safe against Blitzcrank. I mean, of course you could outzone the Blitzcrank and kind of control the flow of the lane that way. But yeah, with the Taric, I'd feel so much better with a Corki Taric lane against a Blitzcrank Ezreal. I mean, when it comes down to it, Corki does have that burst. He has a lot of really early burst over Ezreal when it comes to damage.
Nope.
And especially... Oh, okay.
Something went wrong.
That's going to be interesting. So I wonder what happened there.
Says that SuperAZE actually couldn't lock in to a pick, and it kicked him.
Interesting.
We picked Nunu Corki, is what team captain Moopz is saying.
Oh, so they did go for the Nunu.
Yeah. They're probably just going to... Yeah, I'm just going to restart this. No problem.
Huh.
Alright, so let's see if we can see the TSM bans coming down this round, just like we saw game number 1. But Nunu and Corki is going to be that bot lane, so we're going to be depending a lot upon the Blood Boil in the bot to kind of sustain through the different harasses that we're going to see through Ezreal and his long-range poke, and of course just the pressure that we get from a Blitzcrank.
Yeah, it's not as bursty of a lane with the Nunu. I can't solidify the way this lane is going to work out in my head, especially knowing how alternate plays. It's going to be a really interesting lane, to say the least, without a doubt.
So we can see the picks and bans just going quick, chop, chop. No weird bans today, just going to go exactly as they were. And there we go, Nunu. Yep, good. SuperAZE can actually pick it up. And that means that we are going to see, what, our top lane and our jungle. And, oh, Shaco.
Interesting. I wonder if they... Okay, please lock in Shaco.
I couldn't tell you the last time I saw Shaco in a competitive game, but Season 3 has opened up a whole new can of worms in terms of what works, what doesn't. They got 30 seconds to decide. But a Swain, I mean, I haven't really seen a Swain that often either, but that could be a nice double AP comp. Unfortunately, no.
Did he? Yeah, he changed that to Malphite, didn't he?
Yep.
Gotcha. No, I mean, with the way Season 2 ended up, Swain wasn't a terrible top lane. It was just that everyone else that was already running top lane was already so just strong. They were... You would see them just kind of control the lane. Which is kind of what Swain wants to do in general. He wants to sustain and really have that crowd control to say, you know, this lane is going to go my way. But the problem was all the burst and that all the new top laners now have. It just kind of outshines Swain. And I wonder if the Season 3 items actually change the way that lane works. But we did see Kottenx picking up Warwick once again, and then a Malphite locked in last place as well.
Yeah, so Kerp going to be top, Malphite. You know, that unstoppable force will be really nice, especially since she can throw, Orianna can throw that ball on top of him. So yeah, this is one of those combos that we saw really nice synergies with in Season 2. The Orianna ball carrier, just kind of going for that touchdown, so to speak, and then on top of that, you know, just throwing that Ezreal Blitzcrank, silence, and I mean, suppress. It could work out really well. And at the same time, you know, Mouse, their last pick is going to be their AP, and who do you normally pick to counter an Orianna? Apparently, they're going to go with a Morgana.
Morgana is actually not a terrible lane against, you know, Orianna. I mean, it's not a lane where you control, you turn it around and say, this is a counter and I'm going to just force you out of the lane constantly. They're both just going to end up farming, and they're both just going to end up focusing on the way team fights go and the way ganks go. So I actually really like that pick. And remember, they could actually send 2 people mid to handle against that Orianna. I mean, we could very well see you know, another 1v2 bottom lane, you know, that we've been seeing a lot lately in like the last of the end of Season 2.
Korean style.
Yeah.
Break out the Gangnam. No, unfortunately, it's copyrighted. So, either way, it does look like we are going to be solidified. Kerp is going to be heading up top. Kottenx there in the jungle. And, yeah, there we go. The smite on Mundo. So, we'll be support Nunu. And I got to say, you know, SuperAZE, I'm very interested because he has clairvoyance. When was the last time you saw clairvoyance?
It's been a long time, but with both clairvoyance and heal, I can almost guarantee we're going to see an Eliza's Miracle on the Nunu, and whether it's going to happen early or later on, but that reduces the cooldown on both of those. And I wonder if he have the masteries set up for the reduced summoner spell as well in the utility tree?
Yep, very likely. Increasing starting gold, reduces summoner spells by 10%. In fact, it's just going a lot of defense, increased health, damage block, damage reduction, armor. Yeah, so he's going to be able to spam those out. You know, pretty decent. Wouldn't say a lot, but still clairvoyance, man.
And then with the change of clairvoyance, I mean, it's not a true sight. It doesn't reveal stealthed items or wards or whatever. But it's I gotta be okay. If they're running clairvoyance and if they're running it the way I think they're going to run it, we're going to see a lot of like 3-man ganking coming out, or just a lot of like jungle invading coming out. That's probably the biggest point of them running the clairvoyance.
I hope. I mean, if you had a clairvoyance and a Lux laser or Nidley spears, something I could really just put my head around. Yeah, that I could understand, because you get down that clairvoyance and no longer are you shooting blind, and you can actually get some really nice plays out of that. But we don't have anything like that. We have Morgana bindings and Mundo cleavers.
True, but we also have the taunt from the Shen, and it may not be a long range kind of bursty animation. They could still pop over a wall, like for example, if you went just sort of down like towards Dragon, and you're in the Dragon Pit, you pop a clairvoyance over the wall. That's a binding and a taunt over a wall that they didn't need straight up vision for, that they have that clairvoyance to use. And even on top of that, with the Nunu just having a basic smite, even on a support Nunu, you still have that ability to counter jungle. I mean, even without your Mundo.
Well, we're gonna see how this does go down, ladies and gentlemen. We do got alternate versus MOUSESPORTS, best of one here in the round robin of the THOR first annual THOR. They've told me that if things go well, of course, we will see more from the THOR. I gotta say, that's a pretty sexy graphic, though. Lots of sponsors to thank: Corsair, Dell, Intel, MSI, Seagate, SteelSeries, Fractal, and Microsoft. A little splash of color there on that page. But best of one coming down. We did just see alternate drop a game to the Copenhagen Wolves, and we're going to have to see who can come out on top of this one. One thing to note here again, Kerp rocking that teleport. If he gets that home guard, I'm very interested to see if we're going to see what that Reddit video promised with the home guard teleport gank.
And even on top of that, if you have an Orianna Ball on a Malphite with that home guard gank, if you want to talk about a wombo combo, that screams wombo combo to me.
Doesn't it? Doesn't it? All right, so Shen's going to be in the top. Nunu's going to be in the bottom. We're going to have that Warwick in the jungle. I mean, it's so nice to see these different changes that help bring more viability to the different junglers, because the last time I saw a Warwick in competitive was the IEM qualifiers, and it was that team that didn't know how to play LoL, and he took Ignite instead of Smite. It was pretty funny stuff. So hopefully...
Yeah, wasn't it Cloth 5 Warwick as well?
Yeah, Cloth 5 and Ignite. Arma GG Eden. Armageddon. R.I.P. Anyways, we're going to see hopefully a better game out of them this round. Orianna versus Morgana, though. I mean, both of them can really farm up their lanes. But who's going to have the better gank potential, I wonder?
Pre-6, I want to say Morgana with the Dark Binding. But it's such a toss-up. The only biggest thing I'm pointing out here is that Morgana did start off with those boots and 3 health potions, whereas, Orianna started off with that Doran's Ring. And that Doran's Ring, the new one, that gives a lot of mana back. it gives a ton of mana back.
Yeah, especially if you can last hit as well as these guys can. 5 mana when you kill an enemy unit? Yes, please. But does not look like any kind of invades are going to be going down. Kottenx just going to be starting off at those wolves. Same here with the Mundo. Are we actually going to try for these golems? Metalx and Jree are going to make a shot at it here.
I wonder if this one's going to turn out, better than the previous ones have. So yeah, he's focusing down that little one. And oh, okay, all right. So with Ezreal having that Jree having a nice pull, Ezreal having that burst, that's actually a safer. That's actually a safer way to do it. Just wondering what the different bot lane combinations. Obviously, not every combination is going to be able to handle doing those double golems early. But I'm wondering if that's actually going to make a big difference of who the next, big trinity of AD carries that we're going to see in the new supports that we're going to see coming out. Are they going to be the ones that can very easily do those golems bottom lane?
Well, it also helps that with those support masteries and getting these flasks, as we seem to see people do, that the total biscuit and the extra flask, like that you can do health and mana trades on those golems just to get them done that much faster. You heal up, and by the time you're back to lane, it's almost as if nothing happened. I mean, so we might start seeing some kind of strategies formed around there. But yeah, pretty calm, level 1. Nothing really going down. We do got Mundo coming up top. Does have red, does have blue. Not too sure we're going to have enough here for Kerp, but we are going to land that suitcase and the Shadow Dash. Out goes the Burning Agony, and Kerp is just going to be able to walk on out of it. Yeah, it's just too close to the tower, really, to do too much else. But now he's going to have to chug down no health pots because he doesn't have any. So maybe that actually worked out better than they thought.
Yeah, this is a good point. I mean, he did start with that biscuit, but both of them did start with the Doran's shield. So him having the Doran's shield, reducing the amount of damage he gets from both Shen and Mundo in that gank, it's really actually viable for people to start a Doran's shield and not have to worry about, that extra health you get from the potions.
Yeah, the starting gold at this game, as I said, people are still figuring out how much they can really start off with. Some supports can even start off 6 items. That's just how powerful the new starting gold masters are with all these explore wards and biscuits. Did you know that you can actually combo a biscuit with a health potion and they will stack?
I did, actually, but it kind of feels like even with the biscuit only giving 80 health over 10 seconds, it doesn't really feel like it's a lot. I mean, with the potion, that's definitely more. But I would imagine, that would really only come in handy in very few
Level
situations.
1. Yeah. That's pretty much it. Jree not actually able to land any hooks as of yet this bot lane, and the Bloodlust on the Blood Boil on Vander just able to start pushing down this wave. In terms of the creeps bottom lane, they're fairly even. In fact, it's pretty much even across the board, even for our junglers. But Mundo did head home, did not get off that gank top lane, and he got himself that Spirit Stone. Yeah,
getting that Spirit Stone, that Spirit Stone alone has completely changed the build order of most of the popular junglers that we see. But right now we see Kottenx going for a gank down on that bottom lane. SuperAZE taking a little bit of damage, getting grabbed back from Jree. A heal coming down as well, keeping him just barely alive. Vander doing as much damage as he possibly can, but 2 flashes coming in. Metalx using that Mystic Shot, clearing off that Nunu. Nunu gets taken down. The backside, Kottenx getting taken down by Vander. Vander getting a double kill on top of Ezreal. Is Jree going to make it out of this one alive? He has the knock-up. He's using the overdrive, and he flashes out and just barely makes it out of this one. But top lane right now, Moopz coming in, landing that Tormented Soil underneath Kerp. Kerp at really low right now.
Yeah, Moopz is just gonna, in fact, just gonna keep going for it. There's the Ignite, a few auto attacks, and the Tormented Soil. Will it be enough? Misses the binding and does not get the kill. Oh, so much sunk into that kill, but Kerp evaded it all, was able to get out of that one all right. So not only action bottom, but as well action top, and again, ForellenLord just kind of bowing out. He just goes back home and gets himself that Doran's Ring and the Chalice of Harmony. I think he started off this exact build last time as well.
Yeah, the only difference now is he got the boots a little bit earlier, especially against the Morgana, just to dodge those dark bindings. I would say having the boots is really only necessary when it comes to very crucial skill shots.
Yeah, crucial skill shots were what we needed to take down Kerp, but he was able to get through it, no problem. Comes back to lane with a little bit of health regen, some potions, and that ward, so it's going to be a little bit harder to gank him top lane, but still 2 for 1 in terms of the kills. Gold is still pretty much even, and we see a pickaxe. Pretty much first item picked up, Ezreal. I mean, I assumed that the longsword was going to go into a Vamp Scepter, but are we going to see a Last Whisper first, I wonder?
With the new stacking, I mean, it's not a completely terrible idea, but ForellenLord coming down for a bottom lane gank. Vander turning around, doing as much damage as he could onto Metalx. Jree getting a grab onto Vander, but ForellenLord continuing to chase that Nunu. SuperAZE actually getting flashed on by ForellenLord. ForellenLord clears that one out. Vander bottom lane, still able to focus down the Corki, and Jree gets taken down as well. Another double kill goes down on top of Corki. Different styles flashing in with Mundo, landing that briefcase onto ForellenLord, doing quite a bit of damage. Shen ult comes in on top of Mundo as well. ForellenLord in quite a bit of trouble. Taunt goes down, and Moopz picks up the kill. And it looks like they got to be going for Dragon here. This is... I got to assume that, yeah, they're turning around and going for Dragon at this point.
Stand united, the entire team basically coming out to that bottom lane, and now able to just add a dragon on top of a nice 3 for 1 exchange. Yeah, I would take it as well. My goodness. Really coming out far ahead here in terms of Mouse. I mean, that fight alone just put them ahead nearly that 1,000 gold. So 800 gold difference right there. Now, but the problem is, Kerp top lane, still farming, did not leave that lane, has been pushing it in, so he's up to 42 creeps over top of Shen, 34, and because Moopz went, you know, a little bit walkabout earlier, I mean, ForellenLord got a bit of a creep lead on top of him, but that does not seem to matter as Morgana is able to just decimate it, no problem with that Tormented Soil.
Yeah, and I think we need to keep an eye on Vander. Vander did get both of those double kills. He's now 4-1 at this point. He has his phage completely built. And it looks like he still doesn't even have boots. He has that cloth armor, and it looks like he's gonna be going for a Zeal next. I would assume, starting to build out that Trinity Force, but yeah, he's going back at this point. I would assume that he buys boots at this very back.
Yeah, back to basics, more or less, getting that Trinity Force on Corki. It does not look like it will be a Last Whisper, thank God, for Mr. Ezra. He does have that Vamp Scepter. So pickaxe, Vamp Scepter, going to see that route that we've been seeing all morning in terms of the Infinity Edge first, after that Vamp Scepter, and then maybe they'll get boots. Now, this is something I didn't notice, but why do we have a Spirit Stone on Malphite?
The Spirit Stone on... Ooh... Whoa!
Monsters are not minions. We went over this.
That one threw me for a loop. He's got to be going for the tenacity from the finish item. That's probably got to be the biggest thing.
That way he can focus on Ninja Tabby for the boots.
That's right, or even maybe like mobility or swiftness boots, because now swiftness boots did get a buff, and we're going to start seeing those more often as well.
Well, Kerp able to actually take down this entire creep wave. Now it's going to be Gliukoze versus Kerp, but there is a creep wave on Kerp's favor, and we got Ignite going off as well. The Vorpal Strike, there's the Shadow Dash, the big DPS coming out from Gliukoze, but we have to use that Unstoppable Force very defensively. Kerp not able to win a 1-on-1 with creeps against Shen.
Shen still has so much... He just has so much stain, and then he has that Giant's Belt as well, whereas Kerp really doesn't have any damage in his build. I mean, he has the Sight Stone, but that's giving him, you know, regeneration, and a pull comes out from Jree, almost hits that Vander, but he was able to dodge that one. But I mean, really thinking about it, Shen has more damage, even though he's building health. His Vorpal Blade scales with, you know, health, so it really makes a lot more sense for the Shen to actually force those fights.
Now we are having a little bit of a sneak here from Kottenx. He's trying to get there into the back, but nope, he's just going to run right through it. There we go, the Flash Ignite on top of Vander. Here comes the Stand United as well. And there, oh my god, is Vander going to get out of that one? They don't actually have any globals to grab him, and yeah, it will be SuperAZE going down. Gliukoze not looking the healthiest. Different styles, however, is now going to come in here. Mundo getting creep blocked, unfortunate for him. Going to be throwing out those briefcases. Kottenx going to be tanking them, lets Jree get away. Metalx as well, good positioning out of him, and they're going to be able to take a 1-for-0, but they also forced out the Shen stand united, and that's going to be just great for Kerp. Top lane, I mean, look at the creep difference already, and now we have a possibility of a tower going down as well.
It's going to be really close. There's a very good question of whether or not Kerp's going to get this one down, because he's going to have to wait for the minion wave. I mean, either way, it was still definitely a fight into Alternate's favor, just in general. Even with Corki getting forced out of lane, and he's, like, losing the farm, he didn't get any kills from that engage, he really couldn't do anything. Kerp's still barreling down on this tower. There's 200 health left, 137, and he just had to turn around and back out of this one. So that tower is ready to go down at any point. It may not be down, and it may not be a gold advantage they have just yet, but at any point he could turn around and just take it.
Shadow Dash going off. Kerp now going to be in a 2-versus-1 situation. Do we have that unstoppable? We do. Is going to get him into the back, but Flash is going to dodge out those briefcases. I don't think it's going to matter, though. Different Styles is just going to stay on him. He's going to tank that tower. Here comes Moopz from behind. Tower dive successful. Different Styles is going to get out of that one as well. 100 hit points to his name. Now, we do got Kottenx up here, and Orianna, again, late to the party. ForellenLord does not seem to like chasing his opponents into the different lanes, but could we see a counter dive?
ForellenLord has a lot of damage. I mean, he did rush that unholy grail, so a dive wouldn't be a bad idea, but remember that turret's really low, and all it takes is, yeah, see, there it is, 2 auto attacks, a shockwave coming in, Gliukoze and Different Styles really low. Different Styles actually having to flash out for the ignite, finishing it off. Warwick having his ult up onto Gliukoze. Gliukoze super low. Is Warwick actually going to be able to finish this one off? Warwick finishes off with a Q. And Moopz still alive. Looks like Moopz wants to turn around and make something happen here, but the Orianna ball just going to deter that fight from turning around. So that was a 2-for-0. So Different Styles and Gliukoze did actually get taken down from that one. That was pretty big in the favor of alternate.
Yeah, get themselves a tower, get themselves 2 kills. They did lose Kerp in that because of the tower dive, but because they invested so much just trying to keep Kerp down, yeah, it just kind of went pear-shaped for them. So unfortunate right there. Spirit Stone picked up by Malphite. Yeah, we knew that. But it's also now the Mercury Treads, so he's not going for the Tenacity. And did he just teleport gank? Oh my god. No, he didn't. Okay, never mind.
No, he did teleport gank, but he went straight up to mid to pressure that one.
Yeah, he does have
but he did have the home guard, though. Yeah. So he can get back to lane really quickly, even without that teleport. You just see him flying down mid lane.
So he has Merc Treads. It's unique tenacity, so what is he going to build Spirit Stone into, I wonder?
Oh, what is the other one? The spirit of the red lizard?
Lizard?
Oh, yeah, the elder lizard. Ooh.
Yeah, we got 3 Spirit Stones, and none of them are updated, so we're just going to have to wait and see. But again, like, it does, other than just the regen, it does them absolutely nothing in lane against those minions, because minions are not monsters.
Right, and I wonder if he does, he may not know that, because a lot of people are still running the 2 for the reduced damage from monsters,
yep,
and thinking that it applies in lane. I mean, Diff the Ender just did an entire write-up on how that's a useful item in lane, and then when he turned around and realized that, minions are not monsters, he had to almost completely write that one differently. So people are still learning this one as it goes.
All right, good enough. Jree in this bottom lane, maybe looking for a grab. We do got Metalx down here. Was that a shockwave from ForellenLord? What a great grab. And that's going to be the end of Different Styles. So this could be the pressure they need to grab that dragon, but Morgana just showing herself with that dark binding. We still have the rest of the team here as well. Kottenx going to be chasing off and zoning a little bit. So 5 bottom. Team alternate, yeah, they're going to be able to grab themselves that dragon. Now, it's kind of a reverse situation because we've got Gliukoze now top all by himself, and he's going to be pushing down. And actually, he seems to be doing all right. Has that red buff, has that giant spell, looking for that Sunfire. But yeah, just even dragons.
Yeah, without the Ionic Spark, the Sunfire is really the push or the item of choice for a pushing Shen. He did blow his ult on Mundo during that last fight before he got grabbed and completely just erased from the game. So he doesn't quite have that, but yeah, there's that Sunfire Cape getting finished up. Mid lane turret down to 200 health. So ForellenLord really putting that pressure on it.
ForellenLord also taking a pretty decent creep lead over top of this Morgana. 160 to 124. Both of them have 2 kills apiece, but we do got the 2 assists on ForellenLord as well, and he does have that Athene's, fairly early, about I think he got that about the 14 or 15 minute mark. So he's had it for a little bit. Could be bad news for Kottenx, though. He's going to jump right over on top of Vander, looking for that shockwave. The true shot barrage coming out. He actually flashes over the wall, and Kerp comes in as well, but down goes that ForellenLord. Vander still alive, despite the fact that Kerp is in there. Different styles is going to be dropping to the just pressure. Got that exhaust on Moopz as well. Down goes Morgana. We do get that shutdown spree there for Kerp. And now SuperAZE has kind of got to go 4-on-1 in the jungle. And that is not a fight that he is going to be able to win. Gotta be just hurting because Gliukoze does not have that stand united. He wasn't there. Metalx
and
doesn't
Metalx
care.
going in. Oh, is he going to get it?
No.
Vander's so low. Okay.
Yeah, but so is Kerp and so is Metalx.
I'm sorry. It was just so tense.
There's the Spirit of the Ancient Golem on our Warwick. So armor and health. Actually, well, we could see this double, for our Malphite.
Red team's turret has been destroyed.
Yeah, Warwick did pick up, since he picked up that Spirit of the Ancient Golem, I mean, obviously that one gives him tenacity, but he did get the tenacity from the Merc Treads as well. I'm assuming he's just picking it up for the magic resist over the tenacity. I mean, specifically, if you're looking at it, the Mundo, his Q does magical damage. I mean, obviously, Morgana does a lot of magical damage. I haven't seen a major, Nunu ult, but that's still even quite a bit to deal with. So to turn it around, I mean, the Merc Treads are still a very good item. Just for the magic resist in general.
Gliukoze going to get poked out a little bit here by ForellenLord, just throwing that ball like it's softball. Gliukoze just has to back off. So we also had a True Shot Barrage go down the mid as well, just trying to forestall this push. But still, 3 towers to 1. Alternate taking a little bit of a gold lead as well, about 4,000 gold difference. Nunu's first item is a Locket of the Iron Solari.
Right now, Locket of the Iron Solari is huge. It gives you a ton of health. It gives you 10% cooldown reduction, and that shield got turned up. It's a crucial item now on supports. Even some junglers will rush the Locket now. It's a very big deal at this point.
There's that Ron Burgundy again. Big deal.
Many leather-bound books. My apartment smells of rich mahogany.
Exactly, yeah. If you have a clairvoyance going down on top of the blue. It is unfortunately not there. It should be spawning. I want to say it's going to be spawning soon, but yeah, this blue buff is about to be done, and we have this one still up over there. So yeah, there
looks like
Red team's turret
alternate setting something up on the bottom lane. Bottom lane turret does fall. Kerp coming in from behind. Now, he did pop that shard off onto different styles, so he is slowed down at this point. But it looks like they're just going to disengage, pull back from this one, kind of just let the turret fall, and yeah, the blue buff just did come back up.
Yeah, I think it's kind of a major thing right now. Mouse does not want to give up that objective. They need that blue for Morgana. In goes the stand united. Did not hit that grab onto different styles, so maybe a little bit of a wasted ultimate. Really good job out of alternate. Shadow Dash going to be hitting on top of Kerp. The Tormented Soil going down as well, just trying to poke everyone down so that we cannot fight. Kerp still has that unstoppable force, but it is going to be SuperAZE getting really low. Great knockup right there. No Oriana. Oh yeah, we did have the shockwave go off, but Kerp is going to be dropping. Not Kerp. Kottenx going to be dropping the shutdown spree on Ezreal as well. Shadow Dash over the wall. Jree going to get hit by that double kill from Moopz, and it is going to be ForellenLord kind of on the run. He has that health potion. Kerp somehow did not go down. He entered that fight with like 400 hit points, and he's still alive. Testament to his power, but still, small spaces. That was actually a really good fight for Mouse.
Yeah, no kidding. I think a lot of people are underlooking the Doran Shield. The new Doran Shield blocking 6 damage from champion basic attacks. It's when you get down to it, I mean, I don't have the math directly on me, but late game, it almost basically gives you in an essence like something like 200 effective armor. It's it's a very, very good item, just to say the least. And that coupled with the new block mastery in the defensive tree to drop off another 3, it's so much reduced damage.
Well, early game, you hit, what, 60, 70, maybe 80 auto attack damage. When you block out 9 of that, yeah, I mean,
that's before the armor as well. So that's
12 to 15% damage reduction right there.
Yeah, and even in late game, that's still because it calculates after. Anyways, it's a long story, but it's a really, really effective item now. We're gonna see a lot of people getting it.
Well, Dragon going to be going to Mouse. The True Shot Barrage coming out just a little bit too late. Is going to get it off a little bit of poke in terms of that Mystic Shot. You got the ball on top of Kottenx. There goes the Shockwave as well as the Suppress. Moopz just going to be absolutely destroyed. Gliukoze dropping for that double. Different styles, you know. I always thought Mundo was tanky, but he's really proven me wrong this game. Got that double kill on top of SuperAZE as well, and that's going to leave us with Vander. Can Vander survive? He has absolutely no mana, and a triple kill coming out for the ForellenLord as well. Aced at a 22-minute mark, 16 to 10. Really powerful stuff.
No kidding. Mundo at this point really only has the Spirit Visage for the magic resist. He still doesn't have any straight up health items, as he hasn't really had a chance to. He's got 5 deaths at this point. He spent a lot of time dead, and a lot of his jungle has been taken by alternate. So on top of that, I mean, we saw ForellenLord. He did get that Twin Shadows off, and that hit just at the right time. Moopz's Black Shield wore off just before those shadows hit, and that shadow slowed him down as well as the Shen for that ultimate from Warwick, and that just set up for an entire massacre there.
Kerp in his home guard. I actually kind of like home guard, just looking at those rockets coming out. But you do bring up a big point. You know, Twin Shadows, new item in the game, does reveal and slow 2 nearest champions, and those slows can be pretty crucial when it comes to those skill shots. And as you saw, a nice ace coming out as the result. Now, Mundo dropping 0-5. I mean, it's a tie between him and Nunu, 5 deaths apiece. They have really spent a lot of time just pushing up roses, and yeah, other than the Spirit Stone, like, sure, it's great, it's regen. Spirit Visage is great when you combo it with your ultimate as well. I mean, a nice amount of regen can come out of it, but 0, 5, and 4, I mean, you gotta start building some health sometime.
Yeah, when it comes down to it, I mean, even if you're not building the Spirit Visage for the health regeneration effect, it's still now the go-to item for magic resist. Since the Force of Nature was taken out, all of the biggest magic resist items still have that same 50 magic resist. So, you know, do you want to get a Banshee's Veil just to block out that first shot, or do you want to get a Spirit Visage for, you know, the extra health and the cooldown reduction?
Well, cooldown reduction, extra health, yeah, sure, I'll take it. No problem. Now, I'm also looking at Warwick, and again, almost like I'm being thrown back in time. Wit's End first item for Kottenx after he upgraded that Spirit Stone. Really fun to see. Reminds me of Guardsman Bob, just running that Warwick every lane. Wit's End, no problem. Top lane, though, lots of poke coming out. Not going to be grabbing anybody with that one Blitzcrank, but still, the poke is there. Different styles getting hit, throwing out his return suitcases, as well as the big Bertha missiles from Vander. But I mean, it's almost like, I don't know, not an ARAM, but an ARAT?
All random, all top. Not a bad thing to watch, but alternate just pushing down that top lane turret. Kerp coming in with a flash ultimate, all of them getting knocked up, and then a shockwave finishing that one off. Different styles actually still alive. Gliukoze just pulling out of this one barely, and ForellenLord finishing that one off. Flash coming in, finishing off Mundo as well. Vander, the only one alive from Mouse, but they're all pretty low. Mouse could actually come back around with this one. ForellenLord just trying to get out alive. He's running through the base. He's heading towards bot lane. Vander just flashing forward. He was just out of mana. Kottenx actually getting taken down by a turret. And alternate actually having to turn this one around. That was a little bit closer than we expected. They did did a really, really nice engage. I mean, you had that flash ult from Malphite, and then you had the shockwave in from Orianna. But Mouse was just able to kind of split up at just the right time. the Vander was just able to avoid that shockwave, and that was kind of the biggest issue. Vander right now actually going into the Baron pit, and Gliukoze ulting in on top of him.
Well, he does have another Giant's Belt on top of that Sunfire. I'm curious, though, are we going to actually have Jree just accidentally discover them? Kerp, however, they do know that at least 2 or 3 people are here. I'm not too sure that they actually know that Vader and Gliukoze started it out. They do have a ward in there right now, so they are going to be able to look at the Baron. 3,000 health and dropping. Does not look like Mouse is intending to give it up quite yet. 600. Oh, the red team does grab it, so no steal going down, and they're going to be able to take down the Blitzcrank to boot. So this could be really powerful for this mid game for Mouse, because they do have that Baron, but what a great shockwave. Down goes SuperAZE once more. 0-7. I got a feel for the guy.
Ooh, Metalx got taunted, and Gliukoze finished that one off. Kerp actually heading towards into the jungle, but turning around with the Orianna speed. Yeah, that almost sneaky Baron was...
It was good.
It was just good. It was good. I didn't actually expect that, and then there was no vision on it, so... Alternate just didn't really have enough time to react. They had to use the Ezreal ult for vision. They didn't quite have anything in there. So when Mouse turned that one around, I mean, Vander didn't have any mana, so when he dodged that Blitzcrank hook, that kind of sealed the deal when it came to that Baron.
The fact that they started it without vision, and by the time that Alternate actually knew it was going on, it already lost so much of its hits point. I don't really think they expected it to go down as quick as they did, and they did end up paying the price for a nice 2-0 exchange. So Mouse not out of this one quite yet, but 21-14. It's still a little bit of a hard road ahead of them. They are down in gold and 6 towers to 1. That's a bleak future at any rate.
Yeah, you lose a lot of map control when all of those turrets are down, and if we just look at the ward coverage on the map, I mean, neither team really has a whole lot to seal it, but Alternate kind of just having those 2 wards, they still have control over the map. They still, even that 4,000 gold lead, although they don't have Baron buff, I mean, clearly the game is in their favor, but with that Baron, that kind of closed the gap just enough. I mean, Mouse still has a chance at turning around these team fights, and it's been quite obvious these obvious last 2 fights.
45k to about the 41. We do got the pressure mounting here in the middle. Alternate just needs to try to regain some kind of control of this game, otherwise it will... Yeah, it's a slippery slope. It's just going to keep going downhill for them. But Metalx, unfortunately, going to get taunted out. Metalx, oh, has an Ignite down on top of him. He's not going to be living out of that one. Great pickup there by Gliukoze. And now with that Baron team, I mean, we have totally smashed Alternate, forcing out that flash. Kottenx is actually going to get chased out here by Vander, but we do have vision on him, but I don't think we can actually catch up to him. Got Malphite there in the bush. Kerp is going to be able to get out of this one. So another exchange going in favor of Mouse, and now they're going to be putting up this pushing pressure.
Yeah, at this point, Mouse has to force something. I mean, with both the Baron buff and having Metalx down, this is the time for them to turn it around.
And that tower did not last long at all. 4 waves of auto attacks, and down it goes. Jree getting sped up. Is he actually using that overdrive? No, he's not. So it does not look like we're going to totally commit to anything. True Shot Barrage going down. They just really want to try to rubber band this back into MouseSports. Is that a Shurelya's that they just got popped?
It did not look like. I think it was just the Orianna speed.
No.
Either way, oh, it was a Shurelya's. That's right, because Malphite did pick it up. Ooh, I almost missed that one. But no, that was... They were really trying to force something back with that fight, but Kottenx wasn't there, so they had to be really careful about what they engaged on.
Yeah, he's bottom lane, just trying to maintain this tower. I mean, again, we only have 2 towers down for Mouse, so every tower is important. We got 6 down with Team Alternate. I mean, that's still just that difference right there. That global gold is pretty much the difference at this point. I mean, what are we looking at for creeps? I mean, we're 8, 6, and 10 on Ezreal, but Corki hasn't beat in terms of the creeping. That's about the only real difference in terms of who's winning that.
Yeah, right now, I mean, the gold is still really. I mean, it looks like there should be a large difference, but it's still pretty even. I mean, across the board, Shen has more gold than Malphite, but only a little bit. Warwick has more gold than Mundo, but only by a couple thousand. I mean, it's an item, but it's not a huge difference, especially on a jungler. Supports still have a reasonably the same amount, 7,400 for Blitzcrank to actually 6,000 for Nunu, so it's a bit of a difference. I mean, the gold is in favor of alternate, but not so much that they can clearly seize a victory here. It comes down to the team fights. Jree actually pulling different styles into it. A nice shockwave pulling in 3 members of the team. The Kottenx pulling in onto Moopz. He does have that ult. Moopz getting taken down really quickly before her ult finishes off. Vander getting focused down as well. Nunu coming in with that ult, but Vander's really low, and Kottenx is just barreling down on top of it, using those auto attacks. Vander able to Valkyrie away. A Shadow Dash coming in from Shen, but he's not able to make it out of this one alive. SuperAZE really low. Warwick able to finish that one off. So this is actually going to seal. I gotta say, this is looking really strong for alternate now. They got their team fight together. They stopped kind of engaging at just the wrong times, and they really turned that one around.
Well, I don't know. I don't care how you put it, but 4 for 0. I mean, yeah, anybody will take that trade. Vander, once again, the only survivor. What a great grab, and the silence. He does have that Guardian Angel, but it will not matter. I don't think he can stop this powerhouse push coming out from alternate, and the ace finally going to get ticked down. So yeah, alternate going to be able to rebound from their loss from the Copenhagen Wolves to take 1-0 against Team Mouse Esports. So 26-15, kind of rocky there in the mid. We had a little bit of a surge coming out from Mouse Esports with that Baron. They won themselves a few skirmishes, but still, you might win the battle, but they lost the war.
Yeah, alternate, they really barreled down on it, and they said, we clearly have the advantage here. Let's stop throwing these fights. Let's turn this one around and just kind of finish it off. And clearly with that last fight, they all kind of buckled down and engaged at just the perfect time, especially with that shockwave. That was enough to pull that Corky out, because once you focus down that Corky, Mouse didn't really have anything, in the fight.
I'm looking at the assists. Just the difference in assists between these two teams. 78 to 22 assists. It really kind of tells you just how much more cohesive alternate was in all of those fights.
Yeah, Malphite did spend a lot of time actually, taking the other lanes, which he definitely should have, between home guard, teleport, and just the rest of the team, how it worked out. Yeah, it's pretty clear who had the advantage that entire game. But not to give out that hope, those last few, besides that last one team fight, Mouse engaged very well. You got to give them credit. They turned around those 2 fights, and they got that Baron, and they kind of had nothing to begin with.
Well, either way, alternate, team captain ForellenLord, 7-3-15. Really, guys, ban out his Orianna. Serious. So yeah, we're going to take a quick break here, guys. Talk to the admins. There might be a bit of a break coming in. Other than that, it'll either be alternate versus PlayZ or Mighty Midgets versus FNATIC. And we might actually go to the FNATIC game. But we will let you know soon. You're watching the THOR Open League of Legends stream with fourcourtjester and insigmatheory. And we will have updates for you soon. So sit tight, don't go anywhere, and we'll keep you updated. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the THOR Open League of Legends stream. This is a little strange, but we're on time. We're ready to go. So we're going to start things a few minutes early. I did say 2:55 CET, but here at 2:50 we are good to go. And casting is ready. I'm the fourcourtjester. With me in Sigma Theory. We're going to be doing FNATIC versus Mouse Esports. We keep seeming to just follow the losers of the match to the next one, but hey, FNATIC, you can't really go wrong.
Yeah, back at Season 1, these guys outperformed almost everyone. And it was a pretty close fight, but I mean, it was pretty clear when you saw them take it that it was just these guys deserved it. And then yeah, there was kind of like that lull period where they weren't kind of figured out during season 2, and then just out of nowhere, you know, they pick up Rekkles and just start getting into a groove.
Well, I mean, they had, like, season 1 with Jree at the helm. They just did so much amazing work. And then season 2, they kind of, they dropped off a bit. But they've reformed. They got this new team. They won the DreamHack. They did extremely well at IPL. And now with Rekkles there as their AD, you know, they've actually been on a really nice power trip, basically. I mean, they have been smashing teams left, right, and center. It's really a shame that Rekkles actually cannot compete in Season 3, but, you know, Season 4 comes around. He should be in top form.
It would be interesting to see if maybe Scumbag Riot turns around and has another age restriction to Season 4. I think that would be kind of... That'd probably take...
Nah,
you know...
That won't happen.
I'd hope not, because that'd just be depressing. I want to see more Rekkles.
So many people in this game are just so young when you play. I mean, look at StarCraft. You know, where do a lot of their top pros lie? High school. Right?
Yeah, that's right. I mean, you know, esports as a whole is generally a younger, you know, a younger community just in general, and you see a lot of people that would retire out of esports at the older age. But games like League of Legends, you're actually seeing the oldest people in esports that are actually competitors. You're seeing them actually play and keep at the top of their game.
Cannot go wrong. Cannot go wrong. I mean, still, like, if you look at a competitor's age, you know, those late teens seem to be the huge glory years, and once you start getting past the 20s or, heaven forbid, into the 30s, you know, sometimes you just lose that flair. Sometimes. Either way, game has been started. Red and blue ready to go. FNATIC versus MOUSESPORTS. Rekkles up first. Was he up first last time?
It's a good question.
Don't know. Lots of honor badges going down. Poor xPeke. No honor for him. He's not honorable.
Scumbag xPeke.
Well, who else
no honor.
Isn't that honorable? I would dominate. R.I.P. dominate.
Ooh.
He'll be back season 4.
That was a low blow.
Was it? Oh.
That was a low... No, he deserved it.
Toxic.
Alright.
What do we got here for bans, sir?
It looks like, so, FNATIC recall banning out Shen, and then Rengar as well. Just generally very strong picks. You know, obviously, Mouse is a really, really strong top lane. But that's something they just generally don't want to deal with. Turning around, we have Mouse banning Diana and Evelynn. So absolutely a target ban against xPeke. His Diana and his Evelynn are almost legendary. They're just extremely strong, just champions in general, and their team just works so well together. And we saw that, that Nunu ban coming out. We saw that Nunu ban coming out as well from FNATIC, and then Katarina getting banned as well. I'm
facepalming a little bit here. Once again, sOAZ able to pick up his favorite Lee Sin.
Ooh, it's a bit of danger top lane. We could see Cyanide picking up Lee Sin in the jungle as well. I mean, he's known for a really good Lee Sin at the same time.
Yeah, but it's all about playing ping pong in the top lane. All about playing ping pong. Seriously, like, so many movement displacements available to one champion. It's like, you know, the good old days where you banned out Janna because she has 3 CCs. Well, these days it's because Lee Sin had just so much movement afforded to him. But we are going to be taking away that Olaf. We did see that in game number 1 today, the Olaf and Lee Sin combination. But it's going to go to Moopz. And what is Gliukoze going to be picking up? Going to be a Zyra. So mid Zyra or support Zyra. I'm not too sure offhand. Let's check out Moopz.
I mean, mid Zyra isn't completely unheard of. I mean,
yeah, it might be a mid Zyra because he has 75% win rate at 16 games. That's pretty huge.
I wonder. That's going to be interesting on how they respond to that one as well. I mean, obviously the Olaf pick is just generally a very strong pick. Whether he's jungle or whether he's top lane, Olaf has really good base values and just scales extremely well. On top of those axes that do just an insane amount of damage, and then when he's in lane, you max that true damage first, and you can trade with just about anyone without, without having any sort of downfall from it. sOAZ and nRated picking up the Ezreal and Blitzcrank bottom lane. I'm actually surprised we haven't seen, those kind of banned out, because that's a really strong bottom lane. Very interesting.
Well, we saw a Blitzcrank in the first game ban, I believe. But, it's just more like a general ban. You don't really target anyone with the Blitzcrank. It's so very hard to get solo queue practice in with a Blitz. But, hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. nRated and sOAZ picking those ones up. So we're going to see Rekkles on an Ezreal.
That's right. Now, remember, nRated, I mean, on top of really good at Blitzcrank with those grabs, he's actually very strong with that Jree. So, I mean, it might not have been a let's give Jree to Moopz, or let's give Jree to, let's give the Jree to our support. It might have been so much as they just want to deny Jree from FNATIC's nRated, because that combo, I mean, obviously, it's rather strong, especially with how good nRated is, just at Jree naturally. But I mean, between the Ezreal and the Blitzcrank bottom lane, and we saw Corki being picked up again. Now Corki does out damage Ezreal, like, very slightly when it comes to that bottom lane trade, and he can still get out with a Valkyrie if he does it at just the right time, if he does it after the Blitzcrank pull. But the Blitzcrank pull can actually completely interrupt that either way. So it's not like Ezreal's phase shift where he could just pop into it and completely ignore the crowd control from the other side. He could really control the way that lane goes, and it kind of goes either way. So it's down, but it looked like it might have been a Jree support. I didn't get to see that last pick. So xPeke picking up an Ahri, and then Jarvan coming out. And again, they could switch the Lee Sin and Jarvan. It actually could go either way.
I do apologize to the stream if that static screen was sitting there. It totally shouldn't have been. So, yep, my bad if that did happen. Do apologize. Now, a jungle Jarvan. Yeah or nay?
Oof, it's actually, I gotta say yay, but I'm more interested in the lane Jarvan than the jungle Jarvan.
Well, probably not going to be seeing that. Yeah, it looks like Cyanide is going to be taken. So it will be that sOAZ in the top lane. As I said, that Lee Sin, it's too good to give up. sOAZ just loves that Lee Sin, and he does an amazing job with it top lane as well. So top lane, him versus, looks like it's going to be that Olaf, as we do have that Amumu. And it is going to be teleport once again on Gliukoze. Not running any kind of teleport fun. We haven't really seen the home guard teleport kind of brought to the screen quite yet. But still, teleport on an Olaf means he can be in some of those bottom lanes. And wow, did they pick up a Zilean? Not going to be a mid Jree.
Oh, well, yeah, see, again, like, it's more or less that they might just want to deny nRated from getting Jree rather than, picking it up straight as well. But, I mean, that mid lane Zilean is actually stronger than a lot of people kind of make it out to be. I mean, we've been seeing it a lot more towards the end of Season 2, in the competitive side at least. But, I mean, mid lane Zilean it's a very finicky lane, I want to say. But xPeke having that Ahri, though, I'm not actually sure how that lane's going to go. That one's going to be a bit of a surprise to me.
Well, she does not have any kind of shielding mechanisms to kind of negate the bomb damage. It's not a skill shot, whereas Ahri kind of does need to be able to be on point throwing around her spirit balls. So, M5 style, sure, I'm loving it. Alex Ich in the mid. So Moopz going to be showing us what he can bring to that table. And SuperAZE is not going to be running heal this round. It is going to be clairvoyance. And I was waiting for this. We have a barrier on Vander. I actually think we had barrier last game as well, now that I think about it.
Ooh. All right, so, with that Zilean pickup, I mean, So the way the fight is likely going to happen is Olaf is either going to get sped up by the Zillion, or it's going to be the Amumu to try to get into placement quicker. Obviously, we've been seeing Mouse run that heal style, or the sort of just safer style, rather than running that general ignite and then exhaust, or even cleanse exhaust. We've been seeing them run the heal a little bit more, but the barrier is actually a little bit more effective health on a single person when it comes into the lane. And the barrier is actually, I'm thinking that the barrier is actually a response to the Blitzcrank Ezreal rather than like a heal would be.
Well, the barrier, when it comes to Ignite, barrier is going to be a nice hard stop to that, because we do have FNATIC nRated once again running that Ignite in the bottom lane. We do got Rekkles on that cleanse, so just like what we saw earlier, it is that support running the Ignite. I think we've seen that actually in every single game to date, but because we are not running it on our AD, he is running that cleanse. Somebody has to bring it, but this also means that we don't have an exhaust in the bottom lane. And believe it or not, yeah, SuperAZE still really looking fondly upon his clairvoyance. So we have no exhaust on either team.
Huh. Yeah, that's a little, I mean, it's not like super strange, but it's not something we normally see in that effect.
Yeah, just seeing clairvoyance by itself is an abnormality. Like, ever since it got nerfed, it's just like, yeah, they're not going to run it anymore. So everyone just started taking heal. And I'm curious, Season 3, a whole new can of worms. Could we see the return of clairvoyance?
Well, if we're going to find out, it's going to be Mouse teaching us one way or the other.
Yeah, one way or the other. Great idea, maybe not such a great idea. But either way, FNATIC is up 2-0, whereas Mouse, I believe, is 0-2? Or are they 1-1? Trying to remember.
I believe they're 1-1. Yeah, they're 1-1.
Okay, so 2-0 versus 1-1. Mouse did drop the game against Team Ultimate.
Yeah, that's right.
That was what we just watched. So, are we going to see a very one-sided game, or are we going to see some of those teachings from M5 and other sources of inspiration come through in the end?
You know what? It's generally a closer game than it seems. I mean, obviously, FNATIC is just an extremely strong team, and they've been going through and just they're on point with everything. Their team just works so well together. But let's not count Mouse out. I mean, they're doing very well, and they have their moments. It's whether or not they can capitalize on one of those moments that's going to be the big issue.
Alright, so let's start rearranging some of this. I'm looking at Jree. Jree does have majority of that Philosopher's Stone just right off the bat. And rated, if you had landed that, my goodness, that would have been an amazing hook. But Ahri mid against this Zillion, I mean, before she has that mobility and that burst, I can't imagine that she's going to win this lane against Moopz. You can just put a bomb on her all day. Actually, speaking of bombs, yeah, throw it on top of different styles. What a great grab there onto Gliukoze. Are we going to actually see the flash out of him? We are, but it is going to be sOAZ with that auto attack, and he will be able to draw first blood on that Ignite. Now, SuperAZE is going to be dropping really low as well. No bombs landing on enemies. In fact, just putting them on top of his teammates. And yeah, nRated going to be able to walk away out of that one. His passive did proc, and he does have that Dorn's shield, so he wanted to take all that damage. And FNATIC up 1-0 already.
One of the interesting things I wanted to point out, Blitzcrank's Dorn's shield. They had planned to invade right from the start, and he very clearly said, "Yeah, I don't need to get my support items. I'll just get a Doran shield, and that's just how we're gonna go."
Well, especially against their lane matchup, Jree, Corki, bottom lane. I mean, that by itself is a lot of different pokes. Phosphorus bombs and the enraged plants. But no, it's going to be... Did they deke out the deke? My goodness. We're going to have bottom lanes in the top and both top lanes in the bottom.
Ooh,
they predicted the prediction.
Yeah, I wonder if it was Fnatic expecting that there was this lane, or wondering if they were thinking that Lee Sin could actually handle 1v2. Oh, Vander gets pulled by nRated. A root comes down from Zyra, holding him back, but Vander is actually really low at this point.
Yeah, there's no sustain. Just gotta chug down those health potions. Look at that Corki though. Cloth armor and 5 potions. That's kind of what I was watching Scar, and he's like, "What is this? 5 potions start?" Yeah. As you said, throwbacks to the day of the 13 health pot Mordekaiser. SuperAZE once again getting caught. I don't think this is gonna work out for nRated.
nRated is really low, and he did get it. He was able to flash away, but that shield from his mana barrier that came in at just the right time, and he wasn't able to spend all that mana because he's still only level 1. Only 2 grabs, so he was able to hold that shield off. But Gliukoze down at the bottom lane getting pushed on really hard by sOAZ. Yeah, sOAZ wants to just trade this lane back and forth and really control it.
Well, he's up 1 kill over top of his opponents. I mean, Boots and Adorance. Oh, this could be bad for different styles, but he looks like he's going to be all right. Getting caught out by the Jarvan. We had SuperAZE come down. Just that extra pressure, able to deter the kill. But still, I mean, sOAZ, did he even come wandering to the mid? My goodness.
sOAZ looks like he wanted to set something up there from xPeke. Both lanes right now still saying pretty, safe-ish, I want to say. xPeke getting a bomb thrown on him from Moopz, but they're both kind of just trading skills back and forth. Neither of them have an AP item. No one has a Doran's Ring really early. Looks like, yeah, xPeke got that Crystalline Flask and a ward and a bunch of potions early. So there was that charm going down on top of Moopz, taking a bit of damage. Cyanide setting up top lane with that Jarvan. He does have that double buff too.
Yeah, the double buff as well. Lots of pinging going on in the top of the UI. Rekkles, however, dropping extremely low to the burst. Here comes that Jarvan from behind. Vander, does he have that Valkyrie ready to go? He does. Not going to get knocked up by the Demacian standard into the grab. So looks like everyone will be okay there. Bottom lane still trading out. Gliukoze on the receiving end of that one. And Moopz is doing all right mid against xPeke, but just the creep score already is very, very different.
Yeah, without a doubt. 27 CS from Lee Sin to 19 from the Gliukoze Olaf. He does have quite a bit of a lead, and then on top of that we see actually a Mumu having 22, mostly from the jungle, versus the Jarvan only having 13. Now Jarvan does have that assist, so that was from that, that first blood invade. So there is that really, there's no really huge gap. Different styles setting up top lane, and nRated actually overdriving away. He came in just a wee bit too early on from that lane, but Gliukoze right now bottom lane taking a lot of harass from sOAZ.
Dude, sOAZ is so ballsy. Like, right behind the tower, lands the Sonic Wave, hits him, safeguards back out, takes 2 turret shots, but just shrugs them off with his shield. And so wow. Just able to drive Gliukoze right out of lane. 37 to the 26. Doran shield now picked up as well for an Olaf. And again, we're seeing more and more of this importance of the newly designed Doran shields for our top laners.
Yeah, and even when you're not running a top laner, obviously the Blitzcrank picked up that Doran shield too, and that helped out earlier on when Zyra and Vander turned around to fight on him, but Rekkles actually getting rooted down, able to arcane shift away, and was able to stay very safe on that one. But back to like the mid lane. xPeke has 46 CS, whereas Zilean only really has 31. Now, the bombs do a lot of damage, and even with him having a Doran's Ring, he's able to clear, but it's not really until later on that Zilean really gains his clearing capabilities, and Ahri still really has that, ability to clear from early on.
sOAZ again just poking down on that bottom lane. We force out that Valkyrie top with the Cyanide pressure, but still, other than the first blood, fairly fairly even on the kills. 1-0. Nothing really, like, we've had some close calls, but there hasn't been any huge seal the deals kind of opportunities. Gliukoze is able to fight back a bit. He does have that extra armor over top of sOAZ, but sOAZ once again going to go Brutalizer first on his Lee Sin, just shred that armor.
Yeah, right now, I mean, Brutalizer, between having that Black Cleaver, it's a rush-worthy item. It's cooldown reduction, which is especially really good on Lee Sin. You know, obviously he doesn't have to deal with mana, so just every time he can cast something, the better. And then on top of that, you know, getting down the armor from, you know, the Dorn Shield and then the Cloth Armor, Olaf is pretty clearly, he's not going for mobility, he's just going to survive in lane. So having that Brutalizer really early is kind of important to that Lee Sin.
Top lane looks like Rekkles is all by himself, but bottom lane Gliukoze gets hit by that dragon kick. In comes out of Mumu with the sad mummy curse. He is going to be able to safeguard away. Do we have a bandage? I don't think we have the mana for a bandage. And 80 mana. Okay, we do have it, but cooldowns unfortunately are a bit of a pain. Top lane, however, nRated. Looks like he's going to be up here with some pressure from Cyanide. And did we have an exchange mid? Looks like we did.
Yeah, Moopz right now having that blue buff, he's able to just toss those bombs back and forth all day long. So, you know, xPeke can't really deal with that after he got the Doran's ring, that extra, you know, 15 AP. It's a lot to deal with, especially with a blue buff Zilean. It's a very scary sight.
We looked for the Cyanide actually stewing out the red. That's the usefulness of Clairvoyance. Gliukoze actually heading back to town as well, picks up the boots and a health crystal. And are we going to see that Brutalizer? Yes, we are. 61 creeps deep. sOAZ is absolutely having a time of his life in that bot lane.
Yeah, you know, Ahri right now did rush her Sorcerer's Shoes. You know, we've been seeing a lot lately of a lot of people just not getting boots, or even when they do get boots, they get, you know, level 1 boots, and kind of later on they don't really have to much worry about it. But I think xPeke at this point just wanted the magic pen. I think, you know, without spending another 1,000 gold on a Haunting Guise or anything else really quickly, that Sorcerer's Shoes will give him that lane control, and then especially giving that mobility in the lane, he'll be able to harass Moopz just a little bit more than he can handle. So now that xPeke has his blue buff, the lane's kind of I'd be willing to bet the lane's going to shift back in his favor.
Cyanide kind of dropping low, but he was tanking out a few different of the objectives. So he's going to be back to town. No Spirit Stone for him. Looks like he's going to go straight for that Wriggle's Lantern. So, I mean, not all junglers are forced into those Spirit Stones, but nRated going to be able to put up some harass on top of SuperAZE, forces out a spell or two. Rekkles trying to land some of these skill shots, but Vander being evasive with his plane. That's a really nice quirky skin.
It's, well, you know what I mean. It's scary. You don't want to deal with that. I mean, you could have that red Baron in your lane, and that's a scary sight at least. But just look at the teeth on that helicopter, man. I don't want to deal with that.
Yep.
That's too much.
Sure enough. Rekkles going to take a bomb to the phase. nRated. Are we looking for a grab? We are going to be able to hit it as well. Looking for it. Oh, so close with that ignite. The Knight's still ticking down, but there's the barrier. And again, barrier is that really hard counter to that ignite. Am I getting low? Am I not going to live? Hit the barrier. No problem.
Yeah, because with that reduced healing, you know, effect, the heal doesn't clearly want to do it. xPeke takes down that middle lane turret. Different styles popped in, does flash ult onto Ahri. Ahri gets taken down, and Zilean picks up the kill on that one. Now, he did miss his bandage toss. He had to burn his flash. But still, I mean, for that kill, you don't want to go letting that tower go unpunished. This is just not a good sight. Ooh, flash out of SuperAZE, dodging that grab at just the right second.
Yeah, I just caught the tail end of it. Cyanide going to be babysitting mid, but not really too much he can do against this. Could we see a double bomb combo on top of him? He's going to go with the Cataclysm right in front of the tower, knocking them up. The towers are doing some good damage. Is Different Styles going to get out of this one? No, but we do have a revive on him. Good guy, Zilean.
sOAZ heading up towards the midnight lane. Now remember that first turret was taken out, and yeah, they did have vision with that ward down there in the river, so they were aware of that Lee Sin coming up. That was definitely a good trade though from FNATIC. I mean, they did lose, you know, Ahri, they lost her blue buff, but they took down that middle lane turret, and you know, they might have lost Jarvan for that too, so that's 2 deaths for a turret, and it's kind of reducing that gold difference. But you got to remember that they're not just gaining gold from getting a turret. On top of the gold, they're getting map control, and especially having that mid lane turret, the entirety of Mouse's jungle is now kind of in FNATIC's favor.
And at the same time, 3-1. This is actually the first time we've seen FNATIC, a little bit more on the back foot. The only thing kind of keeping them in terms of the gold is the last hits. And, having both the bottom lanes up top, it really does make it a dicey situation for Dragon Control. But what a grab on top of Vander. There goes the silence and the trades, but he is going to be able to get out of that one as sOAZ does take down the bottom towers. So 2 towers up is going to make more than enough difference here to the 2 kills. And just, again, the last hitting situation. We're starting to see triple digits now for the FNATICs, and we only have 1 person in the 90s for Mouse.
Yeah, FNATIC getting that lane control and having that jungle control, it's really giving them the option to sort of just decide, in lane, we're going to last hit, we're going to win these trades. A different style is actually getting caught out in his own jungle, flashing over behind the blue side wall. xPeke picking that one up. And it looks like the blue buff's going to go back onto xPeke, but
enemy blue buff.
Yeah, flash coming out from Vander as well, dodging that nRated grab. But yeah, this top lane turret's going to go down. Yeah, once you take down one of the turrets, especially that mid lane turret, you really gain control over the entire map.
Well, almost, within the span of 2 minutes, we take out the dragon, we take down the 2 farthest towers, and Rekkles, I mean, he could push down this top. He's just electing not to. He's just going to elect for the creeps to do it. So SuperAZE is going to be trying to freeze him out here. We got 100 hit points to this name. That one big minion actually might be enough to take it down by himself. And, sOAZ bottom lane with that brutalizer is just doing a great amount of work against Olaf. And Olaf, no boots, has more armor, but also has more health with the giant spells. So, once again, just seeing these giant spells come out that much earlier. I mean, it's 14 minutes in.
Yeah, I mean, a giant spell does cost a little bit less in gold, but you gotta remember that the lanes now get less gold as well. The last hits are worth less. The more gold comes from the ambient gold in general. So they didn't so much increase the amount of gold that junglers get from the jungle. They just increased the amount of ambient gold that junglers and supports get, and then decrease the amount of gold that laners get at the same time. So seeing that giant's belt come out is definitely a response to the brutalizer. I mean, even if you build armor, you're still going to need to build a lot more armor that you have money for to try to even out that brutalizer.
Maybe looking here off for a kill on top of nRated. Nobody gets hit by that Stranglethorn. We do got that True Shot Barrage coming out, though. It's different styles. Is going to be eating the Mystic Shot and Essence Flux, and expertly dodged by FNATIC. That was a lot of investment for Mouse, and they're not going to come away with anything except a dead tower in this regard. Actually, we got Ari coming in from behind, throwing out the blind charm, but does not grab it. In fact, the Curse of the Sad Mummy able to really return the damage nicely on top of xPeke, as different styles and crew are going to be dropping. We do got the revive ready to go on top of Moopz inside that Cataclysm. The bombs are going to be hitting off, but forcing out that flash to get on out of that alive. 3 for 2. Definitely came out in head. Sorry, of FNATIC. But, oh, look at that grab on top of Moopz. Great stuff. 4 for 2. Yeah, FNATIC coming out ahead on that one pretty nicely.
Gliukoze could actually take these 3 down. He's continue on to it. Rekkles actually gets taken down. Rekkles was really low and cleared out of that one. sOAZ actually getting a nice Sonic Wave kick on top of Olaf, clearing that one out. That was actually really close for Gliukoze to turn around, and he did get a kill off of that one, which was, I mean, to be honest, that alone, that one kill on Rekkles kind of put things into place.
That's the first death on Rekkles as well, and he's going to go for, I'm assuming, a Bloodthirster at this point. I mean, he had the BF sword and he had the long sword. Now he has the Vamp Scepter as well. Or, maybe we're just going to see, as we saw in Season 2, just get the Vamp Scepter just for that extra lifesteal and then go straight for that Infinity Edge. Because I would not be too surprised to see an Infinity Edge, since it seems to be the dominant theme of today.
Yeah, and he picks up that pickaxe, so it definitely looks like Jree is going for that Infinity Edge, and especially with that Vampiric Scepter. I mean, rushing a Bloodthirster isn't a terrible idea on an Jree, but if you can get that extra damage from a Infinity Edge and then have that stack with the lifesteal of you have to spend more gold on to get that that Vampiric Scepter, it seems almost worth it to get that Infinity Edge over it.
sOAZ, speaking of Bloodthirsters, actually does have his ready to go. So not only is he not a defensive Lee Sin, he is looking quite strong at 502. In fact, 17 minutes in, he's been part of 100% of the kills for FNATIC.
That's right, and then looks like different styles getting onto Cyanide with a bandage toss. Cyanide just going to make it out of this one alive, as they did drop that clairvoyance. But sOAZ trading back and forth with the Olaf. Olaf having to blow his Ragnarok, stay alive in this one. FNATIC actually, or sOAZ just going to flash out. Moopz coming in. He does have his bomb set up, but it looks like right now mid lane, SuperAZE taking quite a bit of damage with this mid lane turret is being pressured really hard. So Mouse is going to have to turn around and not chase after sOAZ. sOAZ still putting pressure on this bottom lane turret. xPeke actually going to take out this top lane turret. It looks like 200 health left. And there it goes down. xPeke taking down that top lane turret, and then bottom lane sOAZ still pushing onto it. Different styles lands a bandage toss onto xPeke. Takes quite a bit of damage from from Ahri. It's just so much with the Sorcerer's Shoes and then the Zhonya's Hourglass.
So not only did sOAZ not get chased out of bottom, because they went bottom, the FNATIC put up pressure mid, and then when they went mid, FNATIC was still putting up pressure top, and sOAZ resumed putting on pressure bottom. So not only do we have all three turrets kind of being pressured, they lose the top one, they're on the verge of losing the bottom one. sOAZ is going to be able to take that one out, and they're going to be catching out different styles in here because he does not have anything really left to go off. He has that Curse of the Sad Mummy, but the just mana is not there. He does get that revive, and it will prevent the kill. Not the True Shot Barrage going to be able to grab that one, but
here comes xPeke though. Is he going to make it down onto different styles? Ult comes in, lands it out. A nice bomb going down on top of him. Rekkles picks up that SuperAZE. Moopz still back in mid lane. He did use his ult earlier on Amumu, but there goes xPeke. He's really low. He might actually take one of the tower shots. Oh, he's so close out of this one. A nice charm lands onto Vander, and then a Zhonya's Hourglass to keep himself alive.
Ballsy play, but brilliant play. 11-6. They pick themselves up 4 kills out of that.
sOAZ lands a Sonic Wave. Goes down onto Vander, but a barrier keeps him alive out of this one as well. Oh, there's so much going on back and forth.
100 hit points to his name. Again, that's why you take that barrier. It's just hard counters that ignite so much better than that heal. But again, with that barrier, you don't have your own ignite. You don't have your own exhaust. It is very much a defensive option. But Vander, very, very thankful he took it at this point.
So if we take a look, down at the teams, we've got 33,300 gold for FNATIC, and then 24,000 for Mouse. But one of the items I wanted to point out here is look at Zyra's item. And when I say item, item, I mean just a single item. She has no wards, she has no sightstone, she has no gold pretend. She just rushed locket. But in entire honesty, team fights are what Mouse needs. It's pretty clear though that they only want to team fight. They can't just like catch someone on FNATIC off guard because all of them are a really strong team. So having that locket for a team fight could really change the flow of it.
Well, we're going to have to see if it's going to be used at all here. True Shot Barrage is going to hit both Vander as well as SuperAZE. We got a bomb here on top of Cyanide, but he's going to jump right there into Gliukoze. Cyanide is throwing down the Cataclysm, pretty much his death knell calling, as Gliukoze able to tank up quite a bit of damage there in the front. So, small victories are what we're going to be going for. There's that locket though. I mean, we did use it that team fight. We were able to get a kill. They did drop the dragon, and they walk right into the charm and Ahri as well. Godlike sOAZ, my goodness. SuperAZE is going to be dropping as well. Vander has to Valkyrie on out of that one. We still got Spirit Rush ready to go, as well as the Dragon Kick coming out. Vander not going to be getting out of that one alive, and different styles and Moopz just kind of running with tails between their legs.
Man, FNATIC is just cleaning up every fight that they engage into. They're pretty clearly orchestrated and saying, this is exactly what they're doing. If we just take a look at the items too, xPeke picked up a Malady on Ahri. So,
yep.
I don't know whether that's actually an item that he's picking or if he's just kind of throwing it in the face and saying, I got a Malady. What are you gonna do about it?
It's like the old Tiamat trolls. Yeah, maybe.
Different styles, landing a bandage toss onto nRated, popping that Curse of the Sad Mummy, but he gets focused down really quickly from xPeke. And Zyra, or, Blitzcrank does get taken down during that fight, but, at cost of a support for a jungler at that point, I don't know if it's all that worth it.
1-4 versus 0-2. I think that killing off the Blitzcrank was a bit better in terms of the trade-off, simply because he was worth more. I mean, he has 9 assists to the 15 kills, has only died twice now. Does not really have, you know, a lot of completed items, but he does have the boots, he does have the philosophers, so, you know, putting him down just any way that they can. Any kill that Mouse can take, they just kind of need to take it, otherwise they are going to just keep dropping. And at this rate, if they do keep at this, you know, two team fights max, and the game's going to be done.
Yeah. And if we take a look, actually, I didn't even notice that the unique passive. Oh no, I'm sorry. I was looking at the Hex Drinker, but I mean, like the Malady itself, it's actually not. I mean, it's looking like a pretty good item between the attack speed and the ability power. I mean, the attack speed maybe not so much on Ahri, but you know, 25 ability power for, you know, relatively a cheap item. You know what? Yeah, we gotta go back to that Tiamat. I just can't. I keep trying to like work that out in my head, and it's there. xPeke is just picking up a Malady, saying, you know, we could just build.
Well,
we could just build wherever we want to go with this.
Let's take a quick look at Ahri. Ahri has 325 ability power. Every time she auto-attacks something, she'll reduce that resistance. She probably has Spellblade as well, which means every auto-attack is doing 5%, plus now the static damage of basic attacks dealing, what, 48? So 5% of 32 is 16, more or less, plus 38. She's doing an extra 50 at auto-attack damage, plus she's doing more as time goes on because she's reducing the magic armor. So yeah, think of it like she now has 150 auto attack, more or less.
Wow, basically the new Lich Bane.
Yeah, it's a consistent Lich Bane. Look at that great Dragon Kick, however, putting down Vander right there into the front lane. We did not actually grab him, we did grab out Ace, and was that Styles actually flashing in? Nope, that was somebody flashing out, but still, that team fight on the side cost them the mid tower. xPeke able to just trade out a little bit of extra damage for free. Yeah, that's a pretty good trade. Nothing for something, pretty much. Throwing down those Foxfire as well, just really poking very well at these guys. And bottom lane, you know, this tower now dropping 0 for 2, no kills on the board, but Mouse is starting to just fall over like a house of cards.
Yeah, I think the pressure is getting to him at this point. I mean, FNATIC sOAZ just kind of getting... He got dived on. Holy cow, he got stuck inside of that Cataclysm. Took a lot of damage. Gliukoze actually taking the ult from Zilean there. Rekkles just trying to stay alive at this point from Vander. A Blitzcrank ult taking out both Corki and Olaf. And just FNATIC just barreling down at this point. Yeah, Mouse is really feeling the pressure, and you can just kind of see it with their team play at this point.
Yeah, they don't even care about that other inhibitor. They're just going to go straight for the Nexus. We got GG's getting called out from Mouse, and Mouse, you know, dropping 20-9. It seems very reminiscent of our first game of the day against the Copenhagen Wolves. FNATIC are just so on point with everything. Now, would I recommend that you get a Malady on an Ahri? No, but is it kind of funny that it just gives him that much more extra damage? Yes.
That's right. I didn't even think about the way that, you know, Spell Sword and that kind of stacks out. That actually does make quite a bit of sense.
When you run out of mana, the only thing you have left is your auto attack. So
very interesting.
Yeah. I want to see a Veigar with, you know, 1,000 AP just auto attacking people with Spell Sword. That's what I want to see.
Huh. Is that something we're gonna have to, you know, go make happen? Viewers, yeah, go send us your videos. Spend time in the custom game with a, you know, Veigar. Make that happen.
Still, it's only 5%. I mean, it's not a huge amount, but still, even at 1,000 ability power, that 5% is 50. 50 extra attack damage.
Whew.
It's the same as a BF sword at that point.
That is true. 1,000 ability power just for, you know, a BF sword. That's actually not a bad trade at all.
Well, we did have GGs coming out, but no surrender votes, so, I mean, we're still in on this. Let's take a quick look around the place. I mean, other than that Bloodthirster, we do got the Frozen Mallet now on Lee Sin. We've tanked up pretty nicely here on Jarvan with that Warmogs, and in case you guys didn't know, Warmogs was changed last patch. You don't build it up anymore. It's just flat 1,000 health, but that health regen, 42 health every 5 seconds. Yes,
holy
please.
cow.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right, because they did, yeah, when they removed the force of nature, they had to kind of distribute those stats. And you know what, that actually makes a lot of sense for the Warmog's armor. It did seem kind of like a snowball-y item. Even after the nerf, it was just really strong for what it did.
I don't think we're going to see boots for Jree today. She has a Kindle gem. Poor plant Jree. Cannot.
Who needs boots?
She's not a mobile plant. She just puts down her roots. But yeah. Either way, I mean, we got a Rabadon's now on top of Ahri. 500 ability power. Yeah. GG.
Holy cow.
In goes the Cataclysm, going legendary xPeke, just trapping Gliukoze in there. And Gliukoze getting trapped is not what he wants to do. He wants to get into the back line. But triple kill coming out for xPeke. Can we go for that Penta? Vander's looking really far forward. And yeah, FNATIC nRated, scumbag nRated, denying the Quadra. Are we going to dive for Vander? Dive for Vander. Dive for Vander.
Oh, come on, you guys can do this. It's just FNATIC is all. We'll just let the turret handle this. Okay, there we go. Diving onto it. Vander's still alive, just barely.
Yep.
2 people getting taken down.
Peke got it, though.
Alright, but FNATIC looks like he's going to take out this game against Mouse. So, very good game, actually, that we've been seeing. But, I got to give it to FNATIC. They've just been on a roll. They've been doing everything almost perfectly, every game. They might slip up here and there, but immediately they turn around as a team and go, you know what? We're not doing that again. We're going.
25-11-66 to 11-25-18. Once again, some very overwhelming assists coming out from FNATIC, but nice 12 and 13,000 scores. Richest Mouse Vander, Corky, 8.4. Did eventually get that Trinity Force, but could not stand up to the power of the FNATIC. Season 1 champions are in full bloom here, guys, in the THOR Open League of Legends tournament. That is our 4th game of the round robin today. And that means that we're either going to have alternate versus FNATIC or the Mighty Midgets versus the Copenhagen Wolves. Up next, we're going to go talk it out with the admin, see what it is going to be. But guys, stay tuned. One more game and then the semifinals. Best of 3 coming up here for THOR. I'm the fourcourtjester, with me in Sigma. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the THOR Open League of Legends stream. We do have for you the final round robin game of the day, MOUSESPORTS versus the Copenhagen Wolves. I'm the fourcourtjester. With me with that gigantic air conditioner, Mr. Insigma. How you doing, dude?
I'm doing pretty good. It's almost a necessity if anyone lives, in the middle of a desert. Even during the middle of winter, I have that air conditioning on all the time. Ugh, it's bad.
All the time. Yeah, well, you're living in a desert. That's your own fault. It's your own fault.
Pretty much. It really is.
All right, so Copenhagen Wolves, MOUSESPORTS, 2 teams that we've seen several times today. And if you guys are a little bit too lazy to go check out the standings, Copenhagen Wolves are sitting at 2nd place, apparently. There are 2 wins and 1 loss. Can't say the same for MOUSESPORTS, though. They're at 1 win and 2 loss. So a little bit of a flip there, but that is why they are going against each other. And after this, we will have the seedings ready for the semi-final matches. So we don't quite know who's going to be matched up with who quite yet. But right after this, best of 3 semi-finals.
That's right. I mean, either way, whoever goes to the semifinals, that alone those are just going to be epic games. I mean, if you just look at all the teams, FNATIC, Raid Call, Copenhagen Wolves, Alternate Attacks, and then MOUSESPORTS, just those teams alone are just absolutely fantastic. And I got to be honest, I haven't seen much of PlayZ, but for them to actually be competing here with these other teams, I gotta say I'm super excited to see where it ends up.
Yeah, poor PlayZ. They actually ended up their play 0-3. and they were playing against Team Alternate, and yeah, another 0-4. They went absolutely pear-shaped for the round robin, but you know, somebody has to always be last. Somebody has to.
Sadly.
Yeah.
Sadly as it is. So, as we see the bans come out for Copenhagen Wolves, we did see Oriana, Zyra, and Evelyn banned out same time, and then Mouse banned out Rengar, Lee Sin, and Diana. Katarina actually opened.
Dun dun dun. That's a first today.
Huh.
Yep. There she is. Bjergsen.
I mean, I don't quite know what to straight up say about it. I mean, pretty. Whoa. Okay. Well. All right. The Elise pick actually seems a little bit more safe. I mean, obviously, Elise herself, really good, and she's really underlooked by a lot of people. Just picking Elise kind of sets the tone of that entire lane right from the start. I mean, you really have to be a specific set of champions, and you have to be super aggressive against her early on for there to be any real issue for you to really have a chance against an Elise in general.
Well, as you said, you know, you're really a big fan of that Elise. You think she's borderline OP. We've seen her do some good work. We've seen her get absolutely stomped on like the spider that she is. But either way, back and forth. Yeah, we did have that Katarina ready to go, but I guess not first pick here for Mouse. However, it is going to be Ezreal. So, I don't know. We nerfed Ezreal. We're still seeing 100% play rate so far.
I mean, you know, you still nerfed Ezreal, but at the same time, he's still an extremely strong champion. Even if he's not out damaging other champions, even if he's not out sustaining other champions, he still has the mobility that a lot just do not have. He still has the laning phase that a lot of champions just don't have. So, I mean, when it comes down to it, he's a very, very strong pick, especially early on, because you can't pick a Vayne and expect to not need countered. You can't pick a Caitlyn and not expect to get countered. You can't pick a Kog'Maw and not get to expect to get countered. You really have to stick with that holy trinity, and just Ezreal is a very, very strong pick, in general.
And we might be comboing a Sona on top of that. Very popular combination. Lots of long-range poke afforded to them. But we also see a Lulu coming out. Another one of the characters that you were saying is very strong for Season 3. So not only do we have Elise, we have a Lulu and an Olaf to boot. Svenskeren could be jungling it. I don't think I've actually ever seen him jungle an Olaf, but he could also be trading it off for a top lane, put Elise mid or Elise top, and nope, that wouldn't work. It would still be an Olaf jungle. Either way, we still got to see what they have up their sleeves. Last time we saw TheTess, actually this is I think our first game that TheTess is not running Ezreal.
That's right. Yeah, because he has been running that himself. I'm wondering if he's going to go with something like a Caitlyn or a Kog'Maw. That's going to be interesting. So Anivia getting locked in right next to that Sona. Anivia very, very heavy middle lane pick, especially with that Amumu. They're going to have a lot of just lane control in general. She's kind of hit or miss whether or not she really shines, but all through the game she's absolutely useful. And even if she gets really far behind, she's like Blitzcrank in the fact that if you get a good wall or if you get a good pull, that's all that you really need to be extremely useful.
Yep. So we've seen some very clutch walls in the past as well. Now walls are something that maybe Bjergsen there on Elise not gonna really care for. He can just jump right over, but the rest of everyone does kind of have to bash headlong into it. And look at this, first time today we're going to be seeing a Kog'Maw. Now you mentioned Caitlyn as a little bit of a counter because we have seen her I think 2 of our 4 games as well today, but no, I'm very excited to see a Kog'Maw Lulu. Is that a lane?
It's a very strong lane, especially Kog'Maw works really well with someone that gives him a straight up steroid, and she doesn't have the attack speed steroid that like Nunu has, but with her picks and the fact that she has that that really long range harass as well as a shield and then the movement speed buff, Kog'Maw really stacks up well with her. Plus on top of that, you have the Lulu ult, and a lot of picking Kog'Maw is a protect the Cog strategy. So when you pick someone like Kog'Maw, you want a champion like Lulu to have that ult to keep him safe. You want a champion like Cho'Gath to have that, that frontline meaty tankiness, which Cho'Gath getting locked in for the jungle. Yeah, it's going to be in at least mid lane. Kog'Maw, Lulu, AD carry support, and then have the Olaf top lane. Now, you did mention that Olaf could jungle, but I really see him being a lot more effective in lane lately. Mostly with his base stats and his scaling to be extremely strong.
Yeah, that true damage, bro. Different styles at Amumu, so nice, decent clear. If he can land that bandage toss and the ult of the Sad Mummy, the Sad Mummy with the Blizzard coming out from Moopz could do things well. Could do well. Either way, game's now going to be starting, so the delay's kicking in. Top lane Jax, though. Now, last time I saw Jax versus Olaf, it was a completely one-sided affair for Jax. Is that changed at all,
As far as I remember, it's not. But it's not a... In general, it's not a straight-up hard counter at all. The true damage that comes in from Olaf still goes through his dodge ability. So again, this is one of those what you would call your skill matchup, and even at this higher level, it could really go either way. It's going to come down to who controls the lane earlier on, who gets that early threat out on the table, and then it's going to come down to jungler their inference. Now remember, we did see them change things up, so it could very well be that they send like Olaf bot lane and then end up sending Kog'Maw and Lulu top lane, which would completely zone out that Jax. That could very well happen, or you could also see Mouse kind of expect that and end up sending Jax bot lane, so they could end up mind gaming themselves. It's gonna be interesting. To be quite honest, I like the AoE composition of the Mouse side. You've got your Amumu ulting in or your bandage tossing in or flashing in, popping that ult, keeping everyone together, and then you've got a crescendo coming in from Sona, still keeping them in together, and then of course your Anivia Blizzard plus the single target just nuke that he does with that she does with her E that does double damage, and it's just so beautiful seeing that combo happening together. Plus you have the ability from Jax to sort of either like completely peel that Kog'Maw off and jump in and keep him out of the fight, or to keep their own Ezreal completely safe. So, I mean, it could go either way. I like the teamfight phase of Mouse more, but if Wolves has the stronger laning capability, they could completely turn it around the other way and not have the ability to teamfight nearly as nearly as well.
Taking a quick look at masteries, at runes, nothing really changed as the last time that we did look at them. Pretty much everyone's still running their standard pages. Take a quick look at our Cho'Gath. 4.5 move speed on him with 15% attack speed. More of a tank / AD, I wonder, rather than an AP. Really deep in the defensive tree. But yeah, we're going to have to see what our teams do want to do. Apparently that timer was off because the game is going to be starting. Last game of the round robin today, guys. The Copenhagen Wolves versus Mouse Esports, and this will be the last set of games to determine the seedings for the semifinals, best of 3 that's going to be following these games. So once again, I'm the forecourt jester. With me in Sigma-theory. Nice diamond borders on everyone. Oh, I lied. SuperAZE is only gold.
Scumbag SuperAZE. Not being diamond.
Not being diamond, yeah. One thing again to note, Lulu on Ignite, whereas we do have the cleanse on TheTess. He's been rocking that pretty much the entire tournament. We got Barrier on Vander. He seems to be really taking a liking to it. And we still have Clairvoyance on SuperAZE, and he just uses that at the beginning of the game to try to figure out what kind of items people are rocking, but it really doesn't seem to last that long, does it?
I don't know. I can't figure out, what their entire strategy behind it is. Oh, a pause coming out. I can't pinpoint the straight up pick from the clairvoyance and have a. Oh man, oh that somebody get the fly swatter. That's just not cool.
Anyways, clairvoyance.
Yeah. No, I mean, like, it's not a terrible idea. I just, every time I see it, I mean, it does help them as a team. They clearly are making these choices, and they're not getting in range, in general, to ward in the areas. So the clairvoyance is clearly helping them. But is it so much the basis of their strategy that they're kind of applying a bandage to a cut, in the sense that they're just kind of fixing something the backwards way instead of just not getting that injury in the first place? Like, is that where I'm kind of, I don't know. That's just kind of what it seems like when they run that clairvoyance. And it's not a bad thing. Don't get me wrong. It just it doesn't feel like it's anywhere useful as, that exhaust that they could be running, and they could just be, warding. I don't know. Maybe we just haven't seen the clairvoyance used exactly right, like they want it to be used.
Well, with that clairvoyance, I mean, usually in Season 2, like at least the beginning of Season 2, back before it started getting phased out, you'd use it to kind of track the changes of and the route of the jungler. So that if you can keep an eye on the jungler with some really nice pinpoint clairvoyances, then you could predict where he's going to be ganking. But now with the addition of sight stones, explorer wards, increased starting gold, like we see so many wards at the beginning of the game and throughout the game, that I would have really not expected clairvoyance to be used in competitive matches anymore, because you just throw it on a ward. Like a ruby sightstone allows you 3 wards. Beginning of the game, explorer wards. Like, I don't know. Maybe that's just
exactly. Me. Well, no, and it's completely right. But at the same time, you're also realizing that clairvoyance, I mean, the sightstone it's very cheap for what it gives you. But at the same time, that's still 700 gold or 800 gold that you got to spend on a sightstone that you could, use for something else. We did see him get that locket really early on, and that actually had its use in team fights. So, it's a really interesting thing to see. I'm wondering if maybe there's just something that we're missing here, some small, minute detail that is kind of going either over our heads or under the bridge or whatever it is. I don't know. It's kind of interesting.
Under the bridge. All right, it's going to be starting off red here. Svenskeren going to be going with not the blue start, but we do have a little bit of an invade. Look at this, Vander and SuperAZE getting kind of ballsy, just going to be popping in there looking. But I think they have now confirmed that it will be a red start here for our Cho'Gath. Different styles, not going to get a smiteless. No, not going to get a smiteless, but he will get his blue. And a Mumu with a blue, if you don't have a blue and you get invaded or you die and you lose it early, your lane just suffers so hard without that blue on a Mumu. Kind of just that very dependent kind of jungle. Look at TheTess though, man. He's just dropping like a rock in this bottom lane.
Yeah, when you play Ezreal Sona, you have to trade that off early game, and you have to go, we got to zone him completely out of this one. And that's kind of why, oh man, that hurts to watch. I could just feel his pain of I can't get into the lane to last hit. What are we doing?
Yeah, this is where that Cho'Gath pressure is going to be coming in. But no, Sven's immediately after that red went straight to the blue, got that going. But this lane up top, I mean, it is kind of pushing against him in terms of a gank. So him versus that Jax should be able to just sit under that tower, no problem. Which means that the Wolves, TheTess, bottom lane. He has 2 creeps to his name to the 12 of Vander. And this is a very different Vander that we've seen early game.
Yeah, what we've been seeing so far is him, playing that defensive and that passive side. And it's pretty clear that this one came down to the matchup of Sona and Ezreal. You got to be really aggressive, because if you don't shut that Kog'Maw down early, he's just going to roll all over the place. That Kog'Maw alone, just with a little bit of attack speed, can pretty much shut an entire team down. And even if you shut a Kog'Maw down, his W still does a percentage of total health, or a percentage of max health damage, regardless of how much damage he straight up does.
So, yeah, Sven's, he was up top. He was babysitting. Decided that wasn't for him. Went to check out the golems. They were taken. So he's lost, a good minute and a half of farming just by sitting up top. I mean, look at this. 21 creeps to the 11. Amumu taking a little bit of a head start in terms of that. And Amumu is also now level 4 compared to the level 3 of Sven. So whatever they were trying to do top lane, it did not work out for them.
No, and I think different styles notice that, almost instantly. He's been pretty clearly just straight up farming, rushing that sidestone, because Amumu in the new jungle actually, with the new, how Machete works and how it actually affects, ability power spells, Amumu is actually clearing really quickly, but Winter actually super low from those pokes from SuperAZE.
Oh man, we might see an all-in, but here comes Sven with that blue and the red. Is going to get the auto attack with the help of the TheTess. TheTess is tanking the creeps now. As well, does Vander not have Arcane Flash or Shift? Now he does. He will have to use it, burning out the Flash as well here from SuperAZE. So really good pressure coming in from Sven's. Kind of needed that. But top lane, Gliukoze is up here with different styles. Godbro not going to be going down. Actually, Vander's still not leaving town either. But mid lane, Moopz could be the first blood, but he has an egg form, so that won't work. But he does not even get it popped. 20 hit points. So 3 simultaneous fights across 3 different lanes. Here comes different styles. Again, we're going to jump right past the tower with that counter-strike. Forces out the flash from Godbro. And 3 different fights, no kills on the board.
Wow, it's so close. I mean, it's pretty clear that no one has a straight up, a clear advantage. But at the same time, it looks like different styles going back in. They're gonna go dive for this one now. Godbro does not have his flash. Gliukoze comes in with the stun, and they're just gonna have to back out because here comes Cho'Gath. Lands a rupture. Different styles having to flash away. Gliukoze jumping onto the Amumu, but he gets hit by that axe. That undertow almost hits him once again, but he flashes out of it. Gets out of the rupture and makes it out alive.
Gank, counter gank, but still nothing on the board. Really good plays coming out from everyone. I think almost everybody's flash is down. No, okay, 4 flashes are down, so not quite. But Vander did have to go back. I lied, he didn't go back. He just chugged all the health potions and all the mana here of SuperAZE. Now they are thinking of heading on home, but we are going to be returning to lane Doran's Blade and the boots for Kog'Maw. We're gonna have to see what Vander responds with.
Jack's actually coming back to lane with, he's looking like 2 Doran's Blades and a cloth armor. Same actually build coming out from Ezreal at the same time. So both of them not getting boots as it stands. Anivia actually one of the only few champions with boots, probably because she's one of the slowest champions in the game. Even with the nerf from the boots, every little bit has got to help.
Well, let's take a quick look at the farming numbers then. Cho'Gath, because he has really not been in his jungle, is kind of suffering a little bit. A good lead being taken there by Amumu. But at the same time, mid lane, Elise actually a little bit more triumphant over Anivia than I would have expected. But that bottom lane zoning has really hurt the Kog'Maw farm. Only sitting at 31 compared to the now rising 47 of Vander.
Yeah, Kog'Maw actually starting to catch up. In the last hits, he has 32 at this point to 48 from Ezreal. Now he is still pretty far behind, but Kog'Maw doesn't nearly need as much to sort of scale really hard. I mean, all he needs is just a little bit of attack speed and a little bit of survivability, and teamfights can severely go in his favor.
So we had a little bit of pressure coming out from Elise. She wanted to try to do something against that enemy blue. If you can deny the enemy blue, especially on Anivia, it should help hamper her farmings because she doesn't have that spam ability, but it did not happen. In fact, it was just Moopz just picking it up, but pretty much business as normal.
Top lane right now, both of them kind of trading back and forth. And this is where the strength from Jax comes in. Now that he's level 6 and he has the 2 Doran's Blades and the cloth armor, he can actually start to trade really hard with that Jax. But right now, Bjergsen Sven in the jungle, they are working down at that red buff. Moopz coming in from behind, lands a stun onto both of them. First blood getting taken down. Cho'Gath just getting melted by this Anivia, but there goes Bjerg finishing off Amumu, and right now Moopz still does have her egg, so she's continuing to push forward into it. Bjerg is really low. He actually starts to turn around. He's not quite sure if he wants to go into this one. He's an egg. Bjerg actually really just unloads on top of it. Godbro running down through the mid lane. Moopz goes down as well. And is Godbro actually going to make it out alive? And no, a leap strike plus an empower comes in from Jax, finishing this one off.
So Sven's going down first blood, but ending up 2 for 2. So all that just tension of the game getting released there in the jungle. I am super impressed that Bjergsen was actually able to take down not only Anivia at such low hit points, but then the whole Anivia egg on top of that. And damn it, there goes Kog'Maw. He drops down. Passive is going to blow up here on the creeps, deciding not to land it on top of Vander. Will keep the tower alive but just a bit longer. But still, aggression across the board. 2 for 3, and Mouse up 1 kill this early game.
Yeah, what happened there with that bottom lane with SuperAZE, flash forward into, running that crescendo on top of Kog'Maw, and they just, what little health he had just completely disappeared from that little health bar. So, again, you gotta go super aggressive on that Kog'Maw and get him out of it, because he's just about as squishy as Sona currently is. So, it's a really tough lane for him. I gotta give him that. But you gotta remember, Bjerg now does have the blue buff that he took from Anivia, so Anivia is gonna have kind of a tough lane at this point.
And the red buff that he took from Mumu. Blue and red. Looks like they're not going to share the love, though. They're not going to spread out that blue. Will be Elise picking it up again. So yeah, 3 of the 4 buffs currently centered upon Elise, and Bjergsen comes back to lane with a haunting guise.
Ooh, yeah. With Elise, you don't straight up want to build so much ability power because she doesn't scale all that well with it. But if you build Magic Pen and cooldown reduction, her Q will still hit really hard. And the more you can cast that, the more damage you just generally do.
Her animations are very fluid for something with 8 legs. Either way, Gliukoze top lane, 73 creeps to the 58 of our Olaf. But unfortunately for him, Olaf does have 2 assists. Still, double Doran's Blade against the Doran Shield. I don't know, who wins out in that?
Well, the Doran Shield actually, bottom lane SuperAZE getting unloaded on. Holy cow, we almost missed that one, but yeah. Vander actually still staying into lane. Winner using quite a bit of harass on top of it. Ignite goes down on to Vander, but he's going to stay alive just out of this one.
He also has barrier just in case, and he has been using barrier very well in the bottom lane because every time they just all in him with an ignite, he just pops barrier and he walks away, and you're like, damn it, because he didn't get it. But yeah, we do got 4 team members of the Wolves just hanging around this dragon. Are they actually going to go for an attempt? They don't have a top laner right now. Olaf not in a good shape. In fact, we could have a dead tower, that top lane. There goes the clairvoyance. We know that there's a dragon, different styles hanging around. We got Anivia here putting up a little bit of pressure as well. Gonna knock up different styles though. And Winner, unfortunately, has to use that flash. Gonna get flash dived on, but at the same time, we're gonna be diving right there on top of Vander. He does drop to Elise as well. Dragon is dead in the water. There goes the TheTess as he blows up. Moopz with a great stun and the Amumu ultimate, able to get the double kill. Now it's just Bjergsen 1-on-3. Can he take down the Anivia once more? His health points are dropping, but that's okay. He is going to be able to solidify one more kill. And do we not have the power to take him down?
Oh, this one's going to be really close. If he switches into spider form, he actually even has more mobility to get away. Stun comes down, actually hitting different styles. He might make it out alive on this one. They're going to be really close. Here comes the true shot barrage coming straight down to mid lane.
Nope.
And it's so close. Oh, man.
Poor Vander. He tried. He tried so hard. Elise, skin of her teeth. Like, what, 10 hit points. Able to just walk out of that one.
Yeah, you got to remember here, rushing that haunting guys, her Q does about 300 damage if someone's at max health. So you hit Anivia once, who had she had like 1200 at the time, give or take. That's over a quarter of her health there. That's a pretty big chunk just from one spell, and it's gonna come right back on up.
Now, one thing I was curious about is that SuperAZE there he didn't do any celerity, and he doesn't even have it skilled. That's the reason why. Look at Moopz just dropping in the mid, however. Bjergsen able to really pressure him out, and he's going to have to just retreat, chug some health potions at this point. But still, 5-6, no celerity. I got to wonder if that could have been the difference of a kill on top of Bjergsen.
You know, it might have been, but you got to keep in mind that because of how squishy Sona is, she really needs that heal, especially going up against something like a Kog'Maw Lulu. Having the sustain over that poke, I gotta say, I much prefer that. But, you know, sometimes that one maybe situation like they had a little bit earlier, whether that celerity might have helped maybe get that kill onto Elise. But you also got to remember that Elise didn't go into the spider mode either, where, you know, spider form not only A, doesn't cost any mana, but B, has that extra movement speed and a little bit tankier on top of it. So at the same time, I mean, yeah, maybe, but maybe not. It's questionable as to what would have happened. But either way, you know, this is where we're at.
So we just had a Mystic Shot going down into the bush looking for Svenskeren. Did not actually hit. That time did hit Winner. I'm not too sure they actually know he's there, but they are staying fairly far back. So Sven's kind of just deciding what to do. Exhaust on top lane, however, against Godbro does not matter. Counter-Strike coming in with the bandage toss, and it is not going to look good for that Olaf. He does drop a bottom lane. It is going to be SuperAZE getting tremendously destroyed. In that bot lane, allows a lot of DPS, and it looks like Sven's was actually able to land that rupture. So they are going to be trading out 1 for 1, but top lane pressure, is it going to transfer mid?
It's looking like they're heading back up towards mid. Moopz pushing mid really hard, using that that blizzard plus you know, her flash frost to try to clear out waves really quickly.
Yeah,
Sven. Go ahead.
Well, we know people are in the jungle. We're just there's pings, but they can't do anything about it. That's the fun part.
Yeah, I mean, without every single member there, it's a gamble, especially if you don't have a vision into the bushes. You don't want to walk into a bush with an Amumu in it, or a Jax in it, or even an Anivia. Just a single Anivia with a well placed wall and using that blizzard plus, you know, that nuke from her E, that frostbite. It's a lot of stuff to face just straight up into a bush. You gotta just sometimes say, you know what, we're gonna give up that blue buff and we're all just gonna, you know, not die.
Yeah, blue buff now gone. So earlier aggression from the Wolves to try to take enemy blue did not work. This time, however, Mouse able to do that exact feat. 7-6, 16 minutes in. There's only about what, 6, 7, about 1,000 gold difference. Not really a huge differential between these two teams. Still could go anybody's game. In terms of the last hits, I mean, people have caught up. We started seeing hundreds now on both sides. Still a little bit more of a disparity in the bot lane, however. 96 to the 134, but we do got kills and assists to help make up for that.
Yeah, and you also got to remember, again, Kog'Maw doesn't nearly need, you know, those items. All he needs is a little bit of attack speed, which is certainly cheaper than, you know, straight up buying a BF sword like Ezreal did. He just needs to get the Berserker's Greaves plus a dagger, and his W already hits just slightly harder. It's really close. I mean, clearly attack damage will help, but to be extremely effective in those fights, I mean, the percentage of total health really helps onto it.
Wow, nice free trade there against Olaf. Moopz, however, is going to be dropping low. Does burn out that flash. Ignite should not be able to bring her down. Instead, is going to be chugging some of those health potions. Is still alive. Different Styles has now shown himself in the bot lane. Does have an Aegis as well as that Spirit Stone, so nothing really fancy going to be going on there. Godbro, though. Wow, he might be 10 creeps down, but he's 2 kills down on top of that. And again, like, Jax, powerhouse against Olaf.
Yeah, if you get a lead on Jax, it's kind of hard to lose it as long as you're committing to fights. I mean, Jax really excels at any fight where the enemy has to commit. Like, if they can leave or if they can fight at the same time, generally Jax does not come out ahead. But if they have no other choice, I mean, Jax with that, you know, that Grandmaster's Might, that ultimate, it just, that stack hits really hard. And you were asking me earlier about the Doran's Blade on how much that helps. But, you know, obviously Mouse picking up that dragon at the same time, there's not really much Wolves can do about it. But you're asking me how much that Doran's shield helps. And you got to remember, some of Jax's damage is magic damage.
Yep.
And that doesn't quite trigger onto that.
Yeah, but still, blocking out 6 damage plus the blockage mastery out of defense is, you know, 9. So every auto attack will be mitigated a little bit. Just feel that, you know, double Dorans and now almost a Trinity Force. This Jax is just starting to bring the pain.
Yeah, this is the scary moment. I mean, 19 minutes into the game, you start seeing Jax get a bunch of items. You start, you know, this is the really scary portion of it. This is the time where you either have to completely shut Jax down or make sure that he's the only one of the enemy team that's, you know, in any good position.
Oh, he's going to be pretty much at a buffet this top lane. So many creeps for him to just catch up on. We got a Flash Frost in the bot. Or well, the frost wall at any rate, because it does look like, you know, a lot of aggression coming down to this blue. Blues are in big demand, and Bjergsen with that Leandri's tournament really wants to make sure he gets one. There's that clairvoyance, and who got it? I think, was it a smite there out of a Mumu? Doesn't matter. Crescendo's going down, the blizzard as well, and Cho'Gath absolutely destroyed. We did not have Elise go down. Where did Elise go? Oh yeah, she's right there against SuperAZE. Yeah, I kind of expected her to go off to the side, but it was Kog'Maw securing the kill on top of Ezreal, and look at SuperAZE in the different styles. Just so low. I don't think Moopz has an egg, does he?
Red team's turret.
No, he still has his egg up, so he would have been, you know, kind of okay, but he would have been, you know, pretty a sitting bird, if you will.
So was Bjergsen actually getting the blue? I thought maybe it was a smite steal, but they tried their best to hold it off. Unfortunately, they just ended up losing Ezreal out of that. Now, you know, a lot of people in that bot lane typically means top lane. You would hopefully get something going, but just an absolute wall, that Jax. Cannot get past him.
Yeah, it's almost a brick wall for Olaf. He can't really go anywhere. I mean, even though he has his Warmog, he's still not tanky enough to deal with the Jax. And Jax just now finished his Trinity Force. He didn't even have a whole Trinity Force there to deal with that, and Olaf still could not just get into it.
47 health regen every 5 seconds on Olaf. I can only imagine that's going to go up as he does keep tanking. I mean, he has the shield. He now also has that Kindle gem. Probably going to look for that Shurilias just to get into the back lane, try to take out Vander for these team fights. But still, I mean, 7 to 8, still only 300 gold separating these guys.
Yeah, it's an extremely close game at this point, and especially with the way things have been running, Wolves has just been denying blue buffs from Anivia. And even if they're not gaining a huge gold lead, not having an Anivia with a blue buff is a big issue, because she can only really force, you know, one major fight before her entire mana pool is gone, and even now she's sitting at just a little over half mana. So the way Wolves is running this, it's actually kind of in their favor.
Well, Kog'Maw is also now starting to catch up. I mean, he's now up 2 kills, and his creeps are almost on parity. I mean, another 2-3 waves, and pretty much he's on top of that. In fact, in terms of the gold, he's 100 up on top of our Ezreal. But Ezreal, you know, 20 minutes in, does have that Infinity Edge. No Trinity Forces at all today for Ezreal's. 100% Infinity Edges.
Yeah, I think what we've been seeing a lot, especially with the changes from the way things went, but it looks like Gliukoze here jumping in, forcing a fight, a nice crescendo popping down onto all of Wolves. It gets taken down, Elise gets focused down as well. Jax hitting that true damage. Looks like he went down, and Moopz right now sitting in the front. Now Godbro did pick up that double buff, so he's able to throw that undertow just constantly. And remember, there is no ult from either Sona or a Mumu as it is, so this could be really dangerous.
I was looking for the rupture there from on top of different styles to solidify that kill, but another wall forcing out that flash from the TheTess. He does have TheTess. He does have to get on back, but he still has that super long range cannon of his on that ultimate. Now we do got the clairvoyance, just ensuring that everyone was running away. They are going to be able to take the turret. So Mouse coming out slightly ahead, I want to say, out of that one.
Yeah, they definitely did. I hate to say it, but Wolves is kind of having their money put up against them. I mean, I love watching games that are back and forth, and you know you don't see a clear winner. But at the same time, you know, we've seen Wolves do some really impressive things so far this tournament. So, you know, are they still on par with what they've been doing, or is it are they starting to kind of feel it, or is Mouse maybe outperforming like they haven't been doing so far? It's both interesting and kind of it kind of takes you back, and you gotta wonder what is actually going on through the mind of these players.
Score of 8-9. I think the important part there was that our Kog'Maw is still able to just keep farming. I mean, he does have that Zeal, went for the Zeal before the BF item, and yep, there it is. Infinity Edge now completed. So about a minute and a half, I think, after 1849. Wow, 6-minute difference? Ezreal picked up Infinity Edge at 1849, and now we only get it here. Wow, he's had that for 6 minutes. I was not aware of that.
Yeah, we also see Ezreal getting the Merc Treads as well, and that's got to be a clear response to both the stun from Elise, the the crowd control from Lulu, and then obviously just in the entire set of Wolves team has just, each character has their own slow. Each character has their own little zoning capability. So Ezreal has to give up those Berserker's Greaves and has to stay forward in the fight, especially because he doesn't have a straight up tank line. I mean, obviously he has the Amumu, but the Jax is pretty much going to be zoning out the AD carry. That's kind of his job, is just to peel. So him not having the straight up tank line like Kog'Maw does, it kind of turned things around.
Well, this is where we're hopefully going to see Godbro shine. I mean, he does have that Warmog, not exactly the Shurelya's, but it has a Giant's Belt on top of that. So 3,600 hit points puts him at 55 health regen per 5 seconds. And doing a little bit of a jig here at the Dragon. Everybody really wants to just pet the lizard, but nobody really wants to step forward to do it.
Yeah, I mean, it's this kind of fight is going to come down to who engages onto who. There it is. Different styles. Actually, Bandage tossing in onto Cho'Gath. Gets actually focused down by the Cho'Gath ult. But at the same time, Moopz did take a ton of damage from that Rupture. And there goes, turning around. Mouse really low. SuperAZE getting focused down by Godbro. Godbro still focusing in. Moopz in the egg form. Moopz gets taken down by Elise, and Vander flashing away is extremely low. Wolves does have his ult. There's the barrier coming in, and here comes Elise. The stun actually lands onto Ezreal, and Ace comes out from Elise.
Asu. Wow. And on top of that, they're going to be grabbing themselves a dragon, assuming that they don't die to it. There we go. 13-9. That is going to be putting them in clear in the driver's seat of this game. So about 2,000 gold lead developing out of that. We went from 200 to 2,000 gold lead, plus 5 kills. I mean, very powerful stuff out of the Wolves.
Yeah, no kidding. The way this game has been going, it's really back and forth. And there's a pause.
Bug splat.
Did it actually bug splat again?
Called it.
Oh no.
At least it wasn't during that team fight. Imagine the difference of that team fight if we didn't have Bjergsen.
Oh, that would feel so bad.
Mm-hmm. Interesting how it's bug splatting now, though. But either way, it gives us a little bit of time to do some quick looking around. So after that Liandry's Torment, Bjergsen there picked himself up an Abyssal Scepter. So not only does he have, the ability power, the health, 15 magic pen, and the burn. On top of that, he's taking away 20 more magic resist with that Abyssal Scepter. And on top of that, looks like a Giant's Belt coming out. So could we see a Rekkles?
Ooh, I mean, of course, a Rekkles actually makes a lot of sense, especially coupling with that Liandry's, because Liandry's does double damage to anyone who's slowed. So, I mean, obviously the little spider bomb explosive death ball thingy that everyone hates from Elise is clearly going to do more damage. So I would assume, yeah, the Rekkles would be the first thing to go to. I mean, he could just pull a frog in and get a Warmogs. You never know what these guys are kind of doing.
Well, we saw an Ezreal with the Warmogs earlier.
That's right, we did.
Yeah, and we saw an Ahri with a Malady. I mean, what is going on today?
Well, of course, Malady is actually, a viable item on an Ahri.
Yeah,
let's not go that way. You gotta trust the xPeke.
We have a Phantom Dancer coming out here for Kog'Maw. Should be actually done fairly soon. It's 26 minutes. And the same idea coming out as well for our Ezreal, Vander. who's actually been playing, not exactly top form. 1, 3, and 4. Has 200 creeps to his name, the highlight there, but need to start getting him a few more kills.
Yeah, it's just, this thing is so much back and forth. Actually, one of the things I wanted to point out was Mikhail's Crucible on winner, but there goes Gliukoze, starting to set things up. And no, the Mikhail's Crucible on the Lulu, he's actually... Earlier I was talking about the whole protect the cog strategy. That Crucible alone is really the biggest protect the cogs. Now not only does he have cleanse, but he's got that Crucible on top of him as well. He's never going to be held down.
3-minute cooldown on it though. You really gotta pick and choose when to use it. Also with a nice heal. So not only can you throw the Crucible on top of a Kog'Maw, then you can knock him up for that heal into the temporary hit points. Very powerful combo.
Yeah, no kidding. You also gotta remember, supports now have how many items now that have actives? How many times is Lulu gonna miss her ult because she's activating 5 items on top of Kog'Maw? Is that actually going to play a part? I mean, of course the mechanics of these players are top notch, and it's pretty clear that they're probably not going to miss it. But is there that one situation where maybe he just didn't quite have enough time? Because it still takes time to activate all of these items.
I think if you face roll enough, it'll just happen naturally. Face roll, the answer to everything. 13-9, we have an Oracles there out on the table. Oracles does, of course, have those limited durations now. It did get nerfed in the Season 3 patch, but still, clearing away all this barren vision areas, it means that the Wolves, could be going to bait a fight. We did already burn out that Clairvoyance, so we knew what was going on. I was gonna say that was not nearly aimed at the Baron, Mr. True Shot Barrage, but no, he's gonna be just clearing out that top lane. So if he's gonna be using the True Shot Barrage already, they really don't want to be leaving this area.
No, definitely not. Especially since he used it, this is kind of an iffy situation. There's a ward there, so Wolves have just seen that happening. A stun lands on top of different styles. At least repelling up into the sky, and there it goes. Gliukoze actually getting kind of focused down on Bjergsen, heading towards mid lane, trying to stay safe. Godbro actually finishes off that. Anivia turns around, heads towards the Jax. Bjergsen hits a nice nuke and kills that one off as well. Sona actually getting caught out at the same time. A nice undertow hits onto Sona. Sona getting actually just bursted through. And holy cow, Wolves is just turning these fights on end.
Surrender vote failed for red team, but still 5-0 once again. Just looking to bait out that Baron. I think that they did pretty good in terms of that, and it was kind of funny how they were just circling each other, but as soon as you just saw them out there in the open, you had to take the opportunity. 5-0, at least goes back, defends the bottom lane, nothing to be gained there for Team Mouse, and down goes that mid inhibitor. 30 minutes in, first inhibitor dropping, and now all of a sudden, 6,000 gold lead for the Wolves.
Yeah, it's turning around. That Wolves is just sort of solidifying a lead every single fight. They clearly turn it around, and a lot of it I got to attribute to Mouse not having enough vision. With the changes of Oracles and with the new Sightstone, there really should be no real true reason that you're not having complete vision of the map, and I think that's what they were falling into the trap with the Clairvoyance of. They're kind of relying on that to be their really true guide. I mean, obviously they're warding as they go, but if you just took a look at the vision during that last fight, how many wards Wolves had up versus how many Mouse had up at the same time. So it's pretty clear that Wolves is clearing the wards as well. They're using pinks, and they did have an Oracles during that last fight. So, I mean, there is that, but at the same time, Mouse is just... They're losing control over the entire map, and this is kind of the point where they'd have to turn it around. They'd have to kind of get it together and focus that one down.
18-9, 30 minutes in, just doing a little bit of more farming. As you said, let's take a quick look at the vision. Bam. Absolutely no wards on the map for Mouse. Do they even have a Sightstone? No.
No, it does not. And I don't think I've actually seen them get one yet.
2 games, no sight stones. Yeah, I'm fairly sure that's about right. I mean, last time we saw Jree, their support Jree, with a single locket at the end of the game. That was her entire item.
Exactly, and yeah, again, not to say that these are bad strategies. It's more or less that they're putting all of their eggs into one basket and having that locket be a very crucial part of it. Moo actually getting caught out on top of his red. You're actually landing down the stun as well, with SuperAZE hitting a nice crescendo, stopping all of them. A nice Moo ult comes out, but it looks like he was able to get taken down. And at this point, all of them are just getting zoned out and completely separated.
Ouch. That's all I gotta say. Different styles, just minding his own business, farming out that red, and now because they don't have that extra jungler, they don't have that Curse of the Sad Mummy, it's gonna be a little harder to smite this out. I mean, they don't have a smite either. So a smite steal is kind of out of the question at this point, but here we go. Baron, 3,000 health and dropping. Here comes the pressure from Mouse. 1,200. Blue team able to solidify it, and this is very likely a very dead SuperAZE, and Vander is going to get that arcane shift out, but Bjergsen on him like a duck on a beetle, and that's going to leave Ari to flash away. She might be able to chase them around for a bit, but they don't even care. Look at this. They're just going to go straight for it.
Yeah, they're not wasting the time chasing around for a kill that they could possibly get. Wolves is heading for that win, and it's definitely a good idea at the same time. I mean, you can't just kind of play it lazily. You can't kind of maybe throw it away a little bit. You have to take that lead.
Gliukoze absolutely deleted.
I didn't even realize he was there in front of the Nexus.
Oh, he wasn't for long.
There it is. Wolves actually taking the game against Mouse.
GG.
With a commanding lead, I must say. You know, it was back and forth for that game for a long time. We kind of sat there going, is Mouse actually going to win this one? I mean, Wolves was looking pretty strong, but at the same time, I mean, it could have gone either way, and then Wolves just pulled out the big guns, and they got the win, and they got it really, really handily.
Yeah, as I said, GG. So Copenhagen Wolves, Mouse Esports will go to the Wolves, and that is going to finish off our round robin coverage. Again, I don't know why, but this is every team that is winning has huge numbers in the support for the assists. 22-9, 59 to the 9-22-16. Every game, doesn't matter who's been winning. We've seen some massive assist scores coming out. Really impressive. Jax, Scumbag Jax, 340. He helped nobody but himself. That's exactly right.
No, and yeah, it's clearly a correlation, I guess the word would be there. It's not so much that they're aiming to get the assist, it's that they're working together as a team. It's that they're very specifically just meshing extremely well. They make sure that they work out every single situation, and they do it as a team and as a group, and that just shows specifically in the assists. But you can just see the way the game flows.
And the game flowed extremely well for the Wolves. All right, guys, so we're going to go talk to the admins and get the seedings for our semifinals. We got a best-of-3 semifinals game left to bring for you today for today's coverage of the THOR Open League of Legends. I'm in the fourcourtjester. With me, insigmatheory. You guys can find us out there on all the various social medias, or feel free to ask us in chat. When I get an update for you guys, I will let you know and update the stream information. Till then, sit tight. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a bit.
team's turret has been destroyed. Just wait.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I have some good news and I have some bad news. The good news is FNATIC looks really strong. Looks like they're about to win their game against against alternate. 28-15, my goodness. The bad news that I have for people here, Mr. and Sigma, is that after this, we're taking a dinner break, and that the semifinals will be ready to go at 1900 CET. It's about 2 hours from now.
Well, that's not all that long. I mean, of course, it gives the viewers. I mean, we've been doing this all day, and the viewers. There's a lot of them. I've been watching in chat. They've been here all day too. So having that nice break, actually, I mean, it wouldn't be too terrible. It's always sad to know that you gotta wait for games, but at the same time, you know, there's always good sides to it.
Well, that's apparently what the admins are saying. So I have actually joined the game for FNATIC versus alternate. 28-16, 64,000 gold accumulated on FNATIC. Is there no stopping this team?
I gotta be honest, they've been looking extremely strong. Not just today, but in a total sense, and especially they gave Rekkles Vayne. I mean, a Vayne Zyra lane, especially with nRated on Zyra, that lane alone, it just absolutely stops for FNATIC. You do see xPeke mid on that Swain, and then Cyanide actually. Oh, Cyanide got his Nocturne as well. Yeah. FNATIC just got exactly the team comp that they wanted. Kottenx did get that Shaco, so that was kind of. I'm betting that was kind of hit or miss whether or not that was going to work out, you know, early enough.
Do you know what? We watched all these games today, and nothing really crazy came out except a Malady on an Ahri. This game has no fewer than 3 Cleavers, 2 Zhonyas. We got a Blade of the Ruined King. We have a friggin' Zephyr and a Guinsoo's Rageblade on Kayle. Why did we miss this?
You know what? It's probably my luck. You can blame that entirely on me.
3 Cleavers. Took us so long to find one, and now there's 3 in one game. Wow, actually Zyra also picking up Shard of True Ice. That's a first.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised we haven't seen that one more often today. I mean, you build it out of a Cage's Lucky Pick, and it keeps the GP10 ability. It's a lot of ability power, and then that ult is, or that active is pretty much a free Lulu ult.
My goodness, 28-16. All right, a little bit of a team fight here on the bottom tower. We are having the paranoia go off from Nocturne, but still, people dying left, right, and center. sOAZ taking down Metalx, and double kill coming out for the Swain. We also got Vayne in the back there, but it will be Zyra picking up that kill, and all of a sudden, Kayle is just supremely low hit points. Oh, Kale's way over here against Cyanide. Cyanide trying his best to hunt down the Angel and rip off its wings, but will he be successful? Kerp going to be turning it around. Lots of damage. The Fear Tether not going to be breaking. And yeah, while all this is going on, it looks like we are going to go for the kill shot here in the Nexus. So not exactly a huge amount of spectating, but so many items in Sigma.
It's still nice to sort of catch the end of the game and watch the way that team fight works. I mean, you know, we missed the game, but we still got to see that traditional FNATIC working absolutely amazing as a team. It's just the way they've been working together. It almost blows my mind. I'm so happy that they're currently sitting where they're at, because we're getting to see more of FNATIC, and more of that is always a good thing.
I gotta point out 11-1 Rekkles, 11-1-8, and again we see that Warmogs come out.
Huh. Well, I mean, it's Rekkles, so he is pretty reckless. You know, when that was terrible. Okay. No, but when you give him that Vayne, you're pretty much asking for probably the hardest bot lane of your life.
Look at this Ezreal. 623, but 3 BF sword items, and on top of that, a bilge water. Like, what am I looking at?
Well, that bilge water he's pretty much building straight into that Blade of the Ruined King, and when you don't have, completely enough money to go for another Bloodthirster, that Blade of the Ruined King isn't totally a bad, idea.
Holy cow. That's all I have to say to that. Holy cow. What a game to just casually jump in on. It's 11-1 Rekkles. That underaged mofo, man. He is just so good at this game. I cannot believe him.
You got it. So, let's see here. The next game is going to be how long? Is it 2 hours?
2 hours, 10 minutes until the semifinals. It will be a best of 3. I don't think I'm keeping the stream on, but I will double check with the admins. We'll do the postings in chat on the Twitters. You guys are following our Twitters, right? And all the relevant places. But it does look like, for now, a little bit of a dinner break, so we'll let you guys know. I've been the fourcourtjester. With me in Sigma, you have been watching the THOR Open League of Legends, and guys, there's potential. This is the first annual. If this goes over well, next time you could see a second annual, third annual, Get those THOR tournaments going. Lots of cash, lots of sponsors, lots of potential. So, don't go anywhere. We will update you guys in just a second, and then we'll find out exactly who's going to be in the semifinals and where you can watch them. Well, so much for that video. Oh, jeez. Alright, welcome guys. This morning, the THOR League of Legends Open. Picks and bans, there we go. My goodness. These teams. I'm the fourcourtjester. With me today in Sigma Theory, and we're in the semifinals here of the THOR Open League of Legends first annual tournament, hosted in Kistamässan in Stockholm. It is the bright and early morning here across the pond, but how are you doing this morning, bro?
I'm doing great. I don't know why everyone has a problem with early mornings. I mean, you just wake up and you feel groggy forever, but it's a good morning, isn't it?
A morning of these pro teams going head-to-head, League of Legends, is definitely a good morning, sir.
That's for sure. So, with the first game, we have the Copenhagen Wolves versus Alternate Attacks. Do you have any predictions or anything you want to?
Well, if we look at the brackets from yesterday, we did play 5 rounds, best of ones, all for the round robins, because basically we had 5 teams of the 8 actually show up, and results went pretty much as expected. FNATIC 4-0. Wolves 3-1, Alternate 2-2, MOUSESPORTS unfortunately 1-3, and PlayZ. We actually didn't even get them on stream, but PlayZ ended up 0-4 and did not qualify for the semifinals. So that means Copenhagen Wolves versus Alternate seeds 2 versus 3. Copenhagen Wolves is going to come into this, with a little bit of a score advantage. If I recall back in round number 2, Copenhagen Wolves versus Alternate, we did cover that, and the Wolves were able to take the game pretty handily. So I feel that they have a little bit of an upper hand when it comes to this game.
I think that's a great thing to point out, that these teams are coming into this, and Alternate has to realize that we've played these people before, and they've probably played them outside of these tournaments as well. So they, both teams probably know very well of each other. But you do have to go into this knowing, well, we have lost to them. Can we make sure that we can turn it around and, pull a win? Or from Wolves' side, we've already beat them once. All we got to do is just keep ourselves in that same frame of mind, and maybe we can get, another win.
Yep. Thing to note here, though, guys, it's not a best of 1. This is the semifinals, so it will be best of 3. Winner to go on to the finals, where they have a chance to win, I think, 60,000 sex. I think it's about 60,000. Maybe it's 80,000. But, a slice of that pie. We got 600,000 sex across all the games here in Stockholm. So, whatever the slice is, they are looking for that. That being said, picks and bans. Who do we got for the bans, sir?
So Copenhagen Wolves banned out Oriana, Katarina, and Evelyn. It looks pretty clearly that they're banning out ForellenLord. Yeah, I mean, you know, I hate to say it, but he's kind of like the whether or not it's actually true, he's kind of like the all-star of the team. He's what Alternate is known for, the guy with 3,000 ELO. So the way you figure it is if you ban him out and then you shut down the other players, you kind of have a good idea. But we've seen him play more than just those champions and do them very well. So then we turned around, Alternate banned out Rengar, Blitzcrank, and Elise. I actually expected the Elise ban, but not this late into the game.
Well, Rengar and Elise seem to be targeted against Godbro, because he was rocking that pretty handily yesterday.
Yes, he was. So Copenhagen Wolves picked up first pick Diana. I think this is one of those situations where A, they wanted Diana because Diana's extremely strong, and B, they just didn't want to give it to ForellenLord. Alternate responded with the Zyra pick and the Ezreal, so it's pretty clearly going to be a Zyra as bot lane. Turning around, Copenhagen getting Olaf and Lulu. Now, Olaf still could run top lane, as they have not picked their jungle yet, but definitely, it could go either way. It's obviously a Lulu support, and then ForellenLord actually gets the Anivia versus Diana. Quite an interesting pick, as Diana is really going to be, both kind of aggressive and going to be able to really zone out Anivia. So I'm wondering if maybe Alternate has a plan for that one with the jungle Lee Sin. Now, again, that could also be a top lane Lee Sin as well.
Could be a top lane Lee Sin. We don't have the last pick quite yet, but Jree getting that Zyra first pick. I mean, Jree on that support Zyra is definitely something really well known. It does look like we are going to be seeing a Caitlyn Ezreal for, I believe, the third game of the THOR Open League of Legends. We had it at least 2 separate times yesterday, now going into the semifinals. Is there something that I need to know about a Caitlyn? Why are we seeing such a resurgence of her here in Season 3?
It's got to be mostly the items. Because of her extremely long range, and because of the change to like Ezreal's W and the new Runon's Hurricane and the new Phantom Dancer, just having Caitlyn's extremely long range paired with someone like Lulu, it's just a really strong pick.
Yeah, Lulu on top of that. So yeah, Lulu with picks. I mean, she's very aggressive. Caitlyn with her, I don't know. I guess I'm just too used to not seeing Caitlyn here and more the upper tier of picks. But either way, we got a Cho'Gath in there. Looks like he's going to go off to Svenskeren. Plays a very nice jungle Cho'Gath. And the last pick is going to be that Warwick. I would actually really like to see a Lanewick, but I'm not too sure we're gonna. They haven't actually swapped yet, though.
It is possible for a Lanewick. Surprisingly, Warwick does really well in lane with the new items. If you can last long enough and you get an early enough tier for a Manamune and that upgrade that to a Muramana, that item goes really well on Warwick. So I mean, it could very well be a Lanewick. I mean, they haven't switched yet on my side, so this interesting.
Is it Muramana? I thought it was Masamune. I could be wrong though.
I'm pretty sure it's Muramana, but I could be totally wrong.
Yeah, you see the very last second we get that swap off, so we'll be that jungle Warwick. Now, I'm trying to remember, like last time I saw a Lanewick, he went Sunfire Cape, and then every time that Sunfire Cape actually took damage, his passive was able to kick in. Is that still a thing?
I'm actually not aware of that.
Because he was pretty powerful. I'm not entirely too sure it actually got nerfed. Either way, we're not going to be seeing him. Let's just take a quick look at Warwick. With the new Season 3 jungle, of course, we are seeing a bit of a resurgence of those more single-target junglers. Riot's whole plan of getting more diverse jungle paths and more diverse jungle characters back into the game. And he is going to be rocking some move speed, attack speed, armor, magic resist. So the attack speed will go really well with his hungering, his nice battle call there, and should be able to clear decently well. 921-0, so a bit more of a tank wick than anything.
I gotta point out on the defense masteries, he actually picked up the reduced damage from critical hits, and then he picked up the reduced damage from tower, and instead of the health per level as well as the the straight up health that you get in that third column. He also took the regeneration for the lower health. So I wonder if, that tells me, I mean, that they clearly have a plan for, using that Warwick ult under a turret, or, I'm wondering if that's maybe preferable. Usually when it comes down to it, you want to build health, effective health, because it's useful in many more situations. But I wonder if they have a specific plan set just for that.
Well, early tower dives, usually you see someone a bit more with a gap closer. Before level 6, you want to see those tower dives. But after level 6, of course, we do got his suppress ready to go. And, as you said, with that Mira mana, if you toggle that and then you throw down the suppress, all those auto attacks are going to be applying that Mira mana toggle. So, yeah, you're thinking about that. That could be pretty powerful. That being said, we did see Warwick a few times yesterday, and we did not see any kind of Mira mana come out from them. More typical, like, tank wick and just single target DPS.
Right, building that the mana immune into the more mana, it takes forever to stack that up. Specifically on Warwick, it's kind of like playing Karthus and building complete GP10. It's not a completely unviable strategy, but it's a specifically targeted late game strategy. You don't really do much for the first 20 to 30 minutes, but once you hit that mark of when you get that item and it's fully stacked, that's when things start to get a little terrifying. So it's kind of it's a gamble to take, but in a high level game like this, and you're up against someone like the Copenhagen Wolves, it's not a complete, one-sided thing. Sometimes that gamble is necessary to take.
All right, guys, we're going to get this game started. The semifinals here of the THOR Open League of Legends 2012. It is going to be best one of the best of 3 series. Copenhagen Wolves on your blue side. We're going to have team alternate, that Bird of Prey and Nivea ForellenLord coming out here on team purple. So that being said, looking around, we do got Barrier on TheTess. I think this is the first time we actually seeing the Barrier on TheTess. He's usually running that Flash Cleanse. I think he had a 100% Flash Cleanse yesterday. And looking down at Ezreal and Metalx, you can kind of see, Wildfire Zyra, more of that typical support. He does have that exhaust, and that's not something we really saw yesterday either. We usually saw the Ignite coming out on our supports, but this time Metalx is rocking Ignite. So we're seeing a little bit of a mix-up just from yesterday. I wonder if these teams have gone out and just done a little bit more research into Season 3 after all their games.
It's very possible, and it's very possible that also they had specific strategies planned out with those summoners. Winner actually using a nice glitter lance to check that bush, ForellenLord taking quite a bit of damage. So no real level 1 engagement happening just yet.
Alright, Lee Sin's going to be top, and there we go. Scoreboard all nice and arranged. So Lee Sin, Lane Sin, I mean, we saw sOAZ yesterday on Team FNATIC. He ran, I think, every game with Lee Sin, because every game Lee Sin was just left open there in the picks and bans. I guess it was just not really too much of an issue when it came to those picks and bans, because he was always able to get it out. There was always more important bans to put out. But this is, I think, the first time we're going to see Kerp in that top lane. So we're going to have to see how he can measure up to that. Now again, this is live patch, guys. Look at that Zyra. Full inventory level 1.
6 items level 1. Clearly it's a GG. Someone has to win. No, but I mean, if you just look at the items in general, clearly Wolves has picked up 3 different crystalline flasks on Lulu, on Olaf, and on Diana. These guys are aiming for lane sustain. They're not aiming to bully in any specific order. They're just meant to stay in lane.
Mm-hmm. Yep, lots of potions, lots of flasks. I think we have 5 potions, flask, and a sight ward on Diana mid, whereas ForellenLord has a Doran's ring. There's a very vast difference in terms of your lane staying power just on that matchup alone.
Yeah. ForellenLord actually picking up that Doran's ring tells me that as soon as he hits level 2, some combo is going to come out and he's going to try to force Diana out of the lane, which makes a lot of sense in and of itself. Especially with that type of build, when you generally go up against someone with a lot of sustain, you need to actually try to force them out for it to be worthwhile on both sides.
Yeah, but still, I mean, 3 charges on a flask and 5 potions later, that, I don't care how much mana you have, that has to be a lot of expenditure just to try to get that, forcing. But even that being said, Bjergsen level 3 is up just, that much more experience over top of ForellenLord. And I see actually Bjergsen, pressuring ForellenLord back. He just does not want to trade. He does not have that staying power. So he does kind of have to retreat out of these and just try to do that long-range poke.
Yeah, when you're up against an Anivia early game, the best thing for you to do, I mean, even though it opens you up to a jungle gank, the best thing for you to do is push. Because before Anivia hits level 6, she really has no just real lane control ability.
Now top lane, Kottenx is finished off. Blue and Ready is going to be up here camping out a little bit. Kerp fairly healthy up here as well, but it does not look like it is meant to be. We also have a ward there. So yeah, we absolutely knew that there was going to be a Warwick in the bush and no kill going to be going down.
Something I wanted to point out, Kerp actually started Cloth 5 in this scenario. And you remember, Olaf started with, a crystalline flask, a ward, and just a bunch of health potions and a mana potion. He's actually winning this trade. When it comes to Lee Sin, your general idea is, since you have no mana, your whole idea in lane is to just constantly harass. It's to really force your opponent, sort of out of the lane. The biggest issue, though, is that Olaf, with that true damage, that he can just pop that whenever Lee Sin gets close. Lee Sin can't really trade with that early on.
Well, the cloth armor will do absolutely nothing against it, and that's for sure.
Exactly.
But, as I said, yesterday we saw some really amazing top lane Sin. Oh my, ForellenLord actually going to get caught out there by the Moonfall and the gank here from Svenskeren. We did get that Ignite off on top of Cho'Gath, and the egg will come out. So, gank successful right there. That we did not use the flash on top of ForellenLord. So next time when push comes to shove, he will be able to just get away out of that one. Warwick was there as well. Wasn't really able to put up too much in terms of pressure, but really good job there from Wolves, able to burn out that egg. Godbro, however, could be in some trouble up top, but the Tempest coming out from Kerp not able to land, so that kind of gave it up right there. He is out of health potions at top lane.
Yeah, he's been having to chug those since every time he gets close. Olaf is, he's landing that true damage. And there really is no straight up counter for that except for building health. And you can't really build a whole lot of health at level 1 just because health items are generally much more expensive. So he's been having to just, pull every potion that he possibly can at this point.
Bottom lane does not look like it's been really going very well here for Metalx on those trades. He's not looking so healthy either. And in terms of the creeps, we got all this pressure coming out from Caitlyn. That Piltover actually landing just at the end there, 100 hit points to Metalx's name. So you can see that, even this early on in the landing phase, we're seeing these differences go back and forth, but the biggest one is definitely that bot lane.
Yeah, that level 1, or just that early game poke that Lulu and Caitlyn have, if you can't dodge the Glitter Lance and the Piltover, it's mid lane right now. ForellenLord actually getting dived on. Bjergsen actually flashing forward, got that ult, and then pulled that one out. So without the flash from Anivia, he really could not go anywhere.
Yeah, nice level 6. And in fact, we still actually had the flash ready to go from Anivia, but again, without that sustain, was just not able to just deal with these trades. And yeah, there's that first blood. So not only did we get the egg first, Anivia does go down. So technically she's died twice, although once for keeps.
Curse that natural born GA in Anivia. Every time you think, wow, man, I'm gonna get a kill, the lane's gonna go so well, and then she's still there. Sad face. Anyways, just looking down the line, 8.8 thousand gold for Copenhagen Wolves on the blue side to 8.2 on alternate. Kind of the biggest money sink at the moment is sitting down on Caitlyn and Diana, really exactly where you want that gold to be. especially in the early game, because this is where the builds are going to start to sort of show and differ in that scenario.
So ForellenLord does die out. Warwick, however, is going to be good guy Warwick and give him that blue buff. He's going to be able to take that back home with that Chalice of Harmony. So a lot of mana now at ForellenLord's disposal. It does have some health potions now, so shouldn't be too afraid in order to just trade out. Top lane, however, both of them have gone back. You can see now the Philosopher's Stone on Olaf, the double blades coming out again. This really does seem like a sOAZ kind of style top lane. Kerp going for that brutalizer. Wonder if we're going to see a bloodthirster out of him even before boots too. But still, 1-0 up. Wolves again taking a little bit of an early lead, and we did see them at the qualifiers just go back and forth, and they were able to win that 1-0. So.
It's definitely a close game. I mean, there's no real point to say, this team is clearly going to win or that team just has no chance. These guys are very close, and that's showing really well at this point.
In terms of those last hits, I mean, Caitlyn's still taking a little bit of a lead. She's sitting at 76 now compared to the 61 here of Ezreal. Ezreal's still seemingly afraid to even get off those trades. And, just, a month ago would not have been the same issue whatsoever. But Godbro dropping really low top lane, has that Ignite on top of him. There are no globals here to take him down, but it's going to be that bottom lane Jree kill. Where is she going to be throwing that? Does actually hit Winner, but no kill going down there. So a nice gank coming out from Svenskeren out of that one. Got that feast off as well, but, again, the pressure is here. Not only did we not get a top lane for a kill on alternate, they lose that Jree in the bottom, and that's going to be 2-0 now for the Wolves.
It's a little bit of an unfavorable trade, but you also have to remember that Kerp is now actually, he's just pushing that tower. He's just farming top. That Olaf had to lose all of that CS. He had to lose all of that experience. And now, Lee Sin's going to go back. He's going to get a Brutalizer, probably his level 1 boots. And he's actually in a pretty good situation against that Olaf.
Well, Olaf did go for a Giant Spell. So, I mean, we've been seeing Giant Spell even before boots on our top laners throughout this entire tournament.
Yeah, right now with the way ForellenLord actually getting dived on mid once again. Bjerg popping forward with that ult, pulling that Crescent Moon, and then having to let go of this one as the Rupture did not quite land. Bottom lane, Kottenx still forcing into it. He's got the flash, he's got the ult, lands onto Winner. Winner actually ults himself, makes it out just barely alive. TheTess turning around with a fight. Now Kottenx is really low, and here comes Ven. Lands the Rupture. The Rupture just barely misses, but Jree might get taken down at this point. Nice root lands onto it, and Tess lands the kill onto Jree. Action pack lanes back and forth. No, I mean, having that Giant Spell getting rushed early is kind of the counter to the Brutalizer. You have to remember that there's really not a whole lot of armor that you can build to deal with that Brutalizer. So the best way to do it is to stack health and use his fight. But Kerp right now forcing onto Godbro, ulting him back, and then getting exhausted at the same time. So both kind of just trading back and forth. A flash forward after an undertow. Godbro lands the kill onto Lee Sin.
A slight miscalculation coming out of Kerp in that top lane. He went for that Dragon Kick in order to bring Olaf into tower range, but unfortunately he just skidded to a halt right in front of it, and that's going to be a good pickup here for Godbro. So we didn't actually get those tier 1 boots. We did get a health crystal on top of just some potions in that ward, so no boots, but the health crystal just trying to kind of deal with that true damage lightning bolt that does come out of Godbro. But now we're also out of summoners here. This could be really good for Kottenx, but no, the tower is going to go down before anything happens. We do got the red buff here on Cotton, but oh my god, look at that true damage and the lifesteal almost taking down Warwick at such low hit points as well. You can see the synergy of the passive of Godbro coming out of that one.
It's actually rather interesting. Just as that was happening, Kottenx actually did his ult had just came off cooldown, so instead of straight up blowing that on Olaf and making sure he can absolutely secure the kill, he actually saved that and realized at the last second, I believe I have this. So right now, Wolves taking the Dragon at this point completely uncontested. There was no ward there from alternate. Yeah.
Well, I mean, we do have 2 people here with wards. We got that sight ward, or sorry, the vision ward on Jree, but no sightstone. Actually, we don't have a sightstone on either team as of yet, but look at Winner just going to go in here. Ace in the hole going to be coming out on top of Metalx and the Feast. A very nice quick double kill, 1 to Bjergsen and 1 to Winner in that bottom lane. So really just taking that dragon, using that pressure that they have bottom lane, going for those kills. And now, could we be going for that blue as well?
Yeah, when you go up against Anivia, your main goal to be shut that blue down from her. So right now, both Wolves are taking that blue. They're just focusing it down. Now remember, Kottenx is there. ForellenLord is there. He actually ults over the wall and uses that Flash Frost to take it, or the Frostbite, to actually steal the blue away from the Wolves.
Well, he's just saying, this is rightfully mine, I'm not sharing it, but still, they trade out towers, 1 in the top lane, 1 in the bot. Really good move there out of ForellenLord to still get his blue. It's pretty much just a free blue to him. It's like, I didn't have to do any effort, but I was able to still get. And Kottenx is going to run into Winner. We got Sven's here as well, but it looks like Warwick is just going to back on off out of there. And we got Godbro just babysitting mid.
Yeah, at this point, both towers top have been taken. Godbro is ahead, but only slightly in last hits. He does have his level 2 boots, though, so he can afford to kind of run around the map a little bit quicker. Lee Sin still has not gotten his level 1 boots, and it's 14 minutes into the game.
Well, I mean, we saw this yesterday, how people, not only are they not getting those enchantments on the tier 2 boots, sometimes we don't even see them getting tier 2 boots until really, really much later. And last night, I was watching Wings of Death X participating in a tournament, and he would get completed 4 items even before completing tier 2 boots. It's just that level of boots since the boots got nerfed and everyone's default run rate went up. It just does not seem to be that big a priority.
No, especially not. And then ForellenLord actually trading back and forth with Bjerg. Kerp safeguarding in onto the minion. Winner actually ulting himself, but Ezreal pops in from behind, lands a Mystic Shot, and takes that one out.
So you don't even need boots as Kerp. You can just get in there, safeguard your Sonic Waves. You have so much movement displacement already available that the only time you're really going to wish you had those boots is when you're running away and there's nothing, absolutely nothing, to just displace yourself with.
Right now, Wolves trying to defend this turret. They're tossing Crescent Strikes and Ruptures every chance that they possibly can. Now remember, ForellenLord does have his blue buff, so he can just constantly push those minions, and that is quite a bit to deal with.
Yeah, look, just so many blizzards going down, just saying, this is the zone that you cannot enter. And we do have that Athene's already on top of things, so not only do we have pretty much infinite mana regen, we also have cooldowns, but yeah, we do have a little bit of poke from Caitlyn. You gotta be aware of that, ForellenLord. If you get egged out, that far forward, it's pretty much death for breakfast.
Yeah, you definitely do not want to have to be that far forward. Now remember, they did have to back out from that poke, and pretty much all the Wolves is still just barreling down on this mid lane turret. Kerp is now back at top lane. You've got Ezreal, Metalx down bottom lane farming out. ForellenLord is still really low, and all 5 members of Wolves are here. Are they actually going to dive for this one, or just kind of put the pressure back onto the turret?
Well, I mean, top lane, there's no turrets to defend, so the longer Kerp's up there, the better in the Wolves' eyes. And ForellenLord has not gone back either, so he's still a prime target, egg notwithstanding. Same time, we got Ezreal bottom, and that is going to cause TheTess to actually peel down there. And, bottom lane, looking at them, it does look like, those Vamp Scepters are still just going to come out before Infinity Edges, but Infinity Edges has been really just the BF item of choice this weekend.
Infinity Edge right now, just it seems so strong. Between the crit, the straight up attack damage, and that the BF sword is actually slightly cheaper now. It's a straight up go-to item. The goal difference now between the Bloodthirster and the Infinity Edge is it's just enough of a difference now that it's almost worth getting your Infinity Edge over your Bloodthirster in almost every scenario.
It's very different than the Korean style we saw coming in back in the summer, where Bloodthirster was definitely the more important of the two, just for those early game endings. But, Season 3, new can of worms. In terms of the items, we're about to hit about 17.5 minutes. Looking at that 20-minute mark, what kind of big items do we have? Today, Mr. Kerp has done us proud. The League of Cleavers making a big appearance. Black Cleaver before 20 minutes.
He still bought that before his level 1 boots, even. Kottenx actually getting dived on under that turret, having to flash away.
League of Cleavers. Too funny. Too funny. Yeah, Kerp going to be taking a lot of auto attack damage. Has to use that safeguard to get on out. We do not have blue anymore on ForellenLord, but still, with that Athene's Unholy Grail, we still have virtually infinite mana regen.
Yeah, between the Unholy Grail and the Doran's Ring, he can just constantly full that mana back.
Nice Crescent Strike coming out of Jree, going to be taking a little bit of damage. There goes Kerp, maybe going in a bit too far. Sven's, however, caught out in some AoE, is going to be taking quite a bit of damage, and here comes the rest of Alternate. We still have Caitlyn down south, however, and there she goes. She's about to peel there to the mid, so almost reminiscent here of an ARAM, just everyone hovering around the mid and the jungle areas, but blue is back up. Are the Wolves going to contest this one?
It looks like they wanted to get ready to contest it, but I mean, between the Warwick, the E, that true sight that gives him, you could clearly see it on Cho'Gath. So they don't really want to start Dragon while they still have vision of that. Kerp is coming in around the back, and Ace in the hole hits on it. Kerp is actually going to have to safeguard away and keep himself safe. Anivia wall coming in right in front of Dragon. ForellenLord actually having to flash over the wall. Godbro popping his Ragnarok, running straight into it. All the teams are just really trying to control the flow of this fight. Metalx actually lands a killing shot onto Sven. Bjerg actually coming in from behind, finishing off that Zyra. And ForellenLord still in the front. Now, he does have that blue buff, so he really has a lot of mana to use. Winter turning around, using a nice Glitter Lance, trying to pop this one back and forth. Kottenx actually landing his ult on top of Bjerg, long enough for Anivia to do quite a bit of damage, but it turns around and Wolves actually cleaning that one up. ForellenLord and Metalx are really low, trying to run away from this one.
Geez, can you get any more opposite ends of the camera for that team fight? Just trying to keep everyone in focus was the hardest thing ever.
Yeah, we really need a much larger camera and spectator client for some of these teams and the way they've been fighting.
So, end result, looks like Bjergsen was able to get out of town. Svenskeren's okay. Lost Winter, lost the THETess, but still, overall, ForellenLord still, with just no hit points, almost took no damage that entire time, still has his egg up. Did not even get egged.
No, I think he really wanted to avoid getting egged in that scenario. Once you're down and you have a full health Diana running around the back of your team, there's really not a whole lot you can you can do to keep surviving on that one. So Kerp actually coming back to the mid lane after that last fight, now coming back with level 1 boots, and it looks like Wolves are going for Dragon here.
Well, they had a very dominant team fight there. I mean, there are 9-5, about 3,000 gold. Another just ill-timed True Shot Barrage coming out of Ezreal, but it did confirm that the Dragon was going down, so that's going to increase another 1,000 gold in terms of the lead. And, you know, mid tower is actually still standing despite the pressure Wolves keeps putting up here in the mid lane. So we see, you know, these extraneous lanes, just they'll pop off, clear it off, just make sure it keeps pushing, come back to mid, and then Wolves will retaliate by pretty much doing the same thing afterwards. And 21 minutes in, we're seeing some okay creeping numbers, like 166, 144. I'd actually almost say that we're getting out creeped by Alternate, just looking at that mid matchup.
It's very slight. You know, those numbers, I mean, although you have 165 on Anivia and 145 on Diana, you also have to remember all of the towers and the dragons that are being taken. So the gold is actually, it's of course in Diana's favor, but not by that much. This fight is actually really close at this point.
The biggest discrepancy seems to be that top lane, about 1,400 gold between both Olaf as well as Lee Sin. And Olaf, I mean, again, we see this new Warmog's armor coming out, Season 3, does not have to stack at all, but just a nice flat 1,000 health, and then 1.5% of your max health in terms of health regen. So that's only going to keep going up, because he does have another giant spell ready to go, and, you know, very likely we're just going to see more and more tankiness coming out of Godbro. As his whole idea is just to get into the back line, get into that Anivia, get into that Ezreal. He just needs to have the survivability in order to do it.
Yeah, that's entire Olaf's job, whether he's in the lane or whether he's in the jungle. Actually, Kerp running into the blue side jungle. Bjerg actually popping down on top of him. Now, he did dodge the rupture and he kicked Bjerg away, but it looks like he's not going to be able to make it out of this one. Diana actually picking up the kill on top of Kerp.
Yeah, it could be. Oh, what a great wall coming out there from ForellenLord. I was going to say, could be a bad situation for Kottenx as he was about to get hit from behind by the Wolves. But again, Anivia bringing out that wall. A nice undertow hitting on top of Kottenx. Does have to force out that flash. I was curious to see if Godbro was going to follow him, but it does not look like that is going to be the case. But either way, with Kerp now down, he also is going to be coming back with those Merc Treads. Could be the death of this tower, but jeez, the lane clearing capabilities of both teams are pretty phenomenal.
Yeah, I think at this point, Anivia without blue really doesn't have the option here. Bjerg actually popping in right on top of Jree, taking a ton of damage from ForellenLord. Now Bjerg is really low, gets shut down by the tower and Warwick, and then Caitlyn turning around and killing off that Anivia egg from ForellenLord.
So once again, we see the egg go down as well as the rest of Forellen. A nice 5v4 situation, but Kerp coming in, maybe not the best of ideas as he does get chunked extremely low. Kottenx now in the just crosshairs of everyone, and you know, he does have himself that Spirit of the Ancient Golem, so a good chunk of health there with the Kindle Gem. So he has cooldowns, he has some health, and of course all of his sustain, but still 5-on-3, almost going in 1 by 1. The Wolves are able to just tear them apart, and no kills other than Bjergsen is going to go down for alternate.
You know, I think this is the pattern that we've been seeing, especially since yesterday. Wolves are right now looking very strong as a team. They're really up there in terms of team cohesion. Everyone just kind of knows exactly what each other is going to do at exactly the right times, and I think that's what separates you know, the current top tier teams from some of the lower ones. Metalx actually cleaning up that turret in mid lane. But yeah, I think that's really what separates the teams at this point. It's not raw mechanical skill. It's not, you know, the general champion pools. It's the team cohesion that we're seeing a lot lately.
Taking a quick look at everyone. 24 minutes in. Once again, you know, a very familiar Diana build. But, oh, ForellenLord, could he go down here? We are going to get the flash over, and Bjergsen able to just jump on into that with the double tap. So maybe a little bit of a wasted flash out of Godbro, but that is going to be a blue buff back to Bjergsen and not to ForellenLord. So an excellent pick-off from them. But, you know, Diana, I think we saw this build twice yesterday. The Abyssal Scepter with the Haunting guys first after Sork Shoes, and now very likely either Rabadons or Azonias to come out. It's a very solid build here in Season 3.
Yeah, right now, with the way penetration works, I mean, we were seeing this being built towards the end of Season 2, but with the way penetration is now calculated, running penetration is almost always better than just getting straight ability power. Metalx actually taking quite a bit of damage from Diana and from Lulu, actually getting that ace in the hole. Metalx is really low. He's going to have to back out of this one.
Yeah, he's going to back on out, but ForellenLord is going to come on in, is going to throw out that stun, not find anyone. We got a pink ward on the floor from, I think, Zyra. Not entirely too sure why yet, but it could be useful for Lee Sin later on. True Shot Barrage is going to come out. We got a Stranglethorn as Bjergsen is over the wall. Has to use that flash to get on out of town, but we are going to have Kottenx just jump over that with his ultimate. TheTess able to just get through the wall of Anivia. Is not going to be a stopping factor here. Kerp is going to be mirroring the movements here of the Wolves. That could go well. I don't foresee it doing so. He does not jump in after that Sonic Wave. So no kills from either team, but a lot of summoners and ultimates being used.
Yeah, I think at that point, Kerp was just sort of corralling or making sure that he was there for the team in case anything needed. I don't think he was really looking for an opportunity to maybe pick off, you know, Caitlyn out of that group and try to get back out. But I gotta say that last fight didn't really work all that well. Kottenx just had to wait for Caitlyn to auto-attack over the wall to get vision, and that was the first thing he could have ulted. But right now, alternate, going for a Baron. Now, Wolves don't have vision of this, so they may be able to get this in time. Now, Olaf and Lulu are heading right up there, and Kottenx is completely out of mana. ForellenLord is pretty close, too.
Yeah.
Olaf just popping into the pit, landing that true damage, hitting an exhaust on top of Warwick, but actually Cho'Gath walking in, ulting that Baron away, and Cotton just really stuck in a bad place.
Oh, that could have went so much better for alternate. True Shot Barrage is going to just barely miss Svenskeren, but as soon as you see Cho'Gath walking up, Cho'Gath with a smite and a feast, it's like, you're not going to steal that away from him. He just walked up, took it, and that's going to be GG well played with a 5 surrender vote, 27 minutes into the game. Double Nexus explosion. Cool beans. 15-6, the Wolves just taking it at the end. So very powerful, and just unfortunate timing for alternate.
Yeah, I think that's kind of one of those situations where they were thinking, you know what, we've got a best of 3 here. Let's just go desperate Baron, and if this doesn't work, we'll just move on and go to the next game. And I think that was actually quite a good idea, because they were in a really bad spot to begin with.
GG Wolves. All right, so 15-6, game number 1 going to the Wolves. It is a best of 3, as you did say. So we are going to have more games ready to go here, guys. And then, of course, after this, we will have the finals best of 3, winners of both of the semis, head-to-head for that bigger slice of the pot. So, guys, don't go anywhere. fourcourtjester and insigmatheory. We'll be back with more. Till then, word from our sponsors as we get the next game ready to go. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the THOR Open League of Legends tournament. We are here in the semi-finals, best of 3, and we do have ready to go both Team Alternate as well as Wolves. Wolves up 1-0. insigmatheory here with fourcourtjester. How you doing, dude?
I'm doing fantastic. These games are just awesome and exciting, and I'm really excited to see where else we go with these.
Where else, indeed? I mean, we've seen some pretty heavy banning against ForellenLord, and out came that Anivia last game, but his Anivia did not seem to really hold up against the pressure that Bjergsen was able to just put up with that Diana. So, I mean, 3 mid bans and then the Diana first pick out of Bjergsen. That's 4 mid heroes down for ForellenLord, and that Anivia just did not seem to stand up to Diana at all.
No, Anivia is generally a very, kind of hit or miss when you have a really aggressive champion, especially like Diana. Diana wants to get in your face. Diana wants to really just unleash an extraordinary amount of damage, and Anivia has one of the lowest health pools in the game. So it's really not favorable in the Anivia side, but it doesn't have to always work out that way. You got to remember, these are very high level players, so they always seem to have some form of plan when it comes down to it.
Some sort of plan seems to be the idea, and look at that, 2 of the 3 band champions already coming out of the Wolves. Evelynn, Diana, Katarina actually coming out from alternate, and Rengar to just round things off here for the Wolves. So overall, except for the Diana ban, 5 out of 6 bans are all the same from last game.
Yeah, of course you want Diana banned out. That is not something you really want to deal with. Evelynn, very strong ban because ForellenLord is also very good with her. Rengar is something you just kind of plan to go against. Mostly, it's something you just say, you know what? I mean, whether or not somebody's good at it, we just do not want to deal with this. We can handle just about anyone else. Blitzcrank was definitely pointed towards Wolves. I mean, it's definitely a winner ban because we've seen him play Blitzcrank extremely well yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
He landed almost every grab, and every grab was a good grab. Not to mention it was a grab in general that hit, but it was always someone that they wanted to get grabbed. It wasn't the Azrael you could just arcane shift away. It wasn't a tank that really didn't need to deal with it. It was always someone squishy and someone that was just barely out of place.
I do remember that game, an XL winner, definitely deserving of those kudos from a Blitzcrank. What I'm a little curious about here is that ForellenLord, I mean, we had Orianna left open, but Metalx actually locked in Olaf before that, and Bjergsen was able to actually snipe that away from him. And speaking of snipes, does look like Lux is going to come out here from ForellenLord. Lux, he had a really good Lux game yesterday, despite the loss. It was very impressive with those lasers and combos, but I'm still curious, why no Orianna?
I think they actually had planned for it. When it comes down to it, I mean, ForellenLord obviously is kind of the big name for alternate. It's the name that people know when it comes to it, and he's an extremely good mid lane player. He got to what 3,000 ELO, pretty much just playing mid lane, and he did it with a lot of different champions, and Orianna was one of them, but Lux was another one of them as well. So I think what they did was, instead of saying, you know what, grab me Orianna, I think they were saying they have to pick Orianna because they're definitely not going to give it to me. Let's plan around me picking Lux, and then let's go with that strategy instead. So I think that was actually a really good sort of just gameplay plan from alternate.
Well, so they have themselves a Lux, but now we also have on the board, an Olaf and a Jax. Either of them could go jungle. I have more of a suspicion it's going to be Olaf in the jungle, though.
I would agree with you on that one. Now, Jax absolutely can go in the jungle, and a Jax, ganking you with that stun and all the other leaps and powers are really strong. And especially in the new jungle, there's still a little bit more ambient gold, so Jax can still get pretty farmed from the jungle. But I still feel like Jax really needs that gold from the lane to shine. And we actually haven't seen a whole lot of Jax played since the new Season 3 patch. I mean, his build, last I checked, is actually pretty different. I mean, you really do want to get that Ginsu's, you want to get, a Blade of the Ruined King, you want to get that really early, Bilgewater Cutlass, and I wonder how that's going to work out. But we saw Wolves pick up Lulu and Cho'Gath as their third and fourth pick, and then the last two picks for alternate looks like they're going to be Graves and Taric at the last second. So alternate is looking for a very safe strategy. They're running Olaf, they're running a sort of double bruiser, but that has a lot of escapes. They have a lot of control over the way things fight. And then they have a Taric Graves bot lane, a lot of really, just tanky and hard to deal with. Very, it's just a really hard team to deal with between Lux lasers, stun from Taric, and just generally everyone being very tanky to deal with.
This will actually be, I think, the first game that we're going to see out with Taric, and a first for Graves as well. It's usually been Caitlyn or Vayne or Ezreal. So swapping it up a little bit, I'm going to be enjoying that. It does look like Kottenx will be out in the jungle with that Olaf. And as you said, with the new items here for Kerp, Ginsu's, I think it was CLG Snoopy from CLG EU. He just put out a few different guides about what you should be building, Jax among them, and it was pretty much the exact same build as you mentioned. Ginsu's Rage Blade into the Blade of the Ruined King, and just really powerful stuff coming out of these guys. Last pick here, Irelia, so maybe a little bit of a Wicked style up top, but Svenskeren getting that Cho'Gath once more, and the return of Lulu.
Interesting. So the Irelia pick kind of actually goes both ways. Now, they don't know if Jax is either top lane or in the jungle, so they kind of have to go, well, what goes good against both of them? Irelia versus Jax, it's a very, even Irelia versus Olaf, it could go either way. It's not a very clear counter from either side. So that's a really interesting pick. On top of the Cho'Gath from Wolves, it's looking like they're specifically targeted at that whole double bruiser comp. You've got the zoning from Orianna and Lulu. You've got the whole flow of the team fight being controlled by Irelia and Cho'Gath, and then you have that shockwave that could come in on top of, say, the Irelia, who Blade Surge onto somebody in the middle of your team. There's no real clearly one-sided team pick here. It's a pretty close champion select, I gotta say.
I just took a quick look at the runes and masteries of both Jax as well as Irelia, and shockingly, they're virtually identical. I mean, we have a little bit of a change in terms of the masteries, but other than that, I think it was about a 2-point difference in the masteries, but the runes exactly the same on both ends of things. So very, very interesting, as a lot of the great minds think alike, and both of them going top lane with virtually identical builds.
Yeah, running that defense tree, especially in the season 3. Now we haven't clearly gone. We haven't had enough time to really get through all of the trees and work out what really works well. With certain champions, and we haven't figured out those niche areas yet. But we, as a general rule, we figured out that quite clearly the defense tree is just extremely good, and it just sounds good when you run down the defense tree and you figure out what each of them does. You just look at it and go, I could use this on every champion. There's really no sort of niche spot in the defense tree, and that's why you're seeing a lot of these people actually run really similar pages when it comes to that.
So other than that, ForellenLord, still throwing that 9 points into utility for his mid buff. But other than that, just nothing really super strange about anything in and around the place. In terms of the summoner skills, Metalx going to be, again, running that barrier. And our support, Jree, is going to not take that exhaust today. He will be ignite, so very reminiscent of our games yesterday. Winner, however, is running that ignite this round, and TheTess going back to his more patented flash and cleanse combination. So, does look like everything is ready to go, guys. Game number 2, Wolves are up 1-0 against Alternate in this best of 3 for the semifinals of the THOR first annual Open League of Legends. Looking for those 2 finalists to get into that best of 3. fourcourtjester here with insigmatheory. We're going to be guiding you through these games. Games are being played on live patch, and Nami is auto-banned. So if you're wondering about Nami, yeah, that's why you don't see her.
I think it would have been kind of bad to have her be let in the tournament anyway. We haven't really spent enough time with Nami to figure out where exactly she fits into a lot of these compositions. So, both teams wouldn't really know specifically what to deal with. Now, of course, these guys are the best in the world, so you'd have to give them sort of the benefit of the doubt, but I just got to feel like I would not have wanted to see, in a sense, I would have loved to see Nami play today, but at the same time, it would have been really volatile for me to, expect what's going to go on either way.
Our competitive bug splat for Windows 8 coming out yet again. Poor guy. I think it's Bjergsen, actually. No, it's going to be Godbro today. All right. Bjergsen yesterday got splatted a bunch of times. Windows 8 apparently does not mesh too nicely here, but, game number 2. Wolves are up 1-0. And yeah, Nami was definitely auto-banned. Like, she came out less than 12 hours before the tournament.
Yeah, it's not something you completely want to deal with. Looking at the items, I'm actually surprised I haven't seen anyone else get the biscuit in utility. Usually you'll see 1 or 2 people outside of the support get that biscuit, because it only takes the 9 points to get to it. So having that extra 80 health and having that extra 80 health and 50 mana might actually be the difference of where that game goes. But this time we're actually only seeing the supports pick up the Explorer Ward and the biscuit.
I think I was watching Skara just play around with the new Season 3 masteries, and a lot of stuff really just struck him as being very different in terms of you can come to lane with a lot more potions, a lot more sustain, a lot more lane presence, but at the same time you can start off level 1 6 items, but going mid with an Explorer Ward as well as that biscuit, getting yourself a crystalline flask and potions, it's like you don't even have to leave lane until level 6.
No, it's actually really like I was telling you yesterday, it's very reminiscent of people running 13 health pot Mordekaiser. It seems like that used to be kind of like a trolley, we're just going to build it because we can, or to target a specific champion. But a lot of times now we're seeing that the regeneration is actually much more useful, having that effective health, than getting a straight up cloth armor early on, or Doran's ring or Doran's blade or what have you.
Although Doran's shield, we did see Doran's shield yesterday, and those top laners doing some really magnificent work when combined with the new passive of blocking 6 damage and block mastery. You can block up to 9 damage, and this could be terrible for the TheTess. Look how far forward he is on Ezreal, and we're looking for that flash, that dazzle. He's going to have to pop that cleanse and the flash from himself just to survive. But what was the TheTess doing that far forward?
I think at that point he was just kind of he was making sure that no one was invading. Problem is that alternate was actually waiting in that bush, waiting for him to come see that. So it felt bad, but you also have to remember that Tarek now does not have a flash. They didn't get to invade now that those wards are down. So even though Tess now doesn't have a flash and a cleanse, they can be relatively sure that his jungle is safe at this point.
Well, Godbro's going to be all the way top lane, so if that invade had gone a little bit more pear-shaped, he would have been at least okay, but still, on a 5v4 level 1 fight, at least in solo queue, you definitely get a little bit of criticism out of your teammates. But yeah, no flash, no cleanse here on the TheTess, but neither for that Tarek, so we could see some really early aggression onto both parties. In the laning phase, but Kottenx here is going to start off with his red, not his blue. Jack's going to be heading to lane already, and is ForellenLord possibly going to go for a steal? No, we're just going to have to Svenskeren just has to blow out that flash, so no smiteless for him, but he will at least solidify his blue buff.
Something I wanted to point out, Bjergsen actually picked up the 2 mini wolves. Ooh, Godbro right now up top with Kerp trading back and forth, taking a lot of damage. Now Kerp did start with that counter strike, so the stun from Aurelia is able to sort of mitigate that. You generally don't want to go up with like a Heaton strike against a Jax that's stunned. Bot lane Jree actually tossing a dazzle onto Tess. Remember, Tess doesn't have flash or cleanse, so he is clearly going down. First blood gets put onto Olaf. Ooh. And then top lane right now, Godbro actually taking a lot of damage. Kerp actually did hit that leap strike as soon as he hit level 2. Godbro is still level 1 right now.
Yeah, you can see the power of that stun. I mean, he didn't have leap strike for that level 1, but still able to really use the skills to maximum effect. Just trying to chase Godbro out of lane. Godbro's actually proven to be a very solid laner, but right now Kerp on Jax is just kind of bullying him around. And as I said, alternate realizing that the TheTess did not have that flash or that cleanse, really good moves on their part, but Kerp up top gonna get 2 versus 1. Sven's up here with Godbro. We have to burn out that flash, but Kerp will survive, and Sven's just gonna be able to go on his merry way with the jungle.
Turning around, Kottenx heading up towards the top side jungle, and he's just gonna have to turn around on this one, realizing that Cho'Gath probably isn't there, as they don't really have vision just yet. So Kottenx is actually just sort of standing guard and staying safe, knowing that Sven probably will come back, as Kerp does not have a flash. So both of them are really setting up for this one here.
It's like a little bit of a standoff. I can only imagine like the Wild West kind of standoff where they're both squinting at each other. And yeah, we're going to throw down that rupture on top of Kottenx. This is yeah, that's a blue ward in there. So he does not know that Olaf is there, but he does have that suspicion. Said Olaf's just going to transition to this top. Still a little bit of a dance going on. Both of our buffs are ticking down, but it will be Svenskeren, the first one to give way, as he's just going to realize nothing is likely to happen and wants to go grab a little bit more farm for himself.
Yeah, I don't know if you saw, but they actually, when Cho'Gath ruptured that bush in the river, he realized that there was no one there, but they pinged that lane bush, knowing that there is probably an Olaf there. So they were playing pretty safe at this point.
Pretty fun stuff, just going back and forth, those blind duels. There we go, Olaf now going to be on his way. So, a little bit of a low creep count for our junglers. And, interesting enough, it's a machete versus that Spirit Stone. So with that first blood, we were able to get that Spirit Stone nice and early for our Olaf. That'll hopefully help him out, especially with that monster damage and the regen itself.
Yeah, Sightstone is actually pretty preferable to pick up on Olaf now, instead of getting the Medred's Razor for the Rekkles. If you get that, you can get the tenacity from the Spirit of the Ancient Golem or the Ancient Lizard, and have that one turn around. But it's actually turning around that's much more useful to Olaf than getting a Rekkles and having that extra ward.
Top lane Kerp, Counter-Strike going out, a little bit of damage coming out from a Godbro as well, but it does look like Godbro is actually just pushing this lane. I mean, we saw some really big bullying coming out earlier from Kerp, but I'm thinking maybe the sustain from Aurelia is just doing herself some wonders in that top lane.
There's actually a very short window. Early game Jax can can control the lane against an Aurelia. But from those levels, like 3 to about 5, is when Aurelia really has to turn around and put the pressure back onto it, because she has, with her Heathen style and the way her stun works, it's really in her favor to control that lane. And you can obviously see, yeah, the way that lane is going, those two trading back and forth. If she can get a slight lead before level 6, that's really what she needs to control him after, because once he hits level 6, once Jax hits level 6, he's going to turn around and use the passive on his ult to use that to trade against Aurelia, rather than using just straight up that empower with the stun.
Kottenx just holding down top lane, but you see the Transcendent Blades come out. It's going to be the Dazzle Shatter combo onto Winner bottom lane, however, as TheTess is still kind of struggling for a little bit of a creep score here. He is getting pushed right up to the tower, 54 to the 43, and we do have that extra Dorn's Blade on top of him as well from that Graves. So Sven's going to actually find out ForellenLord here. Forellen not going to be able to take his Wraiths because Sven getting in there, doing a little bit of counter jungling. We haven't really seen a huge amount of counter jungling. Usually it's just buff pressure coming out, but we haven't really seen too many manaless junglers either in these Season 3 games.
No, right now, with the way the jungle works, I mean, everyone's susceptible to counter jungling, but at the same time, it's a big risk to take, because you're going to end up really low. You're going to end up, spending a lot of your cooldowns and your items just to get into their jungle and do it safely. That you're going to end up in kind of a bad situation, especially if your team can respond and say, hey, we know that this is happening. Everyone go here, and we've got a safe kill for that one. So in Season 3, counter jungling kind of makes it's a bit more of a gamble, but if you can pull it off well, you're in a good situation.
Kerp still trying to trade out. Oh, this could be a really good timing here for Godbro. Did not get hit by the counter stun, and now with that slow coming out. Does he have a phage? Nope, just has the lifesteal. Either way, really good combo up top. Just really impeccable timing, I thought. That counter strike ran out, and then out came that Blade Surge. So really good time up south. So we both have the Vampiric Scepters on our top laners, and we both have the Crystalline Flasks.
Yeah, it's actually turning out to be, it seems to be turning out to be more useful to you to actually rush that Vampiric Scepter just outside of, your basic general health regen. It's a lot of straight up attack damage and lifesteal. Bottom lane, Winner's actually taking quite a bit of damage from the Graves and Taric Dazzle combo, but she had to ult herself to make sure she could get out alive on that one.
Yeah, ensuring that you live with that temporary hit points. It's a nice little bit of a shield to come out. Now, Graves Taric, I mean, it's not exactly the Terror lane that was when introduced, like the Caitlyn Taric was, but it's still doing a really good number, especially against TheTess. I mean, that first blood really put him behind. He still has yet to go back to town after his first death, and he does still only have that cloth armor, not even boots, but we have a BF sword now picked up on Graves. So you can definitely tell that Alternate's bottom lane doing some really good work against the Wolves.
Yeah, running a Graves Taric lane is just an extremely tanky lane. It's something that you expect to have a lot of armor. Graves is always going to be attacking something to make sure that he can get the stacks of True Get. But right now, Sven and Bjerg, bad mid lane, just trying to dive down on ForellenLord. Actually, Forellen getting away pretty easy. A Rupture coming in on top of Kottenx. Here comes Winner coming in from behind. A Glitterlance slows him down, but he's going to have to pop that Ragnarok, make sure he stays alive at this one.
We didn't see a Feast come out either. I'm not too sure it would have actually killed him. 400 hit points? Maybe.
It's looking like his Feast was actually on about 14 seconds of cooldown at that point.
Yeah,
kind of interesting.
Timing is, oh yeah, it's still down. Okay. Yeah, it wouldn't have killed him anyways. 300 true damage. Not going to be enough, but it was actually on cooldown. Sorry, didn't see that. Tess getting to get just wombo combo in the bottom. The collateral damage coming out as well, and then a few extra auto attacks onto Winner. So Winner just getting back to lane, already under half, and Tess has gone back, has himself that BF sword and boots. So he's actually caught up pretty decently in terms of cash. And then top lane, Kerp still getting pushed right to the tower here by Godbro. Just such a fantastic top laner.
Yeah, I think he's one of the current top laners that always just shows a lot of promise. Bottom lane, Tess turning out that True Shot Barrage. Jree actually really low. A Glitterlance coming in from Pix, but it's just not enough to take him out quite yet. Now remember, Metalx is almost completely full in this situation, and Tess still has just under half health. So that's a really dangerous situation for them to keep pushing. But that was definitely good coming out from Wolves. Controlling that bottom lane is a lot about, you know, when you fight and how you fight at this point.
Here comes Svenskeren up top. Leap Strike already been used. The Transcendent Blade's not going to get knocked up. And Kerp with the flash counter-strike. Brilliant escape from this top lane. Almost certain death. But we also got ForellenLord coming up as well. But 2 versus 1 against this tower. They're not going to rush it down. In fact, they are just going to back on out of here. Do we actually have a ward there in the bush? Yeah, we do have a ward there in the river. So we are seeing ForellenLord, and that means that we are going to be backing off. Could we instead go for a little bit of an ambush on top of Bjergsen? I would have said yes, but the undertow actually missed.
It's very close for him. I think if he'd hit that, there would have been a much different situation. But right now, Sven sitting up in the mid lane, running through that river, misses the rupture. Kottenx actually turning around, using that Ragnarok, making sure he doesn't get shut down by this Orianna, and Wolves are just going to have to back out of this situation. Kottenx is really low, however, and top lane actually, Godbro actually just barreling down underneath that turret and taking a lot of damage, turning around, getting a kill on top of Kerp.
Yeah, I saw the hit point bars. Could not get there for the kill shot, but you know, Orianna has been overwhelming Jax pretty much every point of this game past that first set of bullying mechanics that we saw. And this could be the death of the top tower. I mean, it's really not that healthy. 200 hit points. Nobody's going to come up to it, and I think that big cannon minion by itself is going to be enough to just knock it down. There it goes. First tower down. 12 minutes 30 seconds. A little bit of global gold here for the Wolves. So despite, you know, that messy first blood on top of the Wolves, they've still taken a gold lead and a kill lead and a tower lead. Everything in the lead here at 12 minutes in.
At this point, Sven was heading down towards Dragon to the bot lane. Right now, bot lane getting engaged on. A nice laser coming in from ForellenLord, picking off Winner from underneath that turret. Metalx and Jree just taking that advantage and turning that one around.
Oh, ForellenLord and his lasers. Pew, pew. 2-0 ForellenLord. Sorry, 2-2 with ForellenLord picking up that kill. He's up 1-0. Looks like, once again, we're going to be seeing that Athene's coming out. But Sven's caught out in the jungle. No response from Bjergsen. Just maybe saying, you can handle it, big boy. Kottenx is going to be here as well, but still, mid-tower damage is starting to rack up. 800 hit points now remaining.
Yeah, Wolves at this point really want to keep the pressure back onto it. Now, Kerp did a really well job of pushing that lane because now Aurelia has to go top to defend. But at that point, if Kerp wasn't pushing, I think at that point, Aurelia would just run down mid and they would just they'd make sure that they'd get that map control from it. But that's sort of the next big objective between mid lane and Dragon. Those two are kind of the next big, you know, points of security for that map.
We got a Vamp Scepter now, tier 2 boots for Graves, so playing very reminiscent of a Season 2 style. And interesting enough, Ezreal, we've seen this in Korea a bit, but going for a Merc Treads or a Ninja Tabby instead of the Berserker Greaves on your AD carry just gets him just that much more tankier. He has a Ninja Tabby today.
Yeah, at this point, I think he didn't really have much of a choice. I mean, it's pretty clear that he's turning around in these fights with the natural tankiness of a Taric and a Graves between True Grit and then Taric's, Shatter Armor. That it's just, you really need something to keep yourself alive in those fights. That Lulu shield is not quite going to be enough. Metalx actually setting up here. He does have his ult, and there comes the laser in, but Cho'Gath actually pulling in the feast and making sure he can get that dragon. Top lane, though, however, getting pushed down by Kottenx and Kerp. Ezreal comes in, farming a couple of minions, but they're still alive and pushing down that turret. Mid lane, though, Wolves just barreling down at it. Top lane gets taken down for alternate, and Wolves turning around, pushing that mid lane. It's at 600 health, 500. It's going to go down. There's not much they can do to really stop it.
Well, I still think the Wolves got the better of that situation. Not only did they get the dragon, but they traded out the towers. And despite the fact, that Kerp is now pushing up into that top lane, he's actually still 20 creeps and 2 kills behind this Aurelia. I'm not too sure that they're really that much afraid of losing that top. Aurelia is going to be heading up to that top lane, and yeah, immediately he just runs the other way. And we do have a Wit's End now on Godbro as well, so he's going to hit him just that much harder on all the auto attacks.
You gotta remember though, Aurelia hasn't built any boots, so she can't quite chase anyone down. She has to get an ambush and force a fight onto it to make sure that she can pull out of that one though. Bottom lane, the TheTess pushing really hard against it. It's got 1,400 health yet left. Wolves actually holding that mid lane turret quite well. Graves coming down. Are they going to have to turn around and fight this one? TheTess just barely down on that turret, takes it out. Now, Metalx is out of mana at this point. He has just enough he actually does not have enough for a buckshot at this point, so he's not going to be able to turn that one around into a fight.
C'est la vie. All right, 2-2, no fight going down bottom, but still, towers getting pushed left, right, and center. A slight tower advantage coming out now for the Wolves. 16 minutes in. Metalx going back, just going to be taking out those golems, but Kerp going to get chunked a little bit here in the mid. Does have that Blade of the Ruined King ready to go. That unique active is something, you know, very new to League of Legends ever since it got introduced with the new Twisted Tree line. But 150 physical damage, and then you steal 30% of the movement speed. That just seems like, you know, on a ghosting Jax, that seems something really, really synergistic. Not that we have Ghost today, we have Flash, but still.
Even so, and you gotta remember, it not only deals the damage, but it heals them for the same amount. Plus, it has that 10% lifesteal and 40 attack damage. And you also gotta remember the attacks deal 4% of the target's current health in physical damage as well. So that's a really huge amount of damage coming out specifically from one item.
And I think this is actually the first casted game that we've got to cover with the Blade of the Ruined King. Yesterday, FNATIC actually showing us a whole bunch of cleavers, as well as the Blades of the Ruined King and Frozen Fist and all that. Unfortunately, that game did not get on air until way too late. But Blade of the Ruined King, I mean, with the new increase in Vamp Scepter, like, this could be a really, really good top lane item.
Assuming Jax actually gets his, Ginsu's Rage Blade next, this is going to be the point where Jax is pretty much going to be an unstoppable force in team fights. It's something you either have to completely focus him down just immediately, or you have to just not fight when he's around. You can't really, handle up against that. Now, Cho does have his Spirit of the Ancient Golem, and he's got a Ninja Tabby, and Ezreal has a Ninja Tabby as well. But it looks like Alternate pushing down that mid lane turret. Shockwave coming down onto Cotton, but he's going to pop that Ragnarok, make sure he gets out of it alive. But TheTess coming in from behind. He misses the True Shot Barrage, but that Arcane Shift, going to be able to pick that one up as well. Jree running back towards the mid lane. A speed coming in from Orianna, but Kerp actually jumping in on top with that laser. TheTess gets taken down. Kerp stuck back into the bush, but he actually hops over the wall and then pops back onto Jree, gets taken down by Orianna, and Sven is really low in this mid lane right now.
Yeah, but we don't have that laser. We don't have any globals at all on the team. Looks like he will be able to get out of this one. So, in the end, it turned out to be a 2-for-1 exchange. Wolves actually pulling a little bit ahead in that one. And that all started off with the aggression from Orianna, just trying to punish Alternate for taking that tower for so long. I gotta say, I think that was a really good move out of the Wolves, because not only did they get the 2-for-1, but they were able to punish Alternate for taking the tower.
Yeah, Jax still doesn't have his really huge core items. I mean, he does have that Blade of the Ruined King, but without, level 2 boots, without a Ginsu's Rage Blade, and it looks like, yeah, he's building a Warmogs at this point, so he's just trying to get tankier. At this point, he's still just getting blown up when it comes to the team fight. You've clearly got Cho'Gath with his ult. You've got Orianna, who has a Rod of the Ages and is building into an Archangels, actually, it looks like, with that Tear of the Goddess and the Blasting Wand. And then you still have Ezreal, who does a lot of damage. Now, Ezreal still doesn't have his Infinity Edge, but, I mean, he has quite a bit of damage when it comes down to it.
And now with a kill on the board with an assist, I mean, we should be seeing that Infinity Edge fairly soon. About to hit that 20-minute mark, and he does have 165 creeps to his name, just farming out top a little bit. He's still trailing behind that Graves. Graves actually only at 002, but an extra 15 creeps to his name. He does already have that Infinity ready to go. Now this game we do see Spirit Stones coming out from both of our supports. Both of them upgraded to the Rubies, so 5 charges and 3 wards a pop. We should be seeing a lot of vision coming out onto the map, and already just take a quick look at this blue here for the Wolves. 3 pretty much symmetrical wards, just really limiting that dragon control, also marking out when that blue is going to be showing up. I mean, we're seeing a lot of wards, but TheTess up top. Oh, we're going to get that leap strike and the counter strike. Are we going to be able to grab the kill on top of him? And Kerp backs off.
He didn't really have the movement speed and the point to get it across. Now, he did start off with that Blade of the Ruined King active, and he did pop it, but it just wasn't all bursty enough. Like, even when he landed that hop, but a laser coming in towards that, Bjergsen actually taking a ton of damage. But really actually getting caught out by the binding and the stun. Turning around on this one, Kottenx just running in with that Ragnarok, throwing an undertow, landing it on top of Orianna, but Orianna actually getting a shockwave. Metalx and ForellenLord getting caught into this one. A rupture landing down on top of Graves and Olaf, and they're just going to have to back out of this one. No team really totally wants to fight this without getting an upper hand.
Yeah, a lot of back and forth, some really good long-range poke coming out. Kottenx able to avoid the glitter lance out of that one, speeding up XL winner. Olaf is dropping extremely low, and Bjergsen actually able to pop him off. A guard flash coming out. Bjergsen is going to avoid the laser, but ForellenLord not going to go down, as it was going to be Graves just taking out Jree. Almost looked like mid-strike, but here comes Kerp as well in the back, looking for the kill on top of Bjergsen. Svens is extremely low, and here comes Ezreal as well, TheTess. So finally our top laners have come to join battle, but down goes Lulu. Can TheTess pick up the kill on top of ForellenLord? Yes, he will. Does he have that Infinity Edge? He does. True Shot Barrage is going to come out for the double, so TheTess coming in, clean up crew, not so much for Kerp.
You know what? When that lane turned around, I mean, Irelia was blade surging in onto Lux, onto ForellenLord, and honestly, if that would have hit, that was really low. But the Graves actually just buckshot at exactly the right time, and two of those buckshot hits hit Irelia mid-surge, and that took her out before the damage actually ticked. So that was a really close save. It would have been much better if Lux would have stayed alive completely after, but you know, clearly TheTess was going to pick up that kill at the same time.
So despite all that dancing around the dragon pit, that TheTess able to actually come back with a nice double kill. That's going to be a big boon to his gold, and then afterwards able to solo down that dragon. I'm still a little dumbfounded at that buckshot though, like just taking out Irelia mid swing. It's just the timing could not have been better. But you see TheTess. I mean, take a look at the goal. 3-2-1 for TheTess. 1-0-2 for Graves. So Graves, sure, he didn't die, but now he's actually losing in terms of gold against his opponent.
Yeah, this is kind of one of those crucial moments. Now, something I wanted to actually point out, Bjergsen actually did pick up when he got his Archangels, his mana tier was actually fully charged. So he went straight into that Seraph's Embrace. So Orianna having that shield on top of her normal shield, I mean, even though she drains 25% of her mana, it's still a very huge shield when it comes out on top of it. So someone's going to be really tanky on the Wolves team.
25. Okay, let's do a quick math. 25% of his mana. Let's say he has full mana, 2,800. So a quarter of that is 700. That's a 700 shield.
And then you also got to remember, if he casts his own Orianna shield on top of himself, that one blocks about 295 damage at the same time.
So we're looking at at maximum, at least at this point, a maximum shield of about 1,000.
That's an entire Cho'Gath ult right there. That I mean, of course, Cho'Gath's on his team, but still at the same time. But there goes the Lux laser. He actually does not steal the blue just yet. TheTess is actually using that True Shot Barrage. Kerp actually hopping over the wall with that leap strike, but Godbro getting stunned down by Taric. They're gonna have to turn around out of this one. Kerp popping his stun and then leap striking at the same time. A bind lands, hits on Cho'Gath, keeps them from chasing any further. And both teams just kind of standing off on this one. Bjerg actually coming in from the side there. Does pop in a ward. Kerp actually might get caught out here. He dodges the rupture with that leap strike, but gets stunned at the same time. Godbro popping in with a blade surge, clearing it out. Kottenx just popping in as well with the Ragnarok. He does not get hit by the shockwave. Metalx actually having to flash over the wall. TheTess actually almost clearing this one out. Metalx actually keeps himself alive. A silence comes in from Cho'Gath, and it was not enough to take him down. Orianna running in. Bjergsen continuing to push forward. Now he does have that speed buff. If he can make it through this one, those two are really low, but there comes ForellenLord, making sure that those two members of his allies are they're not going down. This is my fight. This is the way they want to control it.
8-6 out of that. Nice extended team fight. Again, we're seeing these huge distance displacing team fights, not exactly all in one big burst, but sustained damage is definitely going to be winning out of this one. The laser coming out, not exactly going to be able to kill Sven, but at the same time just making sure that he does not go back to town anytime soon. I mean, we only have, what, 49.2 second cooldown on that laser. Not exactly a huge hit to him. Like, it's not going to be 180 seconds or anything. So with that, Athenes, and now actually, wow, I think this is the first time we've actually seen upgraded boots on ForellenLord, but he does have distortion. Actually, no, that's a lie. He likes to run distortion. I saw a few games yesterday. So, you know, that cooldown reduction to his flash just means that he's that much more mobile, can get off those lasers, and I don't know, he has a needlessly big rod. Are we going to see a Rabadons? We're going to see a Zhonya's? What do you think?
At this point, with that blasting one, I would assume it would be a Rabadons, but he very well could change that. I mean, a Zhonya's wouldn't actually be a terrible idea between the Orianna Shockwave, the Rupture coming in, and Aurelia popping onto him as well. It's not a bad idea for him to just kind of forego that Rabadons, get, you know, instead of getting the AP, just getting that survivability in these team fights.
Wow. Did you just see Bjergsen just chunk down Graves? Like, what, 30% of his hit points? My God.
It's a lot of damage coming out from Orianna. Godbro actually popping in with that Blade Surge, trying to get that stun on, but Metalx was just a little bit too low for a stun to happen. Jax actually might get caught out here. Now, they know he's there. Are they going to be able to meet him around the blue buff? All right, so Jax is running up towards the top, and he's just going to go straight down the lane. Yeah, they're gonna turn around and not try to catch this one out.
Well, it's a good move there from Jax. Had he come down through that jungle, would have met some really big resistance. But ForellenLord looking to get just jumped on, expertly dodging all of these skill shots. So we're gonna have to wait a little bit. But wow, just getting chunked so hard. True Shot Barrage actually gonna come up Snake Eyes, not hitting a single thing.
These team fights are going really back and forth, and this is something we didn't see a whole lot of in Season 2. Once a team fight started, everyone just committed and something happened. Like, it was just over at that point. These fights are going on forever. It's going back and forth. Everyone's switching around. Lux Laser coming in, just clearing out those minion waves. But it's going back and forth so much. It's really starting to get hard to actually, you know, pay attention to specifically what everyone's doing all the time.
Yeah, all the time. Just, it seems like some of these team fights, not even the camera can just contain all of the action. Like, we're just splitting off into very many different directions, and I gotta say, you know, Season 3 is an exciting time to be alive, for sure. So Graves had already split down to bottom. He'd already just visited that lane, so other than that, just looks like Alternate really does not want to give up this tower. This could be the thing. Godbro getting caught out by the binding and jumping on top of him as well. The laser only going to be hitting XL Winner. And once again, everyone just kind of disengages. Godbro does not even look hurt after all that.
No, he's got a massive health pool. I mean, it's only 2,600, but with Aurelia being how just naturally tanky she is, with the lifesteal that she has and the true damage that she does, the Heathen style, she just has a very large health pool without actually having one. So she's just really strong at this point, and this is where she's going to sign. TheTess actually gets hit by a light binding. Metalx getting knocked up there by the Rupture, but yeah, it looks like both teams just starting to disengage again. Now, TheTess was really low. He did pop a True Shot Barrage in top lane, sort of pull the pressure off of this one, but it looks like Alternate is just continuing to pressure down mid lane.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting how we're rubber banding back and forth. Pressure to the Wolves, now pressure to Alternate, so down goes that turret. So they actually grabbed the turret before the Wolves are actually able to make good on their threat earlier. Now, something also to note there, the TheTess did have to use that cleanse. I'm not too sure if he had to use it, but he decided to use the cleanse and then the Arcane Shift just to ensure that he's going to be staying alive. But 8-6, 30 minutes in, haven't really seen that many kills this game.
No, I mean, this game has been, it's been back and forth. There's not a clear, like, huge point where we're saying, you know, this team obviously pulled ahead. I mean, of course, Wolves are ahead by about almost 3,000 gold at this point, but, I mean, there's only, you know, 4 towers down for Alternate, you know, 3 towers down for Wolves. The Dragons have been kind of going back and forth. It's a fairly even, like almost game. The biggest difference here is the creep score. I mean, Orianna's sitting at 295, Lux only at 210. Graves is a little bit ahead, but Ezreal has that many more, an extra kill on top of it. Irelia has a much better score than the Jax, who is only, 1-4. Irelia is sitting at 3-1 and has, that 1 assist. Not to mention Irelia now picking up the Guardian Angel. They're looking to force a fight at this point. Bjergsen actually taking a bit of damage, but, we know how much damage that Lux Laser has been doing. How much did Bjergsen actually take? I mean, with his shield, he only lost, what, 500 health, give or take?
Yep, 500 seems to be about right. He also now has himself a blue pot on top of things, so next team fight we could see some really supercharged chunking coming out from Jree. I mean, we've already seen him. When he throws that ball, people lose health. Like, not a small amount of health, a lot of health. And this is what I wanted to bring up. I've now remembered. Have you noticed that Godbro has still Forsaken boots?
Really?
No boots.
I didn't even notice that. Aurelia now has no... Whoa.
She hasn't bothered at all.
He's pretty clearly going for a frozen mallet, but yeah, he's not going for a chase. He's not going for a really huge positioning. He's wanting to force those fights. Winner actually getting held down by a binding there. Red team finishing off that Baron using that feast here, but Kottenx actually jumping in on top of TheTess. TheTess has a ton of lifesteal, actually makes it out alive on this one. Shockwave coming in from Orianna, getting a double kill onto Graves and Olaf. Kerp actually just running in, trying to get the kill onto TheTess, and really actually able to finish that one off. ForellenLord running down through his own jungle, lands a binding onto Cho'Gath. And Bjergsen running in. He is pretty low. He still does not use that Seraph's Embrace, though, for the shield. Godbro still pushing into it. ForellenLord actually picking up the kill onto Ezreal with that laser mid lane.
Look at this low-speed chase bottom. Now, I really mean low-speed chase. It's 372 to the 345 movement speeds. No boots on Godbro. No boots.
I'm almost flabbergasted seeing that Aurelia has. Now, what impresses me more is not that he has no boots. It's that the team knows that he doesn't have that much mobility, so they're always fighting when it completely engages. They're not like turning around and trying to get, a one person picked off as soon as they get shown. They're waiting for all 5 of the members to get there and for a fight to get forced down before they all respond. They're in a place where they're all exactly working just straight up together.
It's really good synergy out of the Wolves, and I mean, once again, game number 2 here, they are up 1-0, and they're still taking the lead in game number 2. I mean, we might be down in the towers, but I'm fairly sure we're up in the Dragons, up now in the Baron, and 5,000 gold difference between these teams. So Wolves still seem to be very much in the command of this game, 33 minutes in.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously in the Wolves' favor. I mean, not to mention they did get Baron as well, but it's a little bit closer than it seems. I mean, yeah, it's a 5,000 gold difference, and Cho'Gath still hasn't died yet. But I mean, if you look at the way these team fights are going, if Alternate can get a team fight to go in their favor, they can easily come out on top of this one. Graves just now picked up a Brutalizer right after that Phantom Dancer, so instead of going for the Last Whisper, yeah, he's building a Black Cleaver at this point. And I gotta say, building that Black Cleaver, on top of it being just a really good item at this point, he's obviously building that for the Godbro, the Aurelia.
Yeah, a stupid good item at that. Look at the chunking coming down. The Wolves making absolute mincemeat out of Alternate. Down goes that Graves. He's not going to be there for that next team fight, and this could be a really devastating push against Alternate. Tower is going to absolutely melt, and that's going to expose this inhibitor, exactly what the Wolves want, and they're not going to get any resistance at all. I mean, 5-on-4 with the Baron, already up in kills. I mean, what can you do against that?
Without Graves, your kind of star carry at this point, and only really having Lux up. I mean, Jax is still quite a big threat, but, I mean, he only has the Blade of the Ruined King. Now, it's a big item itself, but only having that one item against an Aurelia that has 3 finished items, as well as, you know, like, no boots, but having that, it's not enough. You really need that Graves to make sure that he's alive and he's safe during these fights, because that's really where the pivots are going to come down for Alternate. If they can get anything out of this one, it's gonna be with their Graves.
Graves' barrier is still up as well, so either he couldn't use it or he didn't use it in that last team fight. So Metalx, you know, barrier, it's a really good spell. I mean, if you do get ignited off and you just kind of being written off as dead, you know, just pop the barrier, you're not going to go down. It's really good, just clutch maneuver. It's almost like heal baiting as well back in the day. Just bait out that fight really low, heal up, all of a sudden you win. Same idea here with that barrier now in Summoner's Rift. So a little bit of back and forth here in this bottom lane. Sven's going to be taking a little bit of too much damage. He is kind of low. And we do got Graves up and ready to go this round. Light Binding just barely missing that Cho'Gath. And that's kind of a thing to say, because he's absolutely huge right now with his 6 stacks.
Yeah, I mean, Cho'Gath still has not died, and he has that Aegis of the Legion. He has the Spirit of the Ancient Golem Binding landing down on top of him as well. But, you know, it's not easy to kill a full stacked, you know, late game Cho'Gath, but Cho'Gath only has 103 CS. He's not actually, like, really that far ahead. Graves actually popping his ult to make sure that he secures that red buff. That was done really nicely. But yeah, there goes Wolf picking up the dragon once again. True Shot Barrage heading towards that top lane, clear that one out, reduce the pressure on it. But I mean, it's really hard to kill a Cho'Gath that's fully stacked towards the end of the game.
Full serious. And now we have a Giant's Belt as well. So another 400 health on top of that. So Spirit of the Ancient Golem, maybe we've seen this before. The 500 health, the extra armor. We actually have the same thing here on Olaf, but not really too much of a surprise, as he is building pretty much just pure tank. He has that Frozen Mount now as well. Just needs to make sure that people stay in range. And even after still those 3 items, we finally have boots on Aurelia. We have those Merc Treads bought out. But still, 345 to 390 move speed. We gained 45 move speed with those Merc Treads.
It's quite a bit. But again, it wasn't so much that she didn't have the boots that was amazing. It was that their team just worked so well together, you know, knowing exactly when to fight, knowing that Aurelia is really slow. You know, you can only fight when it specifically caters to that situation. So that alone was just really insane. Looks like Olaf going for that Aegis right now. Mid lane, the TheTess might get caught out. The binding almost hitting him, but he's able to juke back out of this one. Undertow does hit him, but he's able to flash away at the same time.
Really good dodge there out of ForellenLord. I mean, had that light binding landed, would have been a very different situation there for the TheTess. But still, top tower does drop to the Wolves' pressure. There is no more Baron buff left to take down. So they did make use of it in order to just push down that inhibitor and the bot tower. Now just the remnants of it pushing down top. So either way, we're still very much on the back foot here for Alternate. It just really seems that they're kind of confined to their base and jungle at this point. Like, there's really no avenues here for them to attack, as they're just, you know, simply down. I mean, it's almost a 10,000 gold difference, and look at that timing. Baron back up already.
Bjergsen actually landing down a shockwave onto Kerp. Kerp hitting that dodge, making sure he stays alive just a little bit longer. Ult comes in, the feast from Cho'Gath hits onto Kerp. Kerp really low. Godbro popping in onto him. Kerp actually gets taken down by the TheTess. And here comes for Alternate, getting stuck really low under their own turret. A laser comes out, doesn't hit anyone quite yet, but Godbro pops in onto ForellenLord. ForellenLord actually gets taken down. Godbro really low, gets popped out by the Graves. The Guardian Angel pops as well, so he's still alive. Olaf gets finished off at this point. Metalx is really low. Jree actually popping the Shirelles at the same time too. Now he does have that locket, so he can stay alive just a little bit longer. But Wolves just, they're absolutely working as a team and just constantly putting up that pressure. There's Alternate is, I mean, I hate to say it again, but they're really stuck on that back foot. There's not really a whole lot they can do.
8:15. I mean, we finally did take down Cho'Gath 019. No longer that perfect score. Was that a command that we just had? Yeah, we just used command shockwave on Baron. And that was a really good bait coming out from the Wolves as well. I mean, they knew that there was no vision, not going to be able to get this. Metalx is trying his best, but he didn't have a collateral damage, so not entirely too sure what he was trying to get out of that one. But Jree is absolutely going to drop 4-on-1, and now that's kind of the delayed ace coming out here for the Wolves as they accelerate to a 17-8 position. But again, that was a really good bait for them into the Baron. They were able to take the inhibitor, get the Baron, and now on top of that, 2 more kills. We have a surrender vote failed for blue team, but it's looking bleak, to say the least, for alternate.
Yeah, I think at that point, Graves, walking up to that Baron was just checking to make sure that they were doing Baron. I mean, he saw that they were low, so he thought, maybe there's a chance that I can, steal something with a buckshot or maybe get a kill onto one of them. But it just obviously Wolves turned that one around. They picked up the Baron really quickly, and there just really wasn't a whole lot that they could really do about it.
I really are going for a Sheen, so maybe a extremely late Trinity Force, 41 minutes in, picking up maybe a Trinity Force. All right, well, but she is 7-1 as opposed to her counterpart Jax 1 and 6. I mean, I think he got Blade of the Ruined King back at the 16-minute mark. Hasn't really progressed really past that, but look at the damage coming out on top of ForellenLord. He is going to get off that laser, but it's not even going to hurt Bjergsen. He does have that Seraphim shield up, and did you see it just not do any damage to him?
It was just there was really not a whole lot that they could really do in that situation. I mean, between the shield from the command shield and then the Seraph's Embrace, it's just you can't really hurt the Orianna at that point. And oh wow, that nuke comes in on top of ForellenLord, losing almost all of his health, but he's still alive at this point. It's just at this point it's a massacre. It's to see how quickly can we take them down under their own summoner as well.
Yes, I might have a good opportunity here to get Bjergsen, but Cotton does indeed drop instead. So still looking for that kill on top of ForellenLord. Some amazing bursts coming out of these team comps here from the Wolves, but they are going to be able to take game number 2 for a nice 2-0 sweep against Team Ultra. And that means that Wolves are going to be proceeding on to the finals to face against the victor of FNATIC and Mouse.
Do we have confirmation on whether or not those games are still going, or have they finished yet?
No idea. We can find out.
I'm not seeing that. Yeah, but anyways, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for tuning in. So far, that was a really exciting game. I mean, just seeing that these teams and how well they work together, it's really inspiring from a competitive sense. Just watching them clearly know exactly what they're doing in every team fight and executing it perfectly. That's the other big issue that a lot of people, they're not quite there yet. They might know what to do, but if they don't have that mechanical ability and that mechanical mesh to just work really, really well together, you can't always turn that one around. So, a couple of things I wanted to, point out here. Lulu actually picked up a Mikhail's Crucible really early. Specifically, that was wanting to use it against, the Ezreal. Now, Ezreal does have a cleanse, but obviously you do not want, your Ezreal to get stuck down by a Taric stun, or you don't want to be stuck down by a Jax stun, or, even a Lux binding. So, Wolves just straight from the start building, like not only working together as a team mechanically, but even building together as a team, making sure that everyone was in a safe spot, everyone was doing exactly the job they needed to do.